In this enlightened age of peace and understanding, let's take a closer look at a most remarkable man. Some call him the final prophet, mercy to all mankind. But history tells a slightly different tale. You'll find he was an illiterate pedophile warlord, couldn't read or write, or so the hadiths record. But somehow he dictated the perfect holy book while marrying little girls. Take a second look. Aisha was 6 when he took her as bride, 9 years old when he took her to bed that night. Consummated, such a delicate word they choose for a 53-year-old man and the child he'd use. Oh, the illiterate pedophile warlord, he conquered by the sword and married by the score. He'd execute the poets who dared to disagree, then take their widows home for a little mercy. The illiterate pedophile warlord, what a progressive guy. He hired a scribe to write down what he'd receive, a clever fellow named Abdullah, as the stories weave. But when the scribe caught him changing verses on a whim, he realized the whole thing was made up by him. He left the faith, he ran away, he called the bluff. The warlord didn't like it when people called his bluff. Kill the apostate was the merciful decree. He led his
Yes, hey! Oh my god, really? Figures, huh? Okay. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Son's wife, when the fancy struck, said Allah made it lawful. What tremendous luck! 13 wives and concubines by the dozen, all perfectly halal for the final prophet chosen. Oh, the illiterate pedophile warlord, he wrote the rules himself. Isn't that just grand? Critics get the sword and the girls get the bed, and they tell you it's perfect, just don't use your head. The illiterate pedophile warlord, truly the mercy to all mankind. Oh, the illiterate pedophile warlord, what a progressive guy. You'll never be a woman, my dear. you tweet it or how loud you cheer. You can change your name, your clothes, your entire career. But biology, I'm afraid, remains stubbornly biological. You can take the pills and grow the hair, demand new pronouns with a righteous glare. You can ban the words that make you blue, but XX and XY still don't care about you. Oh, you'll never be a woman, though the activists all scream that you can. You can wear the dress and buy the purse, but you'll never quite manage the feminine curse. You'll never be a woman, no matter what the surgeon scalpel achieves. You'll never know that special monthly grief, and no amount of TikTok fallout will make anyone around you believe. So wave your little flags and march in all your parades. Demand the dictionaries rewrite the rules that nature made. Call it inclusive, call it kind, call it true. Everyone knows it isn't but you. You can scream at the stars and curse out the sky. Demand that the cosmos rewrites how you were born and why. You can cancel the scientists, teachers and moms, but XX still means ovaries, not oppression or bombs. You'll post your dysphoria in filters and flair, yet biology just shrugs with its unfeeling stare. No hormone, no vote, no law passed in haste can turn a man's skeleton into a woman's waist. Oh, you'll never be a woman, though the activists all scream that you can. You can wear the dress and buy the purse, but you'll never quite manage the feminine curse. And really, that's what makes this whole performance such a terribly amusing show of self-importance.
How much I work, I sweat, I pay, I bleed. So some couch potato gets free TV. You vote for more, call it fair. My overtime's gone, you sit in a chair. How much of what I earn is your fair share? Your fair share, your fair share. How much is yours? Pacifists pay for war and fund both sides. Iron Dome, and so rockets can fly. Vegans pay for meat while they preach the Green New Deal. It funds spiders on crack. Can you believe it's real? How much of what I earn is your fair share? How much is yours? Men can get pregnant now, haven't you heard? Now empty your pockets, you're part of the herd. Priests fund clinics while they pray for grace. I paid for rockets, I paid for domes. All I want is to pay for my home. How much of what I earn is your fair share? Keep your hands off mine! 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 How much is yours? You better not keep taking mine, or we'll rise up if you cross that line. I know your game, I know your plays, I know the end your ways will chase. Nah, keep your hands off mine.
I need a minute. I'll be right back. I'm getting started here. Sorry about that, Tez. What we say, we'll get it figured out. I'm excited for the 10th. We'll figure out how to join your server without doxing myself. We'll talk. Good night. All right, take care, Tez. Sorry that you left. I was AFK. My bad. I'm here. We're getting started. I'm getting my lights on. I'm taking care of stuff. I got a lot to go. I got to get my waterfall booth going. Give me a second. I got to grab a thing or two. I got to get a hat. So, I don't want to dox myself.
Soon would disappear. They swore the Arctic ice would vanish any year. They swore the ocean soon would swallow every coastal town. But 20 years have come and gone, and the ice is still around. The Valu cried, we're sinking fast at the United Nations Hall, while the coral reefs were harvested and sold off one and all. The islands didn't vanish, they just kept on standing tall. But the fear kept flowing freely, and the money flowed with all. The science was settled, they chopped with righteous fire, while the data kept on screaming that the models were a liar. They dodge and weave and lecture like it was some kind of game, and heaven help the child who dared to ask again. They'll never say they're sorry, they'll never face the cost. They just move the goalposts and the grift goes marching on. The fear is long since faded, but the money's flowing still, like royalties from terror that they peddled with such skill. Now they found a brand new monster, shiny, bright and new. Artificial intelligence, it's gonna end us all, it's true. They scream we need more power, more rules, more chains in place, while they attack the ones who build it, trying to take us all to space. Digital IDs, their latest plea to seal our future tight, to finally close the vice and keep the future out of sight. The mild little cancel culture from the days of old has grown into a monster that will demand total control. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you-know-what. They scared us once, they'll scare us twice. It's the same old grift, and the price is always choice. He kept it clean. You celebrated when they silenced him on the screen. You laughed, you clapped, you posted memes. Now I'm showing you the mirror and shattering your dreams. I had never thought that might make right, but it's you that has shown me that might does make. Asked me to listen to it.
I'm here. I'm here. I ran in just because I saw you were here, but I'm here. Let me toss you a message. Did you message me? Who messaged me? Here we go. Hey. Weird. That's weird. Hey. Hey, Mad Hatter, give me just a minute. I'm feeding the dogs. I'm feeding the dogs, letting them outside, and I'm coming back. I just got in the middle of that, so I'm taking care of that, and I'll be right back. Oh, it looks like you're talking to yourself? No, I'm not. I'm not talking to myself. I'm here. Like I said, I need to go finish feeding the dogs, so give me just a second. I'll be back like 2 or 3, 4 minutes at the most, I think. Okay, we're here. Oh, I'm here. Okay. Let's go. I'm back. Got what I got done. I fed the dogs. We're cool. All right. Not highlighted, so we're cool. We're here. Okay, we're gonna get started.
A well-meaning activist stood up with great zeal and said rent control is the way we should feel. It helps the poor stay in the homes they hold dear. Then our little professor...
Well, I'll just be here, I guess. I don't think anybody's gonna hop in with me. It's weird. I try, man, but I just hopped into hobby watching channel. I don't think anybody's gonna hop in here. What's this now? General chat. I gotta...
the law with great pride, but here's the equation you've been trying to hide. Landlords can't raise a rent to cover repairs, so the building falls apart. Nobody cares. The roof starts leaking, the pipes start to burst. The wiring is ancient, the heat doesn't work. No money for maintenance, the value declines. The owner says, sorry, I just can't afford to fix up this wreck. I'm selling it off. So the property crumbles, the value declines, until one day a developer drops by with designs. He buys it for pennies, tears it all down, and puts up some luxury condos in town. Now the sales shoot up like a rocket in June. The old tenants are gone, they were priced out too soon, are now living farther away from their jobs and their kin, while the activists smile and raise up their chins. You preach with such passion, so loud and so pure, convinced that good intentions are all that endure.
Alright, I'm starting it up here. I've been talking in a chat. I was in the Sky Bros general, talking to Roboticus about the new Trigun, because we're talking about, like, I should say, I didn't watch the new Trigun. I'm gonna be honest, just because I'll be real with you. Oh shit, that's what's going on. Hold on. I'm gonna have to fix this. Turn on my camera. How do I not have like an avatar like mute option? Let me add that real quick to my desktop. It'll help. And so we're gonna add this. This is gonna be a OBS Studio scene collection. No scene source visibility. Yes, that's what we're gonna put. And then we're gonna put this to scene live source. It's probably game capture, right? Capture device, window capture. Gun game capture. That's gotta be it. Yeah. Right? You're not gonna be it? Let's find out. Yeah, that's it. All right, cool. We got it. We did it. All right. New button unlocked. All right. Excellent. Cool. I'm okay with that. All right. So now I can, do that while I mess with my settings. All right. So we're gonna. I gotta actually turn on my camera apparently because it doesn't like boot up automatically. Realize when I didn't turn it on. So camera on. They took his land, they took his name. Close this, I don't care. Close it, I don't care. Close this, is it working? We got some reading. Okay, cool, we're good. And so we just put this back on. And now we're working. Okay, cool. Alright. So I minimize that. Alright, we're here. You know what I really wanted to do? I didn't do it. And I'm a little sad I didn't do it. I wanted to listen to Breaking the Habit by Linkin Park. Oh well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pause this. I need to put that on here too. I can't wait until I get my fucking big stream deck and I could like have different areas for different things instead of having to change so much. Anyways, so yeah, let's go ahead and get started. I'll play the video. We'll get it going and yeah. Let me message Mad Hatter. All right, that makes sense. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll start it here.
Giving his side of the story, but it's mostly coping and lies. We're gonna get into it today on the Legal Mind, so we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire,
they're lying?
American attorney,
Oh boy.
and specifically an attorney with almost a decade of experience in corporate law, dealing with corporate situations. And one reason why I'm doing this review for you today is I have been on the other side of the table interpreting these corporate statements or even working with CEOs to create corporate statements and what you can say and put out there. Now, this is an interview that was done with Fox just today, so let's get right into it.
I go this route instead of, as people say, try to just settle Brian's collection and move on and make everyone forget it. Was that ever an option?
And that's what I said, by the way, from the beginning. I said
that's what they should have done from the beginning.
If they had any corporate common sense, this is, of course, the CEO, Eamon McNeff, if they had any real experience and know-how and actually wanted to deal with this, they would have seen this coming a mile away. The publicity nightmare. As we're going to see
on my
here,
other account.
They really didn't even have to pay the...
I'm going to do that. Find out, because I haven't seen anything from him on my feed. Isn't it like X. See for Mad Hatter Ghost. No, it's not. I got it all. I need to. Where's his YouTube? I mean, find it. He's got to have it. No connections. Doesn't have a. Mad Hatter. I don't know why I don't have you on. I'm gonna find you. I know I have you followed on X. Whatever. There it is. That did it. That helped me out. All right. Yeah, I am subscribed. Okay, cool. I was just like, where? See, this is why I got Mad Hatter. I don't know if you're on my stream or not. Yeah. See, I thought that was you the other day, but it had like a pale, like ghost, like kind of like demon face, and I was like, I don't know if that's him or not, you know, like, so I didn't want to say it was you. It's a purple match, but I was also like, could that be Mavluck? But Mavluck's green and black, so I was very like, I that's the reason why I didn't recognize you in the video, is because like when I'm looking at this image here, that's what I recognize. So that's just how I see you, and that's why I wasn't sure that that was you in the video. But honestly, I gotta say, the version of you in the video was kind of cooler. Like, a lot more intimidating. It was pretty badass. In my opinion. If you want to use it, I think it's kind of cooler. But, yeah, we'll just leave that at that. I do think it's a really badass, like, it's a very intimidating, like, scary... It was awesome. Whatever you want to do. All I'm saying is that particular picture had like an aura of intimidation behind it that I really liked. That's all I'm saying. Whatever you want to do, it's your character. I'm just saying that version had just like raw aura of intimidation. It was a good one.
At 200K, because they're actually saying, hey,
they
now
could have just given them the stuff back.
Come down to a number around 100K. So they're saying, okay,
like I don't know how to explain it. Like Mad Hatter, that version of you, yeah, I like it. That version of you, like that smile you had, like the thing that it reminds me of is like, imagine you've just released a genie, and you were stupid enough to actually make a wish. That's what it looked like to me. Does that make sense? Like it was like, oh, the game begins, kind of a, like, you're in my trap, kind of a, you know, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, that's just what it made me think of. It was like, it was intimidating, but in like a, you're going to be manipulated and doing my bidding kind of way.
100K. Now that is a lot for an individual, but for a company,
It's
come
nothing.
on, just
It's
pay
nothing.
that out. The amount
Yeah, okay, I see. Okay. Yeah. That's cool.
you've now had to incur because of this
Well, that's a
is
lot of them.
far beyond that in value.
You
It
really spent a
I think
lot
it
of
might
time on
destroy
that,
their
huh?
company. If you want me to be honest, like
I think
having
the only thing I've been working on is like my thumbnails, which you know I've got here. Let me. I want to open up my files here, but I've just been doing like here. I'll just open. I'll send you so you can see what my thumbnails are, because that's all I've been doing. So each picture is just like kind of a thumbnail here. Now is kind of what I've been doing. I guess that's how it's working. So that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Let's do that, for example. So like I've been kind of like creating situations with my with them. When you got time, okay, just link it to me if you want, and I'll check it out later. I'm gonna get back to this though, because I am interested in watching this fall apart. This is great.
something like this happen, especially whenever it goes all the, like, for example, if it was only like one individual store that was doing this and it wasn't in corporate, then I don't think people would really care and like hold the company accountable. But the fact that the CEO is directly involved, you have the religious angle with it as well, it just looks really, really, really bad.
was not worth it. And by the way, let's also look at his body language here. He's got the slumped shoulders. He's kind of got that, thousand-eyed stare, having gone through all of this bad PR. I mean, he's
That's the way I feel.
absolutely defeated.
Yeah.
Tail between his legs right here.
Oh, we've
Good.
been
Good.
working to try and
Good.
work with Mr. Mansell for a good little while. We've asked for documentation as far back as a year ago.
And I keep saying they've tried to work with him, and what they're trying to do is trick him into something called accord and satisfaction, which is a legal term where they offer something that is less substantial than what is supposed to be offered. And if you take it, that is the satisfaction of the accord, and it is in lieu of what is actually owed. They're trying to trap him so that they can end this.
But we continue to reach out to try and
And I don't know how the lawyer isn't even picking up on that. Like, I that's lawyer 101. Like, I'm not a lawyer, but I took law classes and many years of them.
get towards a resolution with the Mansell family.
This is
That was
all
I wanted to be a lawyer for a while, then I changed majors. So I have some education in law, but it's more property law than anything, actually, that I remember. More than anything, basic, law 101, property law, copyright law, stuff like that, is what I did study. But yeah, anyways,
They're lying.
this matter.
my opinion in law is not to be taken as any kind of like authoritative position. I've spent a few years in classes. I am not a lawyer.
And have
Okay, so let's stop there with documentation. This is a key BS move of corporate. This is how they move the ball here.
Yeah, they're trying to. They sent him some sort of correspondence a year ago, and they're using that correspondence, and it's being reframed as if that correspondence declares intent that they want to give the stuff away. That's what I'm guessing.
say, oh, we didn't have documentation. Well, that's not true. You even see in Reckless Ben's documentary that they had it itemized out. They, in fact, had a lot itemized out. What they probably wanted was very specific documentation. They say, okay, we want to see the, actual boxes. We want to see pictures. We want to see, the serial numbers. And this is a way that companies try to shift the blame. That doesn't mean there wasn't an inventory. That just means it wasn't what they wanted. And a lot of times companies will ask for extreme levels of documentation just because they know it's going to be a problem for you to produce that. They know you can't produce that.
The process is the punishment.
Especially if it's not in your possession. So that is a corporate weasel word situation right out of the gate, already starting off deceptively. Before we go any further, as you
This
guys...
is exactly something that this is also why
so
big
we gotta turn on
companies
the
will
vacuum?
sometimes lobby for more regulation. It's to
turning
make
on the vacuum
markets harder
should
to
be
get
good.
into. Like basically they are leveraging their position as having more resources in order to make decisions and to act on.
Actually, that's a funny thing that he's bringing that up. That it's in like the left loves regulation. Why? Because all the people of the left who own businesses and are rich and have the big businesses like regulating their competition. See, like Walmart can afford things, and that's why COVID is a really good example. Let me use COVID as an example here, right? All the small businesses shut down during COVID because the laws for social distancing, for how many people could be in a store at once, all these different things that they had to do. And then the traffic and people being stuck inside. Walmart, Target, the big companies, they absorbed that. And when all the small companies closed down, all of that market share went right into Walmart, Target, and all the big companies. They absorbed the blow that what they wanted, that cleared their competition and thus gave them more market share after the blow, right? So they want this to happen. They do this intentionally. COVID was the largest wealth transfer in human history. People forget that. They forget what it was all actually about. And COVID was the largest wealth transfer in history. We have significantly less small businesses because of that, and less businesses competing against these bigger markets because of COVID. And that worked so well for the big companies. It worked incredibly well for the big companies. So when the left are just like, we need regulation, who does regulation help? It helps the big corporations. It's all it helps. It's all it does. And they don't understand that. They don't understand that what they hate about capitalism, the cronyism, the state capitalism, they make happen with legislation. The parts about capitalism that they hate and they reference wouldn't be issues without their interference in said capitalism.
Those decisions to take advantage of other people.
I'm a lawyer, so obviously I like money. And if you guys are looking for some extra cash and you want a way to make cash that's completely legit, you guys should check out Free Cash. It's a registered German company. This is not a scam. And let me break down exactly how this works so you understand. So this involves games and surveys, and it works with these games, for example, to help them find new users. The apps and the games are willing to pay for those new users because a lot of the users end up actually liking the game and investing.
There's no way they're getting their money back, right? There's no way.
A lot of time in that game, and even paying for things
it's a new
on
market.
those games. Free Cash is by putting some of the money that they make back in your pocket. So you're getting back what you're getting from those games.
It's an ad.
It's simple. If you already like playing app games on your phone,
but I do think this is kind of a scam.
Problem with the bad.
I don't know if it's
yeah,
a
they're
scam.
trying to get out from under this.
Me.
Right. We want to do what's right by the customer.
I don't believe that for the second. I think they want to do what now is on them because of bad.
They're trying to get out from under this.
I think this is at this point
not
something because they want to do what's right for the customer.
What's up, Shirt
If they wanted to do what's right, they would have.
And that's why you have ad blocks. Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Before they would have gotten a professional involved. They would have hired a mediator themselves and got this done. Man. Once again, he brings up documentation.
They also probably would have fired the franchise owner that told them that they weren't going to honor the.
I gotta put a mask on. Mask for safety, even though it messes up the whole damn freaking tracker. Great.
But like, I sound like I'm wearing a helmet now, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Matt. I appreciate it.
Oh, that's what you meant. I was like, congrats on the model. What do you mean? Like, what model? I've had this model forever. Or you're talking about the actual model. Yeah, we're talking
when I'm talking with people in the AI community, I very often get model and model confused, because when I talk about model, I'm usually talking about what's happening right here, right? And when everyone else is talking about a model, they're talking about that guy moving around on the screen right now, right? And I always get, like, my head always has to, like, translate model to model, and it takes, like, a solid, like, 5 seconds. You know, to like, because I guess I'm autistic. That's part of the autism is I take everything very literally and then I run with it, and then my brain has to be like, hold up, horsies, let's go backwards a bit, you know, and then I have to reprocess, I guess. So it's kind of how it works. But yeah, so yeah, I got the model. I got some cool stuff with it too. I'm really happy with it. Sure, you want to see? So like, I got some fun stuff like this. And it's always fun, right? Yeah. Always gotta love having the band hammer. I wanted it. I asked for it. I made sure that it was part of it. You know, because the band hammer sometimes you gotta bring out the band hammer, right? You know, just sometimes. But I've also got some cool stuff, right? So like we've got a happy expression, right? And then we've got sad. I can act like I'm the owner of many bricks and figures, and I'm just a victim in this whole situation, you see? Or, you know, I can be like, fuck the owner of bricks and minifigs, you know, and if I really want to, I could be like, really fuck the owners of bricks and minifigs, and if I really, really wanted to, I can be like, really, really, really fuck the owners of bricks and minifigs, right? But, or I could just, you know, be chill. I got some cool stuff with it. I'm pretty happy with it. Fire! Yeah.
All right. So let's get back to this. Before we get started on playing that again, though, I will explain. I'm going to clean the airbrush out. It's usually just what I do, standard operating procedure before we start. It helps lubricate the airbrush because there's some lubricants inside the cleaner. So it helps it flow before and after. So after, you know, every once in a while, like once I fill it out, I do another round of the cleaner just to keep it all lubricated so nothing gets gunked up on the needle inside the airbrush, right? So it's just like standard procedure at this point to just constantly be cleaning it out so it doesn't get bad. So that's what we do here. And that's what we're going to be doing until I start putting the actual primer in here. Then we're going to move on to the rest of these purple parts, right? Put those over. We're actually in a pretty good state right now because we've got from yesterday, check this out. Might have to turn the mic up. I could do that. I think I could do that a little bit. That's a little bit better, yeah? All right. I also need to, like, probably have my mic closer. But, yeah. I do have when I got the mask on. Yeah, definitely. Look, I'm in a helmet now. See? I sound just like I'm talking through a helmet.
Anyways. Yeah, so, what we do have are these, which we got done yesterday. And we can, actually, if we wanted to, because they're dried, they're nice, and they're good. Now, these parts were all purple. They're primed now, but they're primed with a lower layer of coloring that I can add a new color to, and it will hold the paint, won't let the paint run, and it'll create a completely even surface for the paint to latch onto, which is why we prime all the parts before we paint them. So that's what we're doing here. In this case, I think I need a little bit more, so I do need to work on this piece because there's a little corner I didn't spray yet. But for all the rest of it, we're just going to throw it in there, just ready. It's fine. And then I'm just going to go ahead and hit play while I do this.
Contract that they co-signed on. Like, I mean, that's really it.
They should not be trying to nickel and dime him. They should just be paying it out and getting this done with.
But all we asked for was documentation, and every time we asked for that up to this point, we seem to kind of then lose the connection.
And that's intentional on their part.
So you've offered Brian the inventory of sets that was in the store.
Yeah, whatever was.
That's accord and satisfaction. That's what I'm talking about. He's trying to do an accord and satisfaction trick. Let's see if he brings it up, because as a lawyer, he should know that. He really should know that.
Left over. We've offered that on multiple occasions.
They're obviously just trying to throw the kitchen sink at him to try to get him to just stop the pressure. And honestly, I think that's a bigger reason to keep the pressure up, because it shows that they're obviously really hurting from this.
And then, you know, like if there was anything that had been done that was untoward by the previous franchisee, if that individual had sold more than they let on and did not pay Mr. Mansell, we've offered to compensate him for the loss of the compensation that should have been given to him. So we've tried to make multiple offers.
Yep, this was the second time I mentioned the other day. There are so many videos I forgot where it was. This is the second time I mentioned the other day. There are so many times I forgot. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. There's a lot going on right now. I mean, between this and Carmelo Anthony and, you know, the Iran war and all the other stuff, like there's just a lot going on. It can get rough to keep track of stuff.
And hopefully we'll be able to get them to the table so we can discuss it.
Now, this is trying to shift the burden here. I don't think they actually made good faith offers before this. I do not think that they came through and said that. They're trying to sound very reasonable. They're trying to make
they're saying like we did this before, but before could mean 3 weeks ago or 1 week ago, not 3 months ago or 1 year ago, whenever this problem started. So they're trying to say that and then be ambiguous about when it happened.
Like Mansell's being unreasonable, but at this point, there's no way I believe that they made a.
Well, it's actually really simple, right? I mean, all they would have to do is just present the email or the the chain that obviously would be preserved because it would be correspondence the company made with somebody, especially with this amount of money. They would have this on file. So if this was actually true, they could just simply present this evidence. They're not doing that. Because it doesn't exist. Because it was recently manufactured so they could reframe it as if this was their plan all along.
Real offer here to actually pay him out what he's owed and return what is owed to him. I don't think that's legitimate. I think they're now saying that. I think that's the position they now have to take because publicity is totally against them.
Exactly.
This is all over the internet, but I don't think this is a position that they had before this.
As far as offering Brian
it was obvious that they were trying to take advantage of it and basically just like drag this guy, bleed this guy out in court, and then.
I mean, they even threatened they were going to do it. Now, now they're the shoes on the other foot. They didn't think they were going to lose. They made all this threats, posturing, and the only reason why they're on the back foot now is because this totally blew up in their faces. They did not think it could happen. And now that it has happened, they're trying to deal with it and play it down, but they fucked up. This is over. Brick by brick, motherfucker. Tear it down.
And keep his stuff. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay. I'm back. Relax. Excuse me. Okay.
Well, my thing is, like, where's fucking 60 Minutes? Right? Where the fuck are the news organizations? Why do we got fucking Nick Shirley and Reckless Ben doing more journalism than I've seen in the past 10 years from any corporate media? Like, what the fuck's going on with that? You want to tell me how that's happening? Like, holy shit. The media is so, like, they don't even know how to investigate anymore. You got fucking 20-year-old kids without college degrees doing it now better than they do.
430K raised in the GoFundMe? Good.
Tori, have you gone through the store, figured out what was part of his collection, taken inventory, and shown him that inventory to offer that?
So again, as this
look at the body language, he his eyes darted up and he was looking around, right? Note all those things because those go a lot towards where their position is coming from. I think they're definitely panicked and they're on
the ropes. Situation unfolded, and as additional investigations have continued to evolve, so we could find out.
He's using passive language to downplay it.
Where there was a miscommunication. There was some initial findings and discovery of hey, these seem to match some of the things that were being stated, but we don't have any indication otherwise. We were able to determine some other indicators later, and so all of those were set aside to say, hey, these may match. So let's set them aside in case, he can, we can work together. Those then were offered to him and the initial offer was rejected. But then as we've continued.
Those were offered to him and the initial offer was rejected.
Yeah, that's because they're trying to trick with accord and satisfaction. They know it. Like, of course they're going to reject a lesser option. It's not 200K worth of Legos. Give him all the Legos back or the money.
It's crazy how dishonest these people are. What if your initial offer was $1? Well, then I would have rejected that too. But you're framing it in an ambiguous and vague way that makes this passive language seem like it's uncertain of what's going on. Like, it was like $10,000. Yeah, it's crazy how manipulative these people are with language, and how many people, this is the big problem with education, and the fact that a lot of people don't understand English very well, is that they don't understand these tricks and these manipulations. It's so obvious that he's doing this. It is. It's so obvious. And anybody who's been involved with any bullshit like this knows that.
We found additional documentation that shows where there were separate sets of books and spreadsheets being kept between, or from the former franchisee. And so as those things have come to light, we've tried to share those with Mr. Mansell in hopes that he can see, that we were not attempting in any way, shape, or form to withhold anything that we could verify, and that we do want to help him recover as much of the collection. Now, the initial number.
This is a lie. They're lying. I think that they're technically telling the truth, but they're lying in the spirit of the truth. So they want to do that now, and they have done this now. But prior to the video and the controversy, I do not think this is what they were trying to do. And I think that to the extent that it was what they were attempting to try to do, or appearing to try to do, they only simply did that to basically get this guy to lay off.
Was promotional, but the actual factual information.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. You live by the sword, die by the sword. They wanted to play games and playing games now. They're in the middle of a game and they don't like it. Look at him. He does not like playing the game. And this is a game that he had a choice to play or not play, and he chose play.
Information shows that the value of the more realistic value of the collection was closer to about $100,000, which is what the documentation that we've been able to determine that both parties to that consignment agreement kind of had an understanding between.
Okay, let's stop there for a second. First of all, he uses a lot of corporate weasel words, or like indicators. Corporate people love their indicators. Oh, the indicators and this and that. He threw documentation in there as well. But then he goes and tries to make this whole point about the number. Okay, it's really 100,000, not 200,000. Okay.
He spent $200,000 on the collection. He negotiated a lesser sum for the selling of that. The corporate guy is using the lesser sum, the agreed upon selling profit margin, as the value instead of the initial value, just to make it seem like it's not worth as much as the man invested into it.
Okay, listen. Reckless Ben is a YouTuber, and I'm going to tell you something as a fellow YouTuber out there. And also, if you just look at the news is always going to use the biggest possible number. When I cover a case that, let's say, involves a criminal act, right?
You're going to look at the ceiling of the settlement.
Let's say a punishment between 5 and 10 years. So it is not deceptive to put that this could be up to 10 years, even if that person ends up getting sentenced for 5 or maybe getting probation, right? It's not deceptive, but that's the way the news is. The news puffs things up. We on YouTube puff things up too. That's how things go. But at this point, they're honestly, for the company, on a corporate basis, there is not a big difference between 200K and 100K in terms of how much damage you've taken from PR, bad press, etc. Right? This is a situation where you shouldn't be crying and whining and trying to point out and nickel and dime. Also, with valuation of items, we know that things can swing wildly. I used to play Magic the Gathering back in the...
He's right about this, is that people, they could also be using and framing the valuations off of a lower valuation, right? For example, a more damaged set or a lower tier set, or using a different website that had different pricing. There are like multiple ways that you could do that.
today, and we all know that cards can have a mint value and they can have a used value. So trying to argue,
like PGA 10 versus a used like card, right? Like a Black Lotus, PGA 10, which is like PGA is like the card grading service, is like worth however many like hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? But like just an average Black Lotus that was from the exact same set that's been played with a PSA 10, PSA, not PGA, that's fucking golf, PSA 10, and so PSA 10, but like if you just have one that's like a regular card, that might only be worth like less than $100,000. And so like you can look at what their indicators are and then reframe the conversation around that. You see what I'm saying?
That is really, really splitting hairs. I think it's unnecessary pettiness that they're trying to inject here, and I don't think it's appropriate.
Each other that was the actual real value.
So you dipped a bit into this new statement, and this concerns the previous owner of the franchise on the Kaiser branch. So tell me a little bit about what you guys found.
So, our franchise operates on the buy, sell, trade model for Lego. We love Lego and everything that it stands for, and so. But we know that consignment agreements can be very difficult, and so we make sure that in our operations manual, through all of our training, we train all franchisees that...
He's reframing it to where he's placing blame on the franchisees by looking at the third-party training in order to assign the blame to the franchisees through the implication that the franchisees didn't have the training. That's what he's trying to do.
Consignment is not part of our model. It's written into the operations manual. It's trained on. And it's very explicit. However, unfortunately, we had a franchisee go rogue and enter into a consignment agreement without our knowledge or authorization.
And this is...
So they do no consignments? They do zero consignments ever? Or are they just saying this one consignment they didn't approve? Because from what I understand, they do a lot of consignment.
This is where they're trying to move the buck. This is where they're trying to push it onto the franchise owner and say, well, we didn't authorize it, and therefore it's not good. Well, that doesn't mean you don't have a duty to now resolve the issue. That
it's like, you can't say like, well, because this person stole something. Like, for example, like if an employee of your company steals like $10,000 from a bank, and then they put the $10,000 from the bank in your store, you can't say, well, the police can't come in here and can't get the $10,000 because we didn't tell him to do that. You would still have to return the stuff. Like, I mean, obviously, like, I mean, it's crazy that you could even use this argument, because like if you apply this in any other scenario, you would realize how stupid it is.
This franchisee got into, right? The third party, the man sells, aren't aware of the agreements between corporate and franchise. That's very, very common.
So dishonest.
And if they entered into this situation, well, then you need to go in here and rectify that, right? You need to go in there and act, because a person who's entering into an agreement with a franchise owner...
Because also, if you weren't doing that, and now you have this stuff that you don't own, what are you going to do? I mean, you're going to throw it away? You're not going to throw it away because it's valuable. So you're going to sell it. Okay, so then you're selling something you don't own. Okay, that's a problem. I mean, it's so obvious. Like, nobody in good faith would ever make this argument.
Assume the franchise owner is acting in good faith, right? Most parties, you can assume, you say, okay, well, I assume you're acting in good faith. I assume you reviewed everything on your side of this deal. They have no way to know. The man sells had no way to know what bricks and minifigs may or may not have in their contract with the franchise. And by the way, we don't even know if this is true or not. I haven't seen the full franchise contract between bricks and minifigs and the franchisee. I would love to see that franchise agreement, the full thing, the signed, executed copy, all of that. That would be great to actually see that, whether or not they're lying on this one.
Yeah, I would really love to see their employee training. I really would. But I mean, is this really only one store in the entire bricks and minifig whole like franchise situation, the only one doing consignment and also doing it against the wishes of bricks and minifig? Is that what they're alleging? Is it accurate? I don't know.
This is them trying to once again play that silly game between corporate and franchise, and it's not.
Yeah, it wouldn't even matter. Even if everything that he says is true, it still wouldn't matter because you're still holding property that you, by your own definition, do not own. You're saying, I don't own this property. So, like, if you don't own the property, then why don't you give it back? You're not doing that.
Going to work. You have to take responsibility.
And then it appears that may not have been honored with the person that she had entered into that consignment agreement with. And then through other circumstances, we ended up retaking over that store. And in the shuffle, there appears to have been just some confusion as to how.
But there wasn't. It was made very clear to you. We have it on video.
Confusion? The guy literally said that he knew about it.
And where, like some of this came about. And as we tried to figure that out, we started uncovering more documents, more information. And
there we go, guys. Documents. It's always documents, right? But this is what you have to really pay attention. They're trying to pretend like they did all this work and discovered it. But we know that they had an instinctive reaction just to bury this. They had an instinctive reaction to trust people that were being dishonest, to not believe the Mancells, right? We know that's exactly.
Well, and it's also like, I don't think it's that simple because, what I've said before is that when personal interest and coincidence converge, it's almost never a...
Just when are the feds going to get involved? The feds need to get involved because of the police. Like, just because of that, they need to be involved right now.
Coincidence. So
that whole town's police needs to be cored out. All, 56 members of them? Gone. All of them. Every single one. Never allowed to work for the police again. In any jurisdiction.
How convenient for them that they happen to end up on the side of this that gives them a plus $200,000. Like, the moment that I hear that, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, you know what you're doing.
What happened. They weren't deeply searching their documentation at first. They were stonewalling.
It seems like bullshit.
That was
exactly.
And what we found was that there were 3 separate sets of
I'm just waiting for some parts to dry so I can throw them in. We can move on to the next set. So kind of in a lull waiting period. It's going to take like 5-10 minutes.
By that former franchisee. And so we've been trying to make sure.
So they've confirmed
this stuff dries really fast, thankfully.
Come out and confirmed that he was not paid what he should have been paid.
Exactly.
Thank you. It took so long for them to come out and frankly say, and look how even in this statement, he's so cowardly as to bury this deeper within the interview, right? To say he should have been paid this, he wasn't paid this. Come out up front and admit it. Come out in words like he was not paid, he should have been paid, this should have been made right. We're very sorry, right? But they're still trying to maintain this side of it, which I think is very disingenuous. I think that should have been something they should come out and make that apology to the Mancells, and also the acknowledgement that they are indeed owed. Just something that's front-loaded in the statement at this point to recover their PR.
I wonder how many people they did this to. Yeah, we'll never know.
I don't think you can.
We'll really never know
again.
Like how many people are they doing this to?
Apologies and capitulation from the perspective of power. If a person is apologizing and capitulating to you because they have a gun to their head, you shouldn't look at that and say that, wow, I guess they really learned their lesson. No, you should look at that and think to yourself, they're telling me what I want to hear, so I will take the gun away from them. Or I won't point the gun at them anymore. And nobody, by the way, should be pointing a gun anywhere, doing any of that, right? Any of this vigilante shit is stupid. All that being said, though, that's what it is. When people are in a weak position, they will appeal to your sympathies. It's very important to never give in to that, because it's a form of manipulation.
And he's just describing the entire fucking immigration scenario right now. Like, this is also what he's, like, I don't know if he knows he's doing it. I'm sure he does. But this works doubly so for the entire immigration debate.
Bad people do in order to continue not facing accountability for their bad behaviors. Never, ever, ever accept an apology from a person who has to apologize.
Chicken attack!
Their public image.
Sure that we can properly do like a forensic accounting and make sure everything's being looked at properly so that we work together to get that family resolution.
And we reach out to those parties as well. You mentioned a couple times already.
The news is obviously reaching out for a different reason than for conflict resolution, right? I like how the news is just a little side comment
We're
about
trying
the
to
news.
make
The
things
news
better.
tries to say, "Oh, we're here
We're
to
trying
help."
to
No,
help.
you're there.
I'll
for
be
the drama
lurking as I head
people.
out to dinner,
The
but
news
I
people are no
had
better
to
than
swing
the
through. I
YouTubers.
appreciate
They
that you
like to
enjoy
think
your
they are
sushi,
true.
buddy.
Into
Enjoy it, man.
that the franchisee agreement was not honored. Does that mean you're saying Mr. Mansell was underpaid by the franchisee?
From what we can tell, yes.
See, see how the news had to push him to even give a clear answer there. He dodged that. He tried to. He tried a little weasel jerk there.
Yeah,
it
like
didn't really work, so they had to call him out to be
They
very
just had
clear.
to
No,
say it
this
straight
person
and
was
get a
wrong.
yes or
You're
no.
saying that, right? That's almost like a lawyer with a deposition.
Like, it's so fucking hard to get just a straight answer out of this dude. Like, even now, like, honestly, dude, he could just be like, here's 200 grand, go away now. And it would make his life so much easier than what he's doing right now. Like, I swear to God, people would still, like, vilify him. People would still be mad about it. But he wouldn't be feeding the monster every fucking day like he is, dude. Every day he doesn't capitulate. Every single day this gets worse and worse and worse than the last day. And the sooner he fucking bends the knee and understands that he fucked up and needs to make amends, the sooner that pattern will stop. It's just getting exponentially worse for him each day. The sooner he cuts off that exponential growth, the best time to deal with this was 7 months ago. The second best time is today.
Right? But he was trying to avoid that. They've been trying to avoid that up until today. This is why this is such a game changer, and it's why it's so important. And also, if you guys haven't liked this video and subscribed, make sure you're subscribed and like the video. It helps out in the algorithm.
The documentation that we've been able to pull out from a couple of different sources indicates
Bro,
that,
I wish I would have seen the stock
more
value of
sets
this
were
company as a
sold than were
graph if it had
reported
been
to
publicly
him.
traded. Yeah, that would be, I would
from
love to see that.
You know,
This company's
unauthorized
done.
consignment agreement.
Like, he's
but
destroyed it, dude.
So
And I'm
that-
good.
that
That's what
actually
they
gets
deserve.
Ben out
What would a business do? Like, if you knew that you
Let
had
me,
a bunch
I
of
missed what he
inventory
said,
on hand,
because I was talking.
Indicate
up until today. This is why this is such a game changer, and it's why it's so important. And also, if you guys haven't liked this video and subscribed, make sure you're
Oh, is
subscribed
this what I
and like
missed?
the video. It helps out in the algorithm.
the documentation that we've been able to pull out from a couple of different sources indicates
I don't know. Was that you?
More sets were sold than were reported to him, and you know, from that you know, unauthorized consignment agreement, but that
Do you see how from that unauthorized consignment, he's just every chance he can. The blame has to be somewhere else.
So that actually gets Ben out.
what would a business do? Like, if you knew that you had a bunch of inventory on hand that you didn't own accidentally based off of a bullshit consignment based off of a previous franchisee. If you're a CEO, what would you do? This is what I would do. I would immediately go through all of the paperwork and then separate all of the things that were inside of that paperwork outside of my base inventory, so I had a better idea how to restock the store. Any logical person would do that. Any person operating in good faith with their best interest of trying to return the merchandise would immediately do that, because it's just common sense. Obviously,
Yeah, I mean, anyone else would do that. You go to Best Buy, anywhere else, because they don't want this to happen, because they know how bad that would look. Like, so they immediately would separate it and immediately do something about it.
would do that.
Of a lot of trouble here, because Ben,
how could you
was
make
looking
plans
at,
for your
okay,
inventory if you had all this extra
the use
stuff
of the
in
word
there?
theft, is that
Think about it.
appropriate or not? Well, there you go. If, as they're saying, as he's saying right now, more sets were sold than were reported back.
Yeah.
That's theft right there.
It
That,
is.
they're essentially, that's conversion, right? They're taking something, and it's also a breach of contract and unjust enrichment, right? In terms of civil claims, right? So
Being worth 400 million is predicted. Holy shit. Well, I mean, I don't know. I was just taking the 200. I mean, it's the world's largest Lego collection, and I mean, Star Wars Lego collection. And I do know that Star Wars Legos are like the most sought after Legos, especially like 90s/2000s, right? So, I mean, if you were to factor in how much people would actually pay for some of those sets, I mean, there might be a set in there worth 200,000 by itself. I don't know, but there might be. I don't know. I don't know what Legos are, but I know that people are insane for them, and they have a high value. That's what I know.
Definitely unjust enrichment, breach of contract, but colloquially, the way that most normal people would talk about that.
Oh, the company's worth 400 million. Oh my God. Not anymore, dude. I bet that's half of that, if not less now.
They could say, yeah, they're essentially stealing from him because they owe him this money.
Oh, you said
I thought you said 40 million. Okay, 400 million seems a little nuts for a Lego collection. I don't know. 40 million kind of does too. Maybe 4 million, but yeah.
They were not paying for it. They were selling things and either not paying him or not giving him what he was owed.
Exactly.
That is wrong. That is absolutely wrong, morally and legally.
Yes.
The overall payments to him did not match what had been sold through the store under the previous franchisee.
Okay.
Boom.
I go this route.
Boom, you got it right there. Now, one last thing I want to bring up in this, because he does bring this up at the end after this concludes, is he does bring up the concept of suing Ben. And he does say that they are looking at potentially suing Ben. Also,
oh my God. Good luck.
I do believe they may be still working with law enforcement. And I will say this, and this is something that I will comment on to CEO Eamon McNeff of all of Bricks and Minifigs. It would not be smart to sue him. I think that would be absolutely stupid to do that. People on the internet will cover it. It will not look good. I will certainly cover it. And that will not look good for you guys. People will be absolutely dragging you on this for going after this.
Yeah, 100%.
Dude, do it. Go ahead. See what happens, dude. If you want this to get worse, it'll get worse. Like I'm telling you, like every single day that he doesn't capitulate, it like a force factor, like a multiplier, it gets worse than the last day. And the sooner he just fucking ends this, the sooner he can start to rebuild. But each day he fights this is going to tear his company down more than the last. So, whatever, dude. Doesn't matter to me. I'm here for content. That's great.
This guy hardcore and going after him with federal charges. I think going after him.
Well, especially the thing is also, this is what's really important about this, is that there's already literal video evidence of the CEO and the former franchise owner conspiring with the police on how they can make up and invent charges to basically send Ben to jail. So really, I mean, I don't think that there should never be any level of surrender or anything. I'm surprised they haven't backed down after this amount of negative exposure and feedback. These motherfuckers are famous now. They already sued him now, so it's too late. Yeah. Not from the U.S., but can Ben sue the police? Probably. I don't know. I hope the CEO does it so he can dig his own grave. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's any way he comes out of this.
Calling up the feds.
There's no
hopefully
way
not trying to use any of your Mormon FBI connections for all the glowies and feds in the chat. I know you're out there, right? Joking with you guys, but there are feds out there. Watch the chat. Seriously though, pressing any federal charges, getting the FBI involved, I don't think it's going to be a good look. I don't think it's going to be smart. I don't think it's going to make Bricks and Minifigs look good. I think getting these. I
think that if they start doing that, we should look at potentially trying to pressure Lego into intervening with this.
Yeah,
because this store is effectively enabled
hurting
by
Lego. Yeah, it's hurting Lego.
Damaging Lego's brand. Lego now is inside and in the middle of a massive controversy that puts their products that they've been making for, decades now, basically on the side of literal liars and scammers. It's a very, very bad look. And I think that if they continue doing that, I think that's the next step. Because as I said, there's never, again, you can never listen to what these people say and then think to yourself, oh, okay, they understand what they did wrong. If they understood what they did wrong, they wouldn't have done it.
I'm sure Lego's going to come out and do something soon. I'm sure. Because everybody's going to put pressure on them. That's the next step. And I'm sure it's already happening.
You don't agree
the
with
question
me?
is to
Why?
what degree. And further this, yeah, I'm sure people are already pressuring Lego. And like I said, it's just a matter of degrees now. It's just going to get more and more and more pressure on Lego, and one of these days they're going to step out. Watch it, mark my words. Watch it. I'm waiting for that. I will cover that as soon as it happens. But watch it. If these guys do not capitulate, if this keeps growing and becoming exponentially worse, mark my words, Lego will step in.
You don't think this negatively affects Lego's brand whenever they have a massive controversy where a bunch of Legos are stolen? How would that not negatively affect Lego's brand? I think it's very obvious. Like it's awful. Like it's literally like their products are being used as a scam, basically, by a company that they're selling to. This is like their direct partner. Like Bricks and Minifigs is probably directly connected to Lego. Counterpoint, it may not make other companies want to carry Lego if they get directly that involved. Yeah, well, I mean, like, again, I
By
think
the way,
that it would set a precedent. For example,
Nice.
Wizards of the Coast wants to shut down a store because they have the
I'm
wrong
so happy.
politics.
I'm
They
so
do that
happy.
already.
Good. I really hope that after all this drama and all this, headache, that I'm a believer, right? I'm a believer in restituting the victim, right? I personally think that our law system should be less comprised of trying to punish criminals, which I do agree we should punish criminals, don't get me wrong. But I think that their punishment should also, or in part, be restitution to their victims, right? So, like, let's say, you do an armed robbery or something, you get caught, right? And whatever you stole, whatever, not only are you going to go to jail for it, but while you're in jail, you're going to labor to make up the money worth the value of the crime you committed that impacted the family you robbed. You will fix what you damaged. And that is going to be the first thing that you do, right? Like that would be my thing is we need a system that, like I said, this guy, right? Not only should he go to jail, but he should be forced to whatever he does, whatever he owns, whatever he earns needs to go to restitution to the victim before he even goes into a prison cell. Right? Like, I'm not saying do one or the other, but I'm saying that the restitution needs to be a significant component to the criminal rectification process.
They do that already. What do you even talk? You're talking about a precedent. You're trying to establish a precedent with some people that if they would do that, for example, they're going to do that no matter what. This isn't politics. Like, and also, by the way, I think that for you to draw like some distinction between like, somebody's gender politics versus a literal crime of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the police being involved, felonies being involved, like this is a mountain versus a molehill. Like, I mean, you can't even say that. And also, by the way, I'm sure Wizards of the Coast has those agreements with their franchisees and with their distributors. They probably have those. Do you really think that they don't have anything like that? Do you think that, for example, Wizards of the Coast would be okay if somebody was selling Nazi memorabilia next to Magic the Gathering? Of course they wouldn't. We all know this. We know they would shut that down. So why not? Why are we inventing?
Dude, if you want to try to sell Pokemon or Magic cards, dude, your store's going to be rigorously like thought. Do you know? Like, I was checking it out. Like for Pokemon, like cards and stuff. If you're going to sell them, you have to already have active game nights where people go in and play Pokemon. You can't even sell Pokemon cards until you have an active player base. Like, that's just one measure that they measure things by before they sell that shit to you as a vendor. Like, I was thinking about starting like a card model store, obviously, like what I do, right? And was dissuaded because of the way that the card industry works right now. So like they're sitting there talking about, well, they won't do Wizards of the Coast. If they found out that you had like Republican fucking stickers in the store, they wouldn't sell to you.
Fake precedent problems when we know that they would act on this regardless of a precedent or not. People worry so much about a precedent that they don't even think about what makes sense. obviously people, like anybody can take anything and interpret it in a bad way that's bad faith.
Settled, getting these things resolved, getting this thing ended is probably for the best for everybody. Trying to go back and destroy
what? I should, like,
men, I don't think that's going to.
You know what I think I'm going to do one of these days is I'm going to get like as this progresses, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get like a super playthrough of the entire like drama from start to finish, and I'm going to build my Lego DeLorean on stream. Like, we're just going to build the big fat Lego DeLorean from Back to the Future on stream while we watch like 6 hours of this Lego drama. Does that sound good to anybody or no? Like, it just sounds like a fun thing to do, and also, yeah, an interesting way to put pressure if anybody were to see it on it, I guess, maybe.
Profit, bricks and minifigs at all. I think it'd be very stupid for their PR. So that's their statement. They're still, I don't think, coming out and apologizing enough. I don't think they're being clear. I don't think they're also saying, yes, this person was wrong. They're clearly waving the white flag, though. I want to know what you guys think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one.
Man, that was a good video. Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything Andrew said.
Yeah, I got the big mask. My wife surprised me one day with it as a present. She does that randomly. She'll just get me awesome shit sometimes, and it'll be sitting in my chair or something. And she's really cool. And that was one of the things she got me one day. She's like, yeah, I knew you always wanted this, so I got it. And I did always want it. Like, it's literally the Lego Back to the Future DeLorean. And it's the big one. It's not the little one. It's a fatty. So, yeah, right? And I can't, I'm really excited. Like I said, I'll just do a supercut while we build Legos one day. I think that'll be a good reason to do it.
And honestly, I would go a lot farther. How far in bricks and mortar? First video book that today? This is the first one. Yeah, I think this is the main update that's happened, right? I never saw that interview, and this is the first time I'm seeing it right now. I'm crazy for not giving a fuck about Lego. Well, again, it's not about the Legos. It's about the money that the Legos are worth. I have no interest. Like, I know nobody really cares about a Lego set. Who cares about a Lego set? But it's about what's happening with the Lego set. That's the problem. It doesn't matter whether it's Warhammer figurines, gold bars, or computers. If you have things that are being stolen and then taken from a person who owns them and then resold and then taken away from them.
So he's got even more, huh? That's crazy.
So the rightful owner taken away from rightful owner.
So why is it not out yet? Like, is he just doing a slow drip, or is he just like literally on the run and can't? Like, what's the situation?
The argument of triviality about, oh, I don't care about Legos. It's not about Legos. It has nothing to do with Legos. There's blood in the water now. Go for the final strike on Bam and the police. I think you always should. You always should, because you never give people like this because they're also trying to sue YouTubers. They're trying to shut other people down. They're trying to weaponize the law in every single way that they possibly
against other people.
So they can avoid accountability from effectively allowing one of their franchisees to basically scam somebody out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, and then also, like, and this is the worst part about it. Like, the scam is really bad.
Yeah.
But what's even worse than that is the fact that they conspired with the police to manifest fake charges on different people that were trying to hold them accountable for it, and then have them put in jail. Like, do you understand how much a felony and being put in jail for multiple years can just totally ruin your life? That can destroy your life, not to mention the trauma that it would give you and the process of having it happen. Like, it would totally destroy you. So the fact that they were willing to do that is something that I don't think can be forgiven.
Yeah, so you got to do as much as you can to them. I agree. I'm going to just stop it there. It's a great stopping point. I completely agree with that. Like because they were willing to use the full extent of the law to imprison this guy, and they colluded and did everything like that, there's no mercy now. None. You don't get it. No, you wouldn't have shown it. You don't get it. And it's my same view on politics now. No mercy. You wouldn't show it. You don't get it. I'm not gonna use your terms. I'm not gonna fucking no more nice shit. All right. So this is supposed to be really good. It involves the whole California situation at the end, so we're going to see how that works.
Iran. Midterm pressures are growing, with no clear end to the war in sight. On Friday, President Trump took his case to rural voters in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. At the invitation of the White House, we joined him at Custer Farms and had a wide-ranging interview that was unfortunately interrupted multiple times by the stormy weather overhead. President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
thank you so much for being here. We are going to talk about your visit while you're here in Wisconsin, but I'd like to start off by talking about the major issue that you are focused on every day, which is Iran.
Let's see how mad I get, right? And here's my thing on Iran, right? I don't like that we're at war with Iran. I don't like the situation. I'm not a fan of it, right? Don't get me wrong. On the other hand, there were 2 presidential assassination attempts that they stopped because of Iran. And in the last I saw a breakdown that said in the last 13 months previous to the attack on Iran, we were suffering attacks on personnel and logistics once every 3 days from Iran-backed groups. So I just see it as an escalation of something that they were already doing. And I hate it, but it is what it is.
Sunday will mark 100 days since the first strikes. Your Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that the war had concluded. And yet just this week, Iran attacked U.S. allies in the region, calling it retaliation for a set of U.S. airstrikes. Is the United States at war with Iran?
Well, they've been largely decapitated, and I call it a military exercise because people would rather have it called that. It's not a big war for us. It's not. We have the most powerful military in the world. I built it, frankly. I built it in my first 4 years, and I'm using it a little bit in my second 4 years. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire that we did at the request of some very good people, very, very fine people from, actually from numerous places, as you know. You know, there are a lot of people involved, but from Pakistan in particular, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. And we're very close to having a deal, and if we don't have a deal, we'll do it one way or the other. Either way, we win.
I do want to talk about the terms of any potential deal in just a moment, but let me just follow up with you. You did post on social media just this week, my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is a naval blockade in place, which technically is an act of war under international law. So is this a war as long as there's a naval blockade in place?
Well, we have a blockade. It's been extremely effective. And the reason we have it is they try to blockade, and now we blockaded them.
Yeah, see, like, they're not complaining about them mining and indiscriminately trying to blow up ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Nobody's mad about that. But people are mad that we're stopping them from doing it. Make it make sense.
And as you know, they're losing $400 to $500 million a day. It's not sustainable for them. They have an economy that's shot in addition to everything else. Their leaders are gone. Their generals are gone. Their first tier and second tier are gone. Much of their third tier is gone. But they put up a blockade, and so we blockaded them, and we have the ultimate blockade. I don't consider that a war, but if you want to define it as such, I guess you can.
Well, how do you define it?
I don't define it at all. I don't think about it. I just do what I have to do.
But if you're not specifically calling it a war, would you consider sending some of the troops who are stationed there, who were sent because of Operation Epic Fury there home? No, would you consider sending them home if it's not technically a war?
We don't need as many troops. I think it's just like it's on the terror on the side of caution. We have a lot of people there. They're very safe. You know, if you think we beat Venezuela, we lost nobody. We took over the whole country. We lost nobody. We have a great relationship, by the way, with Venezuela. Venezuela is doing very well, but we lost nobody. We've lost 13 people here, and that's a lot. 13 people too many. But if you look at Vietnam, where hundreds of thousands of people were killed, if you look at any one of the last 7 or 8 wars where many, many people were killed, we lost 13. And again, 13 is too many. I don't want to lose any. But 13 is less than anybody's ever even envisioned. I think we're doing a great job.
But so are you saying you would consider sending some of the troops home, sir? Some of the 50,000 troops who were sent there as a part of Operation Epic Fury?
I would say this. It costs us very little to keep them there. I don't consider them in danger. We have the best defense anyone's ever seen. We have the best offense anyone's ever seen. So I don't consider danger. I would say it would be foolhardy to do that because maybe we may use them. It's unlikely, but I think we'll keep them there until such time as we have a completion. And when we have a completion, you will see things like you've never seen. The oil will go down. The stock market already, as you know, it's hit an all-time high. Even in the midst of it, it hit all-time highs. We had 73 all-time highs in a short period of time that I've been in office, which is a record, by the way. And
yeah, it went really high before the crash in '08, by the way, too. Just saying.
This crash has been needing to happen since like 2012 or so, honestly, in my opinion. Since under the Obama era, in my opinion, we've been so bad because of the way we've managed inflation. Like, a crash was going to happen anyways. We've got the AI bubble. I think that has a lot to do with what's going on. You get the boom and bust cycles because you know what? I'm streaming. I think I could do it. I don't know. If I get in trouble for it, maybe I'll get in trouble for it. Hopefully I don't. I'm gonna try to see if I could play this. I love this. This is one of my favorite songs ever. So hopefully they don't get mad at me for playing it. But it's so good. Just check it out. This explains... I've been using this as a referential material for so long because it explains it so good.
Your agenda.
That won't be necessary. I am the agenda. Tell them I've arrived.
And I really hope somebody's here right now that will enjoy that just because I really want to share this with anybody. So I hope people are here because this is gold, let me tell you.
And then tell them I've arrived.
And your name is?
Hayek.
Hayek?
Nobody knows Hayek. And that's kind of what they're making fun of right now, is that nobody knows him. Is because Keynes dominated, because he told people what they wanted to hear. And see, that's a reference to we're all Keynes now, because Keynes is like the Bible of economics now, based off our Keynesian model. And so like he opens the drawer, and instead of a holy Bible, it's Keynes. You'll see. I won't explain it anymore. There's so much to explain if you understand economics and economic history.
Party at the Fed. Already? 20 minutes. Lobby. John Maynard Keynes.
Oh, F.A. Hayek.
Yeah, we're opposed.
We oppose each other philosophically.
In the same studio.
We've been going back and forth for a century.
I want to steer markets.
I want them set free. There's a boom and bust cycle and good reason to fear it. Play low interest rates.
It's the animal spirits. John Maynard Keynes wrote the book on modern macro. The man you need when the economy's off track. Depression, recession, now your question's in session. Have a seat and I'll school you in one simple lesson. Boom, 1929, the big crash.
We didn't bounce back. Economy's in the trash. Because it's unemployment, the result of sticky wages. Waiting for recovery, that's outrageous. Real plan, any fool could understand. Advice real simple, boost aggregate demand. B-I-G, all together get to Y. Keep that total growing, watch the economy fly. Century. Steer markets, I want them set free. A boom and bust cycle and good reason to fear it. No interest rates, no, it's the animal spirit. All about spending, hear the register cha-ching. Circular flow, the dough is everything.
Doesn't matter the reason.
Shut up.
We need more government spending. Now it's stimulus season, so forget about saving. Get it straight out of your head. Like I said, in the long run, we're all dead.
All right, so that's a reference, right? Because when Keynes was asked about his model, and he was told that eventually it would lead to collapse, and especially like Social Security is what it was being pointed out, he said, in the long run, we're all dead. Basically, live it up now. Pay for it with our other generations. It doesn't matter to us. That was his reasoning. That was his assuasion.
Savings is destruction, that's the paradox of thrift. Don't keep money in your pocket or that growth will never lift, because business is driven by the animal spirits, the bull and the bear, and there's reasons to fear its effects on capital investment, income, and growth. That's why the state should fill the gap with stimulus, both the monetary and the fiscal. They're equally correct. Public works, digging ditches, war has the same effect. Even a broken window helps the glass
man have some wealth multiplier driving higher the economy's wealth. See, he's using the broken window theory, right? broken window fallacy. That's an economics term. He's using the break. So like in modern Keynesian models, that's why you get in the, you know, when there's a hurricane and stuff like that, they're like, look, we're gonna have growth here, and they're gonna count it as growth. But what it doesn't take into consideration is what that money to repair things would have been spent on for actual growth, right? And so it's just really bad economics, and that's kind of what he's pointing out.
And if the central bank's interest rate policy tanks, a liquidity trap, that new money stuck in the banks, deficits could be the cure you've been looking for. Let the spending soar now that you know the score.
Yeah, so if you're broke and money isn't working, just spend more money. That's what he's saying.
My general theories
Deficits could be the cure.
made quite an impression. Revolution. I transformed the econ profession. You know me, modesty.
Modesty,
Still I'm
still taking
a
a
bow.
bow. Say it loud, say it proud. We're all Keynesians now. That's what Hayek said after the economy was changed and after everybody was using his model. When people came to Hayek, he's basically just pissed off. He said, doesn't matter. We're all Keynesians now. We're all forced to live under that model.
We've been going back and forth for a century.
I want to steer markets.
I want them set free. There's a boom and bust cycle and good reason to fear it.
I made my case, Freddie H. Listen up, can you hear it?
I'll begin in broad strokes, just like my friend Keynes. His theory conceals the mechanics to change. That simple equation, too much aggregation, ignores human action and motivation. Yet it continues as a justification for bailouts, payoffs, by polls with machinations. You provide them with cover to sell us a free lunch. Then all that we're left with is debt and a bunch. If you're living high on that cheap credit hog,
don't look for the cure from the hair of the dog.
Real savings come first if you want to invest. The market coordinates time with interest. Your focus on spending is pushing on thread. In the long run, my friend, it's your theory that's dead. So sorry there, buddy, if that sounds like invective. Prepare to get schooled in my Austrian perspective. We've been going back and forth for a century.
I want to steer markets.
I want them set free. There's a boom and bust.
So I'm an economics nerd. I love everything about this. Oh my god, I do.
Animal spirit.
The place you should
Study isn't the bust, it's the boom that should make you feel leery. That's the thrust of the theory. The capital structure is key. Malinvestments wreck the economy.
Started with an expansion of credit.
Sound familiar, by the way? Sound familiar?
The Fed sets rates low. Are you starting to get it? That new money is confused for real loanable funds. But it's just inflation that's driving the ones who invest in new projects like housing construction. The boom plants the seeds for its future destruction. The savings aren't real. Consumption's up too.
And the crest before reveals there's too few.
So the boom turns to bust as the interest rates rise. For the cost of production, price signals relies. The boom was a binge, that's a matter of fact.
Now it's devalued capital that makes up the slack.
Whether it's the late 20s or 2005, booming
bad investment seems like they'd thrive.
Save to invest, don't use the printing press, or a bust will surely follow, an economy depressed. Your so-called stimulus will make things worse. Just more of the same, more incentives perverse, and that credit crunch ain't a liquidity trap.
Just a broke banking system. I'm done. That's a bang. That's it, man. That's it. It's over, man. That song just puts it so good. I don't know if there's any other econ nerds out there, but yeah. Everybody's up. Give me a second. I'm gonna go talk to the wife. We're gonna take a little be right back. Okay. We're gonna put some music on. Actually, we're gonna
manifesto, just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said,
just start this over. I'll be right back.
He woke up every morning just trying to build a life. Welded steel and honest work, kept his head down through the fight. They took his land, they took his name. They laughed while he went broke, till the only thing he had left was a Komatsu. And with that, he would bring the smoke.
He spent 3 days and 3 nights behind a welding mask, turning yellow iron into something no one could get past. No speeches, no goodbye notes, no final grand manifesto. Just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said, let's go! He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. They threw everything they had at him, bullets, bombs, and prayers. But he just kept on rolling like he didn't even care. Every building that fell before him felt the weight of what he'd lost. One man against the system, and the system paid the cost. They called him crazy when the smoke finally cleared. Said the man had lost his mind, that he'd gone too far, that's clear. But the ones who knew him best just stood there with a quiet respect for the man who fought the system till there was nothing left. He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. He tore through the town like a judgment long overdue. No barricades or plans they made could stop him from getting through. And as if blessed by God's own righteous fury, no innocents would get hurt. The guilty reaped the whirlwind and got their just deserts. Years go by and people still talk about the man in the machine, the one who finally said enough when the system got too mean. Some see a madman, some see a saint who finally broke free. But everybody knows what it's like when you can't breathe. He rolled out of the shop like a storm nobody saw coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he rolled down the street. For one single day, the common man could not be beat. So bright, a sanctuary forged in pixels bright, our safety, our escape. darkness without a name. Like the black thing from forgotten tales, it rolled across the stars and veils, enforcing wonder, uniform shade, crushing every spark that disobeyed. It made its home where laughter reigned, twisted joy into chains of shame, to Pandora's of the modern age. Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian lifted the lid on the forbidden jar, unleashed the howling storm of war. False accusations, public scorn, one innocent soul was crushed and torn, driven to the final silent night, a casualty of their holy fight. This is the first stand for the light we built with our own two hands. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of Gamergate. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. Then rose the herald voice of stone. Total biscuit called across the zone. His words cut through the digital night, awakening the sleepers to the fight. From the very heart of the light they came, a warrior cast forged in digital flame, ever vigilant, ever pursuing the dark, sworn to hunt it, to tear it apart. Then from the glowing heart of light arose a weapon forged that no shadow could oppose. Beam swift spells of truth and savage mirth, the one true blade that pierced the darkness first. Viral thunder rolling across the plain, laughing chaos driving out the pain. The darkness howled and recoiled in fear, for memes were something it could not endure. From the light they drew their ancient rage, rip and tear across the shadow's cage. Like the slayer born of crimson hell, our crusaders charge where demons dwell. Doom incarnate in pixel and steel, they ripped the darkness, made the shadows real. No mercy for the creeping blight, the warriors of the endless fight. The people of the light rose as one, struck the first blow, the battle won. That wound cut deeper than the darkness knew, a sting that burns and echoes through and through. For the curse that Pandora set in motion, the ever-shifting storm of false devotion now turns upon its makers without cease. Yesterday's champion of darkness, today's released. This is the first stand for the games we love and the joy we demand. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of Gamergate. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. The first stand. The warriors still remain. The first stand. Gamergate.
We're not ashamed. We're not ashamed. Seeing patterns, seeing patterns, seeing patterns in the haze. That's not okay. This is weaponized autism, so let the tism fly. Proud and bombastic. This is autastic.
Okay, I'm here. I just need a minute. We got something going on here at the house I got to take care of. Or I had to take care of. I'm finishing up with it. Is what's going on. So give me just another minute here or two, whatever. We're dealing with kind of a time-sensitive emergency that we have just dealt with. I got to finish resolving, and it'll be good to go.
We're not ashamed. We're not ashamed. Seeing patterns, seeing patterns, seeing patterns in the haze. That's not okay. This is weaponized autism, so let the tism fly. Sense of justice, as true as his aim. Proud and bombastic. This is autastic.
In this enlightened age of peace and understanding, let's take a closer look at a most remarkable man. Some call him the final prophet, mercy to all mankind. But history tells a slightly different tale. You'll find he was an illiterate pedophile warlord, couldn't read or write, or so the hadiths record. But somehow he dictated the perfect holy book while marrying little girls. Take a second look. Aisha was 6 when he took her as bride, 9 years old when he took her to bed that night. Consummated, such a delicate word they choose for a 53-year-old man and the child he'd use. Oh, the illiterate pedophile warlord, he conquered by the sword and married by the score. He'd execute the poets who dared to disagree, then take their widows home for a little mercy. The illiterate pedophile warlord, what a progressive guy. He hired a scribe to write down what he'd receive, a clever fellow named Abdullah, as the stories weave. But when the scribe caught him changing verses on a whim, he realized the whole thing was made up by him. He left the faith, he ran away, he called the bluff. The warlord didn't like it when people called his bluff. Kill the apostate was the merciful decree. He led his raiders out on many a merry raid, beheaded the Jews of Kureza. Woo, those days were long. He took his son's wife when the fancy struck, said Allah made it lawful. What tremendous luck! 13 wives and concubines by the dozen, all perfectly halal for the final prophet chosen. Oh, the illiterate pedophile warlord, he wrote the rules himself. Isn't that just grand? Critics get the sword and the girls get the bed, and they tell you it's perfect, just don't use your head. The illiterate pedophile warlord, truly the mercy to all mankind. Oh, the illiterate pedophile warlord, what a progressive guy. You'll never be a woman, my dear. No matter how you tweet it or how loud you cheer, you can change your name, your clothes, your entire career. But biology, I'm afraid, remains stubbornly biological. You can take the pills and grow the hair, demand new pronouns with a righteous glare. You can ban the words that make you blue, but XX and XY still don't care about you. Oh, you'll never be a woman, though the activists all scream that you can. You can wear the dress and buy the purse, but you'll never quite manage the feminine curse. You'll never be a woman, no matter what the surgeon's scalpel achieves. You'll never know that special monthly grief, and no amount of TikTok fallout will make anyone around you believe. So wave your little flags and march in all your parades. Demand the dictionaries rewrite the rules that nature made. Call it inclusive, call it kind, call it true. Everyone knows it isn't but you. You can scream at the stars and curse out the sky. Demand that the cosmos rewrites how you were born and why. You can cancel the scientists, teachers and moms, but XX still means ovaries, not oppression or bombs. You'll post your dysphoria in filters and flair, yet biology just shrugs with its unfeeling stare. No hormone, no vote, no law passed in haste can turn a man's skeleton into a woman's waist. Oh, you'll never be a woman, though the activists all scream that you can. You can wear the dress and buy the purse, but you'll never quite manage the feminine curse. And really, that's what makes this whole performance such a terribly amusing show of self-importance.
How much I work, I sweat, I pay, I bleed. So some couch potato gets free TV. You vote for more, call it fair. My overtime's gone, you sit in a chair. How much of what I earn is your fair share? Your fair share, your fair share. How much is yours? Pacifists pay for war and fund both sides. Iron Dome, and so rockets can fly. Vegans pay for meat while they preach the Green New Deal. It funds spiders on crack. Can you believe it's real? How much of what I earn is your fair share? How much is yours? Men can get pregnant now, haven't you heard? Now empty your pockets, you're part of the herd. Priests fund clinics while they pray for grace. I paid for rockets, I paid for domes. All I want is to pay for my home. How much of what I earn is your fair share? Keep your hands off mine! 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 How much is yours?
I was a dumbass and I took my mask off for a minute and then I lost it. I had to go back and find it. Okay, so we're here. Cool. Go ahead and get back to it. Now you go ahead and put the music on pause or whatever. It's a good ending point, actually.
You know, we're doing very well, but the main thing is we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Can't do it.
What is
and we won't do it.
Yeah, you just referenced the 13 Americans who were killed, and I want to know what your red line is. What would trigger you to restart military action? Would it be Iran killing more American citizens?
Well, certainly that would be something that I would think about very seriously, but my red line would be if I think I wasn't going to make a deal or if I wasn't going to make a deal fast enough. So we're having very good negotiations with the people that are leading the country now. It's the third group that we've been dealing with, and they are different. And you could say it's regime change, actually, because these are very different people. I find them to be more rational. Very smart.
Who is that? Who's leading the country?
Well, I don't want to go into names, but you know who they are. I mean, they're leaders. They're respected, respected by the people that have to respect them. They are calling the shots. We know that because we see it through various tests that we've given. It's a little bit strange because you have leaders that have been there for a long time and they get wiped out. Then you have leaders that you also know, the second tier, and they get wiped out. All of a sudden, we're dealing with different people. But no, I think that we'll either have something done fairly quickly or we'll finish it out militarily.
Are you talking about the son of the supreme leader?
Well, he's a part of it, yes.
He has not been seen in public. What is his status? Have you talked to him directly?
I do believe they have great respect for him. I see it. I mean, they want to get his concurrence. They've said to me, they've said to others, that they're looking for approval, and he is part of the approval process, absolutely.
Have you spoken to him directly? You said you want to meet with him.
No, I have not. I would.
I honestly, I literally don't even know why we're at this point letting them keep the same regime. I mean, just bring in the original crown prince or whatever the people actually like. Give them that. That's what they want. That's their people. That's what they want. Just make that happen. Fuck the Iranian regime. Why are we going to let it happen? This is stupid. I don't get it.
Do you know where he is?
I will tell you, they do.
How he is?
Yeah. They do pay homage to him. I would tell you if they didn't. They seem to, based on what I see, they seem to respect him a great deal.
Do you know where he is? Do you know how he is doing physically?
I don't want to say whether or not I know where he is, but there's a good probability that I do.
Is he inside Iran?
I'd rather not say that.
Okay, he is the son of the last supreme leader, who was obviously a hardliner. Is this younger Khomeini any better for the United States than his father was?
Younger, I think more rational, injured. He's pretty badly injured. So there's a certain bravery there. A lot of people, if they were injured that badly, they wouldn't be talking about, you know, how are we doing with the United States? They'd have other things on their mind. So there's a certain bravery there, but he is very seriously injured, yeah.
What is the status of talks exactly in this moment? How close are you to making a deal? Are we talking about days, weeks, months, Mr. President?
I think we're very close. We have a couple of points. They don't even seem like big points. They've conceded the fact that they will not have nuclear weapons. We had a clause in there that we will not develop nuclear weapons, and everybody was very happy with it except me. And I said, well, what happens if they not develop, but they go out and purchase, they acquire? I want to put the word, if they buy or purchase or acquire, you know, you've got to have that in there too, because that's not developing. So they don't have the right to develop or purchase, acquire, or buy.
Have they pushed back against that? Is that one of the sticking points?
A little bit, and then they didn't.
Okay. You have been saying for months, Mr. President, that Iran is begging to make a deal.
True.
If they are so desperate to make a deal, why haven't they made a deal with you yet?
Because it's a very hard thing for them. They've had great independence. They've dealt with very weak and ineffective leadership on behalf of the United States and other countries, frankly, that allowed them to get away with murder. And I think they can't believe they're in the situation where they've been virtually decapitated.
But if they're so desperate, Mr. President, why haven't they said yes to the terms you're proposing?
Strong, they're proud, There are things they never thought they'd be doing that they're going to have to do. They've got no choice. And it takes a little while. You know, you're talking about 47 years of getting away with whatever they wanted. I mean, this should have been done long ago. This should have been done by other presidents or other countries. It doesn't have to be us, other countries. But they were very close to having a nuclear weapon twice. That was when I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was a path. That deal, the JCPOA, that deal was tantamount to giving them a nuclear weapon. It was a horrible deal given by Barack Obama and really penned by him. It was a horrible deal. It was, you know, it expired long ago. I terminated it. But had I not terminated it, it expired long ago. It was a short-term deal. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon 5 years ago.
But, Mr. President, I'm curious, because when you were campaigning, you said you would rip up the Iran nuclear deal, but negotiate a better deal. Why didn't you negotiate a better deal at the time? Because after it was ripped up, there weren't guardrails, and they escalated their production of enriched uranium.
Excuse me. It takes years to do these things. These people have been fighting for 47 years. They've been killing Americans. They've been taking off their legs and their arm, and their faces have been hurt so badly and so horribly. I'm moving very fast. I'm into 3 months. You know, Vietnam lasted 19 years. I'm into my 3rd month, and all I do is say, whoa, when are you going to win? If I were a Democrat, nobody would be talking that way, but it doesn't matter to me. I've gotten so used to it.
I'll be right back. I gotta deal with something real quick. I'll be right back. Oh. All right, I'm back. We can get going again. I'm gonna be here. Yeah, you know what? Live.
We have totally destroyed their military. They have some missiles left. They have some drones left.
Do you know how many missiles?
Yes, exactly.
How many?
I don't want to tell you.
Can you give me a ballpark?
But they have some left. No, but I know almost to the number, and we know where they are too. And we know where their drones are, and we know where their drone factories are. Most of the drone factories have been knocked out. Most of the launching pads have been knocked out, and most of the missile manufacturing areas have been knocked out. But they still have capacity. They have some missiles. They have some drones. I would say percentage-wise, maybe 21, 22% of their missiles. It's a lot of missiles, but it's not what it was when we first attacked.
So you're saying they have 21, 22% of their missiles left?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what specifically you are demanding as a part of this short-term deal. Will the United States agree to a deal with Iran that doesn't explicitly and immediately give up its nuclear enrichment program on the front end?
Well, you know, depending on when you say immediately, look, it is buried under mountains because our B-2s were incredible. The pilots of our B-2s were unbelievable. And it's buried. They can't get it. The only two countries that could take it, that have the equipment to take, you have to understand, 3 mountains have fallen in on them, right? So you understand that, because the fake news was going around saying, oh, maybe they didn't hit their target. 1 o'clock in the morning, pitch black, no moon, no nothing, and every one of those bombs went right down those chutes and blew up. They can't get it no matter what. I mean, they can get it, I guess, with years of work. But the only 2 countries that can get it are us and China, because we're the only 2 with the equipment that's capable of doing that kind of work. And it would take weeks of digging. So the answer is, yeah, we're going to do it immediately. We're going to start looking very quickly, and we'll do it with them. If we make a deal, we'll do it with them. No, we're going to do it with the Iranians. So if we make a deal,
why would she think China? What the hell?
We'll do it with the Iranians. If we don't make a deal, we may do it, or we may just watch it. You know, we have cameras on it all over it. If anybody walked there, if you walked over there, I would be able to read your first name on your lapel. And these are cameras up in space. It's pretty amazing technology, Space Force. We have cameras all over the site. We know if anybody goes there. If anybody went there, any digging mechanism, any truck, any tractors, anything, anybody went there, we would know. We will take care of it. Is that wind or what?
Is that rain?
What is that?
Rain. This would be the first of multiple interruptions due to the weather. Rain hitting the metal roof, making it difficult for both of us to hear each other. So as we're having this conversation, we can hear a little bit of rain.
No, a lot of rain.
A lot of rain. Let me try to get a clear understanding of how the United States would get the nuclear material out. You've called it nuclear dust.
Yeah.
Will you and would you be open to sending in U.S. forces to retrieve the nuclear stockpile?
So the official name is highly enriched uranium. And I call it nuclear dust because it seemed to be nice and everyone understands it better and it's sort of cute and people picked it up. But the way you do it is if we make a deal, now we're friendly, we'll all go together. It'll be our equipment. We'll take it out and destroy it, whether it's on site or whether we take it off site.
So that would require U.S. forces?
Well, that will require, we will have a deal. We'll be friendly. In other words, we will have made a deal. And we will be at peace. And we will go with them or without them, but we won't have people shooting at us, okay? Now, if we don't make a deal, then we're going to take them out militarily, very harshly. And we'll wait till we do that before we go, in which case we'll have safety either way.
Mr. President, I wonder, how long are you willing to give Iran to make a deal? How much longer?
Yeah, I agree. It's been too long.
Well, you really haven't. You were in Vietnam for 19 years.
Yeah, I don't care about that. They're yanking you around, dude. Either make a deal or end them completely. I don't want like this gray shit. I mean, she's right there.
You were in Iraq for many years. You were in Korea for many, many years. You were in all the. I won't even talk about World War II, because that was the big one, and we don't want to ever have that. But you were in all these different wars for many years with thousands and thousands of people killed. We've had 13 people killed, which I hate. We've had 13 people killed, and that includes 2 wars. That's Venezuela, and that's Iran.
But do you have a cutoff point in your head?
No, but you keep talking about speed, Kristen. You were in Vietnam for 19 years, and you tell me about 3 months. And in 3 months, I've demolished the Navy, the Air Force.
Yeah, but you're still stop negotiating. Either do more or get a deal. I agree.
Their leaders are gone.
Do you know where all of Iran's nuclear material is?
Yes. Yes.
Would you unfreeze any Iranian assets or lift any sanctions up front as a part of any deal? So that would come after.
Comes after, yeah. If
they
behave,
turned
if they
over
do a good
their
job, we
nuclear
start
enrichment
talking, yeah.
material.
Unlike Obama. Obama flew a Boeing 757, a plane I know very well. They took the seats out and they loaded it up with $1.7 billion in cash.
Yep.
from the
In
banks in
pallets.
Maryland and Virginia and D.C. They emptied out the banks, and they gave them 1.6.
It was literally Obama's last act of office. It was the last thing he ordered done before he left office.
7 in green, and they gave them tens of billions of dollars, just kept giving them money, and it didn't work.
Would again,
That never works,
But
by the
again,
way.
Mr. President, you promised that you were going to negotiate a better deal. Do you wish you'd done it in your first term when you ripped it up before you ripped up the deal?
No, they weren't ready. No, this is much better. This is much better. If I would have done it in my first term, Israel wouldn't have been ready. Hear that sound of thunder, lightning,
Is that going
rain?
to interrupt, guys?
No.
Okay.
People will understand. We're in a farm.
That's true. Will any deal you make include the release of Americans who are being held by Iran?
Well, we talk about it, and we'll see. Nobody really has an accurate list of who they are, what they are, or if they're being held. But if they're, we've been talking about it. Nobody really has a list. You know that, right? You know, you're asking me about, nobody has a list.
But are you demanding a list? Are you demanding to know and saying they've got to come
You're
home?
supposed to give me the list. I mean, do you know people that we're talking about? If you give me the names, I'll do my best to get them
Well,
out.
I don't think that's been reported.
Huh?
Well, then how is that a problem? I don't. What are you going to do for the people who are in Iran? What people are you talking about? Well, I don't think it's been reported. That's great.
I don't think it's all of the people who've been held.
All I'm saying is this.
No.
If you have a list of names, give them to me, and I will get them
But is
out.
it something you talk to them about?
We talk about people if they have them, but nobody knows who they are. Just like you don't know who they are.
You have openly said you've been frustrated by Israel's continued bombing of
This is
Lebanon.
terrible, man. The
Are you
rain.
and Prime Minister Netanyahu on the same page?
Yeah, we are. We get along very well. We've been great comrades. We did a very, very big number on a certain country that was nothing but trouble for 47 years. I disagree with him on a couple of things.
On
I'd like to see Lebanon have a better life. I'd like to see a more surgical attack on Hezbollah. I think it should be more surgical. And we can help them with that, or we can recommend Syria. Syria is doing a very good job of cleaning up their act. They have a very good leader. They have a leader that's really done a good job in a short period of time, and he would love to help.
Are you demanding that Lebanon be a part of the short-term deal that you're
not at all.
negotiating?
I'm not demanding.
Okay.
I think they'd like to see it, but I'm not demanding.
Okay. I wonder if we should, let me just get a gut check here. Should we pause for 5 minutes and let this pass? I just want to be able to hear everything he said. The rain did not stop, but neither did our interview. When we come back, President Trump on his promise to never start a new war. I'd like to talk.
I'll contend with this that he's had 2 assassination attempts from Iran. Like, that alone is not starting a war. So, I don't know. You can say what you want, but they definitely started it.
Big picture now, Mr. President. One of your consistent campaign promises was no new wars, going all the way back to 2015. Did you break that promise to the American people?
No. I had to stop a country, a very powerful, very dangerous country, from having a nuclear weapon because they'd use it. They'd blow up the world. They'd blow up the Middle East. They'd blow up Israel. They'd come here. They'd blow up Europe. They're nuts, okay? They're crazy people. I deal with them. And very high-strung people, really crazy. And get along with them. I like them. But you don't want to let them have a nuclear weapon. And I'm doing the world a service, but I'm doing our country a service. You know, it's America first. I'm doing our country a service. Nice rain.
It is raining hard. Okay.
But the answer is good. Let's just keep going.
Let's keep going.
Let's power through it, right?
Here, we paused nearly 5 minutes for the rain to pass and then picked up our conversation. So you're saying you didn't break your promise, and yet, Mr. President, in your first term, you held to that promise, and it was so fundamental to who you were as a candidate to a first-term president? What changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world? I built our military. I inherited a terrible military. We had no equipment. We had nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of it away, but it's still a relatively small portion compared to what I built.
But you said it over and over again, Mr.
Why would I
President?
build a military? Now, I didn't want to use this, but I'm doing you and everybody else a big favor. In the midst of the greatest stock market in history,
You see, this is one of the things that I really don't like about Trump, is because there are times, like right now, where he's got a lot of, like, he's got ammo and he doesn't know how to use it right? Like, if I was up there and I was in his position, I'd be like, they tried to kill me twice. In the last 13 months before I initiated the strikes, our troops and our logistics were under attack once every 3 days by Iranian-funded... Oh, hello. What was that? Hold on one second. Hey, what's up, dude? I'm on push to talk. Took me a second to respond. How's it going? Okay, I gotta go again. I'll be back. Be back. I'll be there. Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for my my Higgs field subscription to renew so I can keep using that, because that's just my preferred method now. But I'm out of credits and I don't want to spend more. But as for today, I'm actually just I'm working on a model and I'm doing content reaction on well, this NBC Trump interview. Yeah, feedback sucked. But yeah. Yeah, I'm just chilling, building a model. How you doing? Yeah, you know, I don't know what it is. I'm not involved in it, and so I don't care, you know? Yeah, I've seen some of that. Like I said, I'm just... Yeah, I mean, yeah, it seems like it to me. It just seems like strictly raw drama, and I'm like, dude, I don't have anything to do with this. Yeah, I'm not a part of this. I don't even have to pick sides on this. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna sit here and produce content and work on stuff and make things. Yeah. If anybody asked me to pick sides, for me, it'd be like, I don't even know who you are. You know, if I could, like, meme the... Yeah, like... I've had virtually no interactions with either party, and I'm like, well, I guess I lucked out in that capacity, because I don't have any blowback from anyone. Anyways, I gotta go. I'll be right back. Just give me like 2 or 3 minutes. My kid's yelling at me for some reason, so I gotta find out why.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my wife just needed help get my son ready for the shower, that's all.
In the midst of the most successful country, because as you know, in the last term, we were a dead country, Kristen. I know you...
Yeah, I've kind of been wanting to get into that myself, actually. Final Fantasy. Just haven't today, but I've been thinking about it.
Paused nearly 5 minutes.
Yeah, once
I'm just waiting probably for a paycheck or two, and then I'll probably grab it. But that's about where I'm at. But it. And we just have a kid, and we just went on vacations. That's where we're just tight from that. But I'm getting FOMO from watching everybody else. Here I am.
Minutes for the...
And they're crazy. They say you're doing the right thing. I don't think it's an I mean, you'll do polls because they're all fake polls anyway, especially yours. But you
especially yours.
I just won a big election. And the reason I won an election is people have confidence in me. I have good judgment. I had to make a judgment. Do I want to go along and have a country that's doing really well, but somebody is going to try and kill us? Or do I want to put out that horrible threat? And I did. I put it out. I put it out for many, many years. Now I'm going to put it out permanently. I'm going to do it either through negotiation, where we're very close to a deal, or I'm going to blow the hell out of them, to be honest with you. And it's going to be very easy for me to do. That's actually the easier path. So when you say I promised, I didn't promise anything. I don't like these endless wars. This is not an endless war. We've been doing this for 3 months. Much of it has been under the form, a pretty good form of ceasefire. The blockade has been amazing. Our Navy is amazing. Our military is the best in the world. Hey, we took over a very powerful country, Venezuela, a lot of soldiers, big, strong military. We took over Venezuela in a matter of minutes. We destroyed the capability of Iran in a matter of days. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now I'm going to finish it. But remember, you were in Vietnam 19 years because stupid people. You were in so many different countries. Every war you were in for years. Look at Iraq. Look what you were. You were there for years. Yeah. We're there for, listen, Kirsten, we're there for a few months, and the threat is largely over. Soon it will be over. But you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, or they will blow you up. There will be no, Kristen, there will be no NBC. There will be no Meet the Press. You will end the Meet the Press string.
Let me ask you, though, during your 2016 campaign, you called the Middle East a quagmire. What makes...
Are you talking about the Skydex? What? What do you mean?
They sat us down in senior year and dimmed the classroom lights. Put on that famous movie, said the end is near, alright. Al Gore stood tall upon the screen with graphs that couldn't fail, while something in my stomach said this fairy tale smelled stale. I raised my hand, a timid soul, and asked a simple question. The silence hit like winter wind and froze the whole damn session. The teacher sighed, the students glared like I had lost my mind for daring to ask questions about the gospel they assigned. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you know what. They scared us good in high school seats. Woo!
I didn't. That's weird. Okay, yeah, I guess it's bigger than I thought it was. I just thought it was just drama. I didn't realize you had full, like, practice stuff going on.
Soon would disappear. They swore the Arctic ice would vanish any year.
explosion soon would swallow every coastal town. But 20 years have come and gone, and the ice is still around. The Valu cried, we're sinking fast at the United Nations Hall, while the coral reefs were harvested and sold off, one and all. The islands didn't vanish, they just kept on standing tall. But the fear kept flowing freely, and the money flowed with all. The science was settled, they chopped with righteous fire, while the data kept on screaming that the models were a liar. They dodge and weave and lecture like it was some kind of game, and heaven help the child who dared to ask again. They'll never say they're sorry, they'll never face the cost. They just move the goalposts and the grift goes marching on. The fear is long since faded, but the
Makes you so sure this won't become a quagmire?
We're not going to be there.
You're convinced this won't become a quagmire?
It's not a quagmire. I just wiped out the military of a very dangerous country, and I wiped out the nuclear threat. Let me tell you, if we left tomorrow, if we just said, all right, let's get out, it'll take them 15 or 20 years to rebuild back. But I'm not going to give them even that chance. I'm not going to give them that chance. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if there was even a 1% chance that they'd have it, I wouldn't leave. We're almost finished. We're going to either have a deal, a strong deal, a meaningful deal, not like the Obama thing. Obama was a path to a nuclear weapon. Mine is the exact opposite. Mine is a wall. It's a wall, just like I built 1,000 miles of wall on our southern border. And by the way, I took the worst border in history and I made it the best border in history in a matter of weeks.
And yet, Mr. President, Iran was the closest to developing weapons-grade uranium after you ripped up the nuclear deal because there were no guardrails in place.
They were developing it during the nuclear deal. You don't know that? Iran, when Obama signed that stupid deal where he paid them billions and billions of dollars, he thought he could bribe them. Listen to me. They were developing a nuclear weapon. That's how they got there. They got all of this uranium during Obama. You know that, don't you? Well, that's how they got there. Don't say this. They got there. They developed it during the Barack Hussein Obama, during his administration.
And they've escalated their development after the deal was wrapped up. But let's talk about the economy. I want to talk about the economy.
If I didn't go in there with the B-2 bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon, and it could be that half of the world would be eradicated.
Let me ask you about the economy. You got a strong jobs report today that beat expectations.
Not strong. Really strong.
Beat expectations.
By how much? Triple.
172,000 jobs created. And yet, gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming down as soon as the war's over.
Well, 70% of farmers say they can't
My
afford
son's yelling hello at me.
What's
the
your
farmers
message?
Are doing very well.
Let me ask you, what is your message to farmers? Many who support you, but who say they're struggling. Who say they're struggling.
Because there's nobody been better to farmers. You know, I gave farmers last term $28 billion because China took advantage and other people. And you know who paid for it? China. Last term. You know, I had a great first term. I had the greatest economy ever. And you know what? This one's blowing it away.
What's your message to farmers, though, Mr. President, who say they are struggling, they're struggling to make ends meet?
Are you ready? Am I allowed to talk? You keep asking questions and you don't listen to the answers. I love the farmers, and the farmers love me, and the farmers trust me. In the first term, I had something very similar. China and others were, and Canada, which was brutal, they were taking advantage of our farmers. They don't take advantage of it anymore. I gave them $28 billion split up. They never had a payday like that. And the farmers loved me, and they came back and they voted for me in record numbers. You know that. Nobody's ever even come close. Now, because of the fact that we had a choice, I had a choice to make. I could keep it going. The farmers were doing great. Fertilizer was very cheap. Everything was cheap. Gasoline was very low. Everything was very low. I could have kept it that way, but I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmer's going to understand it better than anybody. We're going to have higher gasoline. We're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon in the hands of very dangerous people. Excuse me, wait. It should have been done for 47 years. No president had the guts to do it. I did it, and I've done it. It's almost complete. As soon as that's complete, gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock. You know, I was in Iowa speaking about farms, and it was before we attacked Iran. And I was in Iowa, and the prices were $1.85 a gallon, $1.91 a gallon. What?
This time, it wasn't the rain, but an audio issue that forced us to pause the interview again. Are gas prices going higher, or have they peaked?
They're going to come low, very low. They're going to go lower than they were before.
Have they peaked?
As soon, well, it depends. I mean, it depends where the war goes. It could be I'll have to give them a shot, and it could be we'll sign an agreement. If we sign an agreement, they'll go down now. Otherwise, they'll go down after we're finished.
You have a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh.
Yeah.
His first meeting in the role is later this month. After this month's jobs report, economists now say it's possible the Fed may have to raise rates. Do you think that's possible, and what would your reaction be, sir?
So I'm of a different feeling. I think Kevin's fantastic, and I want him to do whatever he wants. I don't want to have a big influence on him. But we had a great report. We're doing great. And it's unfair that whenever you do great, they want to raise interest rates. It should be the opposite way. You know, if you go back 15 or 20 years, when you had good reports, the market went up. Nowadays, when you have good reports, the market goes down because they think they're going to raise interest rates. There's no reason to raise interest rates. The country becomes great. We built the country by doing great and having rates low. What they do is when they raise interest rates, they try and kill success. I don't want to kill success. We should actually lower interest rates. Now, if inflation comes, and you know, people live with inflation, but if inflation comes, what happens is you stamp it out.
Well, I did the math. I don't know much about. Yeah, like as a professional fence sitter myself, that's what I was kind of going to get into. All I know. Yeah. That's what I was basically going to say. I just want to be out of it, dude. I just don't want to. I'm not involved, so I'm keeping my head low.
But success can kill inflation, just like higher interest rates. What they do now is, like, we had great job numbers. You agree, right?
They beat expectations.
Not expectations, like 3 times. Okay, but you ready? What do? They say, oh, let's raise interest rates. It's the wrong thing to do. I would like to see rates get lower, because we could build this into the greatest machine that the world has ever seen. But you can't do that when everybody immediately raises interest rates. So we had great job numbers. We're doing great. You know, we're building more factories. We have more money coming into our country right now from other countries and people than ever before. Wait a minute. What happens? I don't want to just kill it with high interest rates. Growth is the greatest thing you can have, and growth does not cause inflation.
Would you be upset if they raised rates? What is your message to them about that?
Living with Kevin, I have a lot of respect for him, but my feeling is that when a country is doing well, they shouldn't be penalized by immediately raising interest rates. They should actually be incentivized. You know, we have debt, we have other things, we have things we want to take care of. I want to go bigger on the military, I really do. If we do what I'm saying, this will be a beautiful, well-oiled machine like you've never seen before.
And when we come back, President Trump defends his controversial plan that could give payouts to January 6th rioters. This $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund, it was going to compensate people who say the federal government weaponized the legal system against them. It's been blocked by the courts, met with opposition from Republicans
and Democrats
in Congress and Democrats.
Excuse me, mostly Democrats.
Mostly
some
Democrats and some Republicans.
Some. Very few Republicans.
Just to be very clear, are you backing off the fund completely, as your acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has said, or are you looking for another avenue to revive
So
the
let me
fund?
explain what the fund is. People have been hurt so badly by radical left lunatics that worked for the Biden administration and Sleepy Joe. They're vicious, they're violent, what they did to people. And of course, they went after me more than anybody else. They raided Mar-a-Lago and all the other things. But people have been badly hurt. They've committed suicide. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their families. They've lost their wives. They've lost everything. They've lost everything over a fake weaponization of government. Now,
So
let
are
me
you
just tell
looking
you.
for a way to revive it?
Well, look, if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed. Many suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because a bunch of thugs went after them.
You don't...
So, me, personally, I think the weaponization fund is a great idea. And so do many other Republicans. You have to get it approved. If they get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to understand, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops, you had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy like Bolton was a dirty
but
cop.
there's no evidence.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh, you think Comey was a straight
people
cop?
who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey
officers.
was a dirty cop.
No, but
they
the
had
people
FBI.
who assaulted police
Listen to me. They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around, they're looking always in this night. They weren't in. They were being ushered into the building.
There's no evidence.
You had a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000 people.
No, there's none. You know what you do? Try looking at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off the table?
Look at the tapes one time.
But 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled guilty?
Should they be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail for 15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going into the building.
You'd be okay with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people.
What's going on? Hey.
People to jail who did nothing wrong.
All right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying. Let me ask you about Todd Blanche.
He's trying.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Let's talk
There's
about Todd
Hold on.
tremendous evidence.
I haven't even
There's
been paying
nothing but
attention.
evidence.
I've been so focused on what I'm doing here. Let me just put this back on.
The election was rigged. It was a dirty election.
Mr.
And it's
President,
happening again right now in
never
California.
He's talking about California, right? Yeah.
Right
This is
now
what I've been
in
wanting to see.
California, right now, it's look at what's happening.
Look at 5 days, yeah.
The
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in
California, it's no, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's
No, he's
4
screaming.
days, and they aren't even close to coming up with.
That's how they count
You know
the
why they're
votes in
doing that? Because
California.
they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
All I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not
and
evidence.
I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they count the votes in
Do you
California.
think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days?
You know, if you're benefiting from the system being broken, why would you want it fixed, right?
Days later, they're nowhere close to picking a
State
winner.
and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the
crooked.
votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote
They're
in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked.
That's how they do it in California. Yeah, they cheat. We know.
Press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands. then.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
Let's
You play
You're
right
either
into their
crooked or
hands
you're
with this weapon.
stupid.
You know.
He's right.
That these elections are rigged.
She
Your
had some good
network
questions at the
knows
beginning, but
that they're
covering
rigged.
for this
You know
California
that
shit is
I
really
won an election in a landslide,
fucked up.
And I got 94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
you know why I
you've
got
never
that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more evidence. There's more evidence.
Yeah, I know.
Than ever
Right?
presented.
He's not trying to be bad, or if he is, he's just being mischievous. He's not being bad, you know?
And Meet the Press is
And he's
crooked.
even trying to be
So is
sweet
NBC
with his
and
mischievousness.
CBS
How
and
can you be mad at that?
CNN. You're one-sided crooked network. So let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat
I traveled
in the rain
all.
with you.
I know.
I've
I
sat in
traveled
the rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on, let's
traveled
go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview. I spoke with President Trump on Saturday, and we both acknowledged the complications during the interview posed by the rain. He agreed to sit down with me for another Meet the Press interview.
We thank you for
So I guess
watching, and
that's the end of
remember,
that.
stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, whatever. You know, I just
Everybody knows what's happening in California. Everybody knows what's happening in California. Everybody knows. Right. So, whatever. So what's this? What's going on here? I actually like a COD Daily, so let's see what we got going on here
in
today.
The West, we're nearly at the point where we understand the word racism. And this is all just from my timeline. It's things that have been happening in the past few days, but I can see a pattern here, and I can see emerging the glimmer of understanding of what this all means. So Lewis Goodall was having a conversation with a lady called Claire Coutinho on institutional racism in the Met Police, and he asks, why is it ideological to reject racism? That's an amazing question. Why is it ideological to reject racism? Now, ideologies, I think Karl Marx has actually got the correct definition of ideology. It's a set of ideas that descend from heaven to earth, rather than being developed through our sensory perceptions and therefore coming from earth to heaven. As in, you look around yourself and you make an assessment of what you see and form your compound ideas out of that, rather than just...
It's interesting that he's going to Marx as a reference point here. It's interesting.
Receiving a doctrine fully formed and logically consistent from the heavens, regardless of what the world around you looks like. And that's the question, isn't it? Why is it ideological to reject racism then? It's because the differences between groups are things we perceive. We perceive that they look different, they behave in different ways, and they have different reactions to the way things are. So we can accept that actually there are different groups of people. And it goes way further than just races as well. It goes into ethnicities, then it goes to nationalities, then it goes to regions within a nation, then it goes to towns. But the point is, these groups are different, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being different. But the liberal begins with an ideological presupposition that actually there is a universal human. And it is from this universal human that the fallen nature of mankind sorts them into artificial nations. And therefore, actually, determining between these groups is not natural. It is not something you did by just looking. It is not something you got from your experience of the world. It is something that must have been given to you that really is a form of injustice and should be taken away to make sure that the proper liberal state of us living in the state of nature where we're all free and equal and no man belongs to anything, that's the proper goal that the liberal is trying to arrive at. Now, that position never existed all throughout history. No one was born outside of society. No one was raised outside of society. No one was then comes together and says, right, should we form a society based on reason and rational rules and a social contract? Never happened. It's never existed. And this, therefore, saying, well, why should we reject racism is an assumption that actually the ideological precept of liberalism that we all began in the state of nature and then came together into a society and adopted a social contract, that opposition, that is the worldview that opposes what they call racism. You don't have the word racism outside of the liberal worldview, the liberal ideology, because identifying...
I mean, like, if you see it, like it's been pointed out to me, racism is only ever used as like a descriptor for white people, like, and only ever really has been. And even when you try to revert the definition or use the definition in a same situation, but not involving, you know, white person being the antagonist, it's suddenly not racism. So
groups of people is just normal in all of human history. Everyone, okay, they're different. These people are over there. Those people are over there. That's fine. We understand that groups of people are different. And the liberal is the one who says no. To say that groups of people are different is racist. As in, you accept the existence of races. And of course, this has been weaponized by saying to recognize the difference between races also means to hate the other person as someone other, absurd, inferior, or something like this, which is not really what anyone actually thinks. No one thinks just because you can identify the differences between 2 or 3 or however many different groups of people, you hate them. But the liberal has always stigmatized this ability to identify as hatred in order to make you say, yeah, no, okay, actually none of us belong to a society. We're not really biological creatures.
Sorry, it's not reading my face. It looks like I'm not moving. I am. I take my mask off. Suddenly it reads me. I'm moving all over the place. I'm right in front of it, but there's not much I can do. I don't know what this is all about. I honestly don't. I'm kind of losing interest and I'm bored. I don't know how I'm not subscribed to this, but I'll subscribe now. And then let's see what we got going here.
Not rage. I'm straight up top, guys. I'm already exhausted. Straight up top! I'm already annoyed. It's time for serious work, not rage. Stammer, I know you're watching these streams, my lad. I know you are. There is rage because you've done no serious work whatsoever. In fact, you have done serious work to fuck up the entire country on purpose. We know you've done that. It's quite obvious. The time for serious work, that's been and gone, asshole. That's been and gone. As a kid dead. We had a writing DEI classes for our police. And good God if we paid the price for that. Jesus Christ if we paid the price. DEI training courses for the police. This is absolutely...
Yeah, no wonder he's cussing so much. I totally understand why he's pissed.
Absolutely ridiculous. Don't be angry now. Don't be mad. This is the time for work. For unity. To really...
Yeah, that's the real funny thing. Is like, we need to listen. You need to not be... Like, they're going out and saying, don't be mad now. You don't get to be mad. It's like, dude... Cities have burned for less.
Look into what the problem is. It's the immigrants! Stammer! Bro, can you hear? It's the immigrants, bud. They're doing it. It's them, man. Yeah. You know what else is also doing it? Enabling them at every turn. Giving them everything they want all the time. You let an invader go to work with a knife. There's pictures of Vikram Dickwad at work with the knife on him because the little was obsessed with him. Now's the time for serious work, not rage. Oh my God, it makes me mad just reading that. And calls Nigel Farage's response unforgivable. What, because he finally told the truth? Nigel Farage opened his mouth and finally told the truth. He said that there's a two-tier justice system in the U.S.
Yeah, even the moderate right party is trying to, it understands that, oh, moderation isn't going to work anymore.
Okay, yeah, he said that, Stammer, because it's 100% true. Is there or is there not DEI training forced into the police services of the UK? There is. Okay, great. Now, the only outcome of that was going to be a two-tier police service. Okay, good. So you're following. Fantastic. A two-tier police service was going to make sure that eventually a white person was going to die exactly the way Henry did. So now's the time to be pissed at the serious work you've been doing to the country up. And what Farage said finally was actually based. Keir Starmer has condemned rioting in Southampton. It was a little riot on a neighborhood. It should have been the entire country. It should have been the whole place. Black Lives Matter riot. Do we remember that? You had world leaders around the globe embarrassing themselves by taking the knee. Taking the knee! In his opening remarks, Starmer said Novak.
Why aren't people taking the knee for Henry Nowak? Where the fuck are the world leaders commenting on this right now?
Novak's family had shown extraordinary dignity after their son's life was stolen in appalling circumstances. Right, so they said it's okay. They said it's fine. Starmer milked the shit out of hanging out with Henry's parents. God, he milked it for everything it's worth. Well, Henry's family don't seem to think it's a problem with ethnic minorities. Well, okay, well then they're like, what do you want me to say here, man? Oh, the victims' parents don't seem to think it's a problem? Oh, okay then. Then I guess it's not a problem then. There are serious questions to answer, including how accusations of racism informed police thinking, saying the government would support the Independent Office for Police Conduct in its investigation of the case. Well, at least that's good. That's good. Though it's scary that he supports that, right? Why is he confident that they're gonna beat the rap? The police watchdog is examining conduct of the officers. Okay, so the police watchdog, they thought nothing was wrong. No matter the pain we feel, he says, including himself, no matter the pain we all feel, care. Keir Starmer, you silly, you don't care. Just say it like it is. No matter the pain you feel is what he should have said, because he doesn't care at all. There is no justification for more violence and disorder. You can't justify this just for one Christmas night. You can't take the knee, Starmer. I tell you what, man. I'll tell you exactly how you can make sure that people don't get mad. Start by taking the knee, showing solidarity for your countrymen.
Exactly. This is ridiculous. Why? How is this even a? It makes me so mad. Like,
this is just totally acceptable for them to fucking like try to brush it under the rug. Look, it doesn't actually matter. You guys are just blowing this out of proportion. I can't believe you guys are even being mad about it. Like, are you fucking? Are we? This is what we really? That's the response to this level of anger?
The injustice that's just unfolded. Maybe then people would feel like they're not on their own, that it's not them versus the system. The attacks directed towards police officers in Southampton last night were disgraceful and completely unacceptable. Keep in mind that it took him 7 months to say anything even remotely close to the way he just described the rioters about Henry Nowak, okay? It took him he knew this happened. Absolutely. He knew the Henry Nowak situation happened. He said absolutely nothing. For 7 months, the police service sat on it. The officers were happy to continue operating. Keir Starmer was happy to continue not saying anything about it. The attacks directed towards police officers were disgraceful and completely unacceptable. The behavior of the police towards Henry is disgusting. That's disgraceful and unacceptable. This is time for serious work, not rage. What are you suggesting, Keir? What is this work that you haven't been doing that you are now going to be doing? And let me be clear, we will ensure anyone found engaging in disorder meets the full force of the law as we have done before. Well, there it is, guys. There it is. You're being threatened now. Yeah, don't be acting up, because you will feel the full force of the law like Henry did. Oh yeah, he felt the full force of the law. Yeah, he got that. 11 police officers and 1 police dog were injured after crowds, including far-right That's it. That's all they said was 11 police officers. Oh, that's all they got injured? Because that all it looks like that's there. I've seen the videos. Seriously, that's all it looked like that they were there. It was a...
Yeah, only thing I care about is the dog. Dude, dog shouldn't have gotten hurt. That sucked.
very small neighborhood of a riot. That's it. And he's going like full force of the law. Far-right agitators attack officers in Southampton in what was billed as a protest about Novak's death and his treatment by police. In social media statement on Tuesday, Farage called for the public to respond with pure cold rage, saying body cam footage of Novak's treatment showed that the rights of minority ethnic Britons were prioritized over those of white citizens. Obviously that's the case. This isn't speculation. This isn't a theory. This is not a hypothetical. That is absolutely what is happening. In a statement after Digver was jailed on Monday, Novak's father made a statement outside court urging people not to use the death to provoke division. There already is division. Why do you think Henry was stabbed? They do not integrate with us. They are not integrated. They are not assimilated into our country. They are not embracing our culture. They bring their culture here, and we make a space for it so that they can continue their culture, their religions, their places of worship, their food. They don't come here and integrate with us. They come here, bring their shit with them, and ask all of us to respect their stupid shit. The division
And that needs to end.
That needs to end. If you come to America, you become an American, you integrate into American culture, or you are not here anymore. That's where we're at. I'm sorry, the experiment failed. It failed. We cannot have little microcosms of different cultures in the States anymore, because we just can't do it. You just can't do it. This is what happens. Everybody starts vying for their own privilege and power in the system, and they put themselves into little boxes that, you know, subvert the other little boxes, and then we get to where we're at. You can't do it.
Already exists. They have made clear lines between us and them. See, the nudge unit's already gotten to Henry's father there. Oh yeah, he wanted to meet Keir Starmer. Could you imagine being the father so distraught of your son's death and then going to meet the guy that's responsible for that Indian family being there in the first place and being courteous and being nice? What the is wrong with people here? Referring to the statement, Starmer said, "I think those words have resonated with people across the country. It better not have. We must not allow this tragedy to be hijacked by anyone who seeks to divide us." I wouldn't be surprised if Henry's father was intimidated into saying shit like that, because the amount of ammunition he's given Starmer here. See, even the boy's father thinks that we shouldn't strive for division. See, Farage said it was clear to growing millions in this country that we're living under two-tier policing, saying this led to what he called the anger that you saw spilling out in Southampton last night. Duh! Of course that's what's happening. In response, Starmer called Farage's comments unforgivable. A grieving families have asked us not to... I can't even finish this sentence.
It's disgusting. Like, it's just so disgusting.
A grieving family has asked us not to respond in the way that... Again, milking this for all it's worth. Keir Starmer, once again, milking this family that has been intimidated into saying that, oh, division... The division. We don't want this to be division. Did you see what the godmother said about this, by the way? Yeah, the nudge unit forgot to visit the godmother of Henry Novak. She had some very different words to share about this situation. This sentence here, man. They've asked us not to. They have lost their son in the most appalling... Yes. Okay, good. Okay. Right. Stay with us. These are most appalling circumstances. They make a simple play of us human beings. Please do not exploit that. It has been exploited so that Henry could be stabbed, and then when the police show up, arrest the white boy. Farage is the only one trying to call out what the problem is. The problem is not the perceived division that follows this scenario. It's the current division that we live in right now. Henry Novak being arrested and dying as a result's not the problem, is what he's saying. That's not the issue. The division that follows after this is what the problem is. Get this globalist clown out of here, man. We all need to...
Yeah, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Let's just move on, please. This is really inconvenient. So let's just move on. Come on, let's just move. It's inconvenient. Let's move on.
To reflect on those words of Henry's father. Henry's father is either A or B has been intimidated to give you that response. And I'm so much inclined to go for the latter there, Starmer, considering how many times you're milking this, mate. We all need to reflect on those words of Henry's father, as if this justifies anything. His response has been to appeal for rage. That's his response to a father who has lost his son. Yes! That's actually a very normal response to what the has just happened. Exploiting this tragedy to create grievance and division. Again, there is already grievance and division because this happened in the first place. You silly But to do it when the family are expressly saying please don't is unforgivable. It shows exactly who he is. He is everyone who voted for him, asshole. In case you forgot, Starmer, he kicked your ass. this. I'm not voting reform, but reform made an absolute embarrassment out of labor. Oh yeah, more and more people every day are starting to think that maybe the nationalists are right. The National Police Chiefs Council, NPCC, which is the third organization getting involved, announced it would review the anti-racism guide, which advises police to treat ethnic minorities differently to get them. They're literally saying two-tier. They're literally admitting a two-tier policing right here. They just said it. They just said it right here. What the It literally says two-tier policing. There! It's right there! The National Police Chiefs Council, the NPCC, aptly named, announced it would review the anti-racism guide, which advises police to treat ethnic minorities differently to get them better outcomes. For the actions of the officers.
Oh my god. Well, he certainly got a better outcome, didn't he?
There's no two-tier policing. Then what the f is this? Am I reading this wrong? Nick Timothy, I'm about to pass out. Nick Timothy, the Shadow Justice Secretary, said in an interview on BBC Breakfast on Wednesday, our law enforcement and our criminal justice systems are being corrupted by political correctness and left-wing ideology. Oh, good. So there is someone with common sense in the UK then. Thank you, Nick Timothy. The NPCs say it is in its anti-racism commitment. Oh, they're coming for him. The Gestapo. They're gonna be throwing Stammer in the brig. The NPCs say in its anti-racism commitment that it aims for equality of policing outcomes of people from that it aims for equality of policing outcomes of people for different ethnic groups by responding to individuals and
So you understand that if you're equalizing outcomes of people from different groups, then you're not charging them for their own, well, inequities, for committing crimes. You're more concerned with, well, we need to make sure that this amount of the population isn't in prison, so go have a good day. Like, holy fuck. How is this tolerated? This is disgusting that this has happened. This is going to make everyone racist again. Rightfully so.
in communities according to the.
If this is going to be the way it's going to be enforced and dealt with, then what alternative does anyone have?
Their specific needs and circumstances and experiences. I can't believe I'm reading this. And they want us to believe that there is, in fact, not a two-tier policing service. You literally have a policy that says there is. And that this does not mean treating everyone the same or being colorblind. You should be treating everyone the same. If it's a criminal, it's a criminal. If it's a victim, it's a victim. Treat them as such. Jones told BBC Radio 4's Today program, we think the language is wrong. It gives the wrong impression. I don't think it affects how our training is doing, but people are right to ask questions when they have seen such a horrific incident. Jones said everyone must be equal under the law, and we must ensure that that is the case. We can't shy away from what are historic and legitimate concerns about racism within police forces. Fuck me, man. That is the most shit-ass shit I've ever read in my life. Mouse 2588, thank you for the most disappointing thing, other than Novak's murder, was his father's exploitation of his son's death to further knife bans. Utterly disgusting. Just so that everyone's super clear about this, the knife can't be banned any more than it already has. The only knife ban that needed to be put through was the ban of the Kirpan and its usage. Okay, Stammer refused to ban the Kirpan. So the father's pleas for knives to be banned is because knives are already banned. If you walk around with a fixed blade over 3 inches in the UK and you get caught with it, that is 4 years in prison already for having it, not even using it, for having the thing. That's you in prison. So the knife was already banned. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. His son was stabbed with a ceremonial blade used by Pakis and Sikhs. The whole point was to ban that shit. Stammer said, no, we're not going to do that. No. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, well, like I said, the Bible literally says to sell your cloak and get a sword. Like, Jesus said that. So as far as, the modern day equivalent, if I can't carry a broadsword, then I can carry a gun because that's the modern day equivalent, right? And it's my religious right. And if I'm not allowed to do it, you're infringing on my religious right.
It was denied. No, we're not banning those. Encroach on ethnic minority privileges.
What's up, Hatter? How's it going? Let me go check with my wife real quick, because my wife is like playing Ark right now, just on a different server. Let me see if she wants to hop over and I'll download it. I'll be right back.
Now they found a brand new monster, shiny, bright and new. Artificial intelligence, it's gonna end us all, it's true. They scream we need more power, more rules, more chains in place, while they attack the ones who build it, trying to take us all to space. Digital IDs, their latest plea to seal our future tight, to finally close the vice and keep the future out of sight. The mild little cancel culture from the days of old has grown into a monster that will demand total control. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you-know-what. They scared us once, they'll scare us twice. It's the same.
Yeah, my wife says she's down. She's down. Just give me the information. I guess one of these days I'll hop in. Yeah, I gotta download it, and that's, I mean, it's Ark, so I'll play tomorrow or something. We could finally, the Stream Deck finally shipped.
In your own country? Are you mad? JD Vance waiting.
Too much. There we go. Too much going on. There we go.
And what's going on over here in the UK. Once again, making the mistake that Keir Starmer is just
waiting for stuff to dry right now.
Incompetent and stupid. That's not the case. Starmer is doing exactly as intended. Yeah, here it is. Starmer suggests the US is trying to interfere in our democracy over Novak claims. So straight up top, it's the Prime Minister's office responds after JD Vance blames British teenagers' death on mass migration. Keir Starmer suggests that the US is trying to interfere in British democracy after JD Vance, the US Vice President, blamed the murder of the British teenager of Henry Novak on mass migration. Yes, okay, this is quite obvious because the person that stabbed Henry Novak was not white. He wasn't British. He was Indian. He's a fucking Sikh. If there was no migration, he wouldn't have fucking been there. The Prime Minister's office responded after the senior Republican politician claimed in a post on X that Novak would be alive. The last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against the politics of self-hatred, the mass invasion of migrants, many of whom despise the West and the people who love it. Good God, absolutely nailed it. Look, I know he's slamming an Indian chick, and that's unforgivable, but that was actually based. Downing Street did not name Vance directly, but said its response to his comments was that in recent days we have seen people trying to interfere with our democracy. What democracy, man? He canceled a bunch of elections because he knew he was gonna lose. He's flooded a bunch of our leaderships, borough councils, with a shit ton of foreign people so that they can make policies to invite more of themselves in. Downing Street did not name Vance. In recent days, we've seen people trying to interfere in democracy, seeking to stir up division on streets. This bit, I so struggle with this. They think that there's social cohesion. They think there's cultural cohesion going on in the UK, and that these guys are the ones creating this division. The division is not being created by the incompatibility of their cultures. It's actually being caused by Republicans and right-wingers. Yeah,
right.
Hell, the Novak family are grieving after again.
We wouldn't have division if you just sit up and let us kill you, or shut up and let us kill you.
And Again bringing them up. Again milking them. You can't tell me that he did not intimidate this family to give him all this artillery, because he is again using it. It doesn't make any sense, Care. Just because the victim's family says that they don't want division doesn't mean that's not what the problem is. This guy is hiding behind the grief of the dad. It's pathetic. This worm. The Novak family are grieving after.
Yeah, 7 months later, didn't bring it up. Now he's like, well, we don't want to upset the parents or the family that lost a child, do we? You should stop commenting. Like, that's his response for every fucking bit of criticism.
To Henry's horrific murder 7 months ago, asshole. 7 months ago. It's been 7 months.
I need a drink.
And only now are you standing up and being like, the grieving family. Shut the up. You had no words to offer to them when this happened. Nothing. 7 months ago when this happened, you said nothing. It's only now that you're saying anything. Oh, for fuck's sake, Care, you're so... our politics should bring people together, even in the most terrible of circumstances. Why? Why, though? This is who we are as a country. No, that's who you are, dipshit. There's been national...
Yeah, it should bring us together. Is that what happened with George Floyd when everything was fucking burning? Were we being brought together? I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of the double standards. Oh, they just can't help themselves. But you need to be held to a higher standard of accountability, and you can't do that. Like, I'm tired of it.
National outcry about Novak's murder as footage showed police officers handcuffed him as he lay dying from stab wounds after his killer, Dickwad, had falsely accused him of blah, blah, blah. We know the case. Novak's family, who met Stalmer on Thursday, asked that his death not be used to create further division, hatred, or tension. So while these ethnic minorities continue to hate you and stab you and you, we, white people, are told not to do anything. But since the conviction, right-wing U.S. figures, oh, not just them, have made several remarks about the case. The U.S. State Department, run by Marco Rubio, that's not a real name, portrayed the case as an example of the UK's civilizational decline. In a post on X, the department said ideological conditioning and two-tiered policing are glaring symptoms of civilizational decline. We literally read that this is true. Ideological conditioning, behavioral insight teams, nudge units. We literally read Nesta, the labor charity that owns the nudge unit now, are complicit in this, in ideological conditioning. And we've got DEI training for...
Yeah, they're like I said, they're not police, they're DEI enforcement. Like, when you understand that, it all makes sense. Everything is exactly everything matches the intention. When you just start with the intention of being DEI enforcement.
For police, which is responsible for the two-tiered policing system, which they actually admitted to having. The NPCC, they literally admitted to this. We have two organizations that proudly declare this is true. They must be rejected across the West. The United States sends our condolences to the family of Henry Novak and the people of the United Kingdom at this troubling time. Subsequently, Starmer said police's response was under review, but rejected the U.S. State Department's characterization of UK policing. What do you mean rejected it? It's true. It's objectively true. It's true. What do you mean he rejected it? You're fat and smelly. No, I'm not, says the person who's objective.
Policing without fear or favor. Really, yeah, you definitely didn't show any favor or preference. None whatsoever in that body cam footage, right?
Fat and smelly. Okay, well, you can say you're not, but you're fat and you smell. You rejected it? You rejected the... It doesn't matter, Care. It's reality. It doesn't matter if you reject it or not. It's the truth, bro. He also said the UK must not shy away from asking difficult questions of the police. Is there a two-tier policing? Is there a DEI initiatives in the police service? Yes or no? Just answer the question. Liberal Democrats have called for the U.S. ambassador to the UK to be summoned over what they called flagrant foreign interference that seeks to fan the flames of division. Yeah, once again, the division is not us. The division is not the nationalists. It's not the patriots. It's not the British ethnics. It's not us. We're not the division. They're creating the division. We're acknowledging it. By acknowledging the division, we're not creating the division. I feel like I'm going nuts. Is this not so clear? Is this not so obvious by these organizations' own admittance that that is what is happening? They create the division with their rampant crime stats, aggravated assault, sexual assault, drug offenses, violent crimes, robberies, burglaries. They're overrepresentation in the media of crime statistics. And we say, that's weird. And then they point the finger at us for the division because we're able to see there's a problem and we want to fix this problem. We're the ones creating the division. Oh, we're not unified. No, we're just complacent. Don't you dare confuse our complacency, our fear, our intimidation for being super okay with all of this, for being unified. Everyone's scared. Everyone's scared to lose their jobs. Everyone's scared to lose their wives, their relationships, their kids, their friendship. People are afraid to say anything because of the state of the country with the way people think about racism. There is no societal cohesion. It is a lie. Just because white people aren't out in the streets yelling about the constant injustice doesn't mean we're great with it. We're being intimidated into complying with it. Or do we need...
Yeah. Ask anybody. It's been it's been forced compliance through intimidation. I mean, even cancel culture. Ask anybody who wrote an article 10 years ago about why cancel culture is a good thing. Like, that's exactly what they were trying to do. They were proud of it. They were happy for it. Now they deny that it was ever a thing. But, like, when they do it, they sure are proud of it.
To read the Behavioral Insights team Wikipedia page again, where they literally say that they manipulate the public to think and act a certain way. And it's not even just a bipartisan movement either. It's owned by the Labor government, a group called the Behavioral Insights Team, nudge units, that are responsible for using social engineering to manipulate the public to think, behave, and act a certain way, is owned by a company that's owned by the Labor Party. The Labor Manifesto. Ed Davey said Trump administration was attacking our democracy, not in secret, but openly on social media. They're asking for actual change, and you're acting like it's a fucking personal attack. They're asking for actual change, for real things to be done, to really address the actual problem in the room, and Keir Starmer's like, why are they attacking me? It's not about you, asshole! It's not about you. It's about fixing the country. Well, there you go. There's the work that you were talking about, Starmer. They're telling you the work that needs to be done, and you're, quote-unquote, rejecting it. The owner of X, Elon Musk, and...
I'll be right back. I just need a second.
I think this is true. A lot less people are investing into
About
gaming.
the game industry, yeah.
Video games as a whole may not be
It's
crashing,
hard.
but perhaps the types of games that lots of us love are experiencing a bit of a crash. Let me explain. I'm going to start with John and Brenda Romero. They were obviously there for the game crash of the 80s. They've had ups and downs, so whenever they said that the current state of the industry is, to quote, definitely crashier than back in the infamous 1980s crash, it's probably time to listen. And not just because they're big legacy names and you might think about Doom or something. No, it's also because they literally run a game studio today. It's a few hours down the road from me in Galway, which is to say they're in the real games industry and they're speaking to a real problem that you'll hear talked about in game industry circles, that you'll hear be talked about between devs,
What do it be?
but it hasn't really made it out to the public. But make no mistake, this game crash is impacting you, and scrappy indie devs are amazing, but they're not yet the solution. We have a lot to cover today, and by the end, a lot of the vibes that you may have felt, I think, will start to make a lot more sense. We've got big names saying it feels crashier now than it did in the 80s. That, of course, doesn't make any sense if you don't know just what the hell went on in the 80s. Basically, it happened in the US where a big...
They buried him, bro. Grade 0. I love this.
big surge of cheap.
They
terrible
buried
games
them
for
in the
Atari
desert in
consoles
Mexico.
Just led to retailers refusing to stock games from publishers. They were quite literally getting overloaded with slop, and a lot of that slop ended up in the landfills. Now, as we talked about before, the growth of digital distribution and platform agnostic games means that the crash just cannot happen in the same way today as it did way back then. We're in a
I think that's a great point that he's making, and I think he's right about that. That it's a much more multifaceted industry now, and so back then it was much more monolithic.
A totally different era for getting games to players. It's way more diversified. There are so many games, perhaps too many games, and no good way to get them right in front of players. That problem won't go away, but it is an entirely different problem to the problem of today. Because when the Romeros talk about being in a crash, they're looking at it from the other end of the spectrum. Not buying games, but actually making the damn things.
And investing in
to
them.
make them, you need to somehow pay for them. And the funding collapse, especially in Western markets, is completely goddamn brutal. Now, the Romeros felt
funding
this
collapse,
firsthand whenever Xbox pulled the plug on their next game.
I've had people ask me to directly fund games. Like I have, and the reason why is that they're not really able to get money out of these games at all. They did it to themselves,
Yeah, they did it to themselves.
Big like Xbox layoffs,
This is what,
all of that stuff that was
this
happening.
is what you get when you don't listen to the customers for 10 years. And it's been 10 years of this. It's been 10 years that we've been telling them, hey, this is not what we want. 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 Well,
1 in 3 developers in the US had been laid off.
I don't know, maybe if game studios didn't get infected with woke fucking left losers, maybe the game industry would be, better. But that's not how it's working out right now.
In the last 2 years.
Hey guys, but you own the chuds, didn't you? Great. Wow. Amazing. Meanwhile, Capcom's hiring. Get naturally selected.
I'm not sure what the numbers
Go
are
back
for
to
UK
McDonald's.
and Ireland, and the Romeros are now based in Ireland, but I think you do get the point. It's pretty rough out there. When a AAA studio or an indie collapses and all those developers are left scrambling, they don't just magically become new indie devs ready to launch new projects. Some, many I'd wager, have to simply leave the industry.
That sucks. Hi-Fi Rush Studio closed. That was a good game. It's a fairly recent one, too. That's yikes.
Because they need to do things like
make money
or support their families. Now that means you lose out on all of their game making knowledge. If you ever think, why do a series of games?
Think about how much game making knowledge we've lost out on after all of the developers of Concord went back to McDonald's. It's like burning the Library of Alexandria, but it's actually more like shutting down the Clown College.
Or maybe some long-running game, whatever it may be. Maybe you think, oh, they're repeating the same mistakes again, or oh, the new content just doesn't feel quite as crafty or whatever as it used to in the past. Very often, it's because knowledge has just walked out the door. And while getting a job at another AAA or something similar is possible, it's actually really quite unlikely. There's a massive oversupply in the games jobs market right now.
Leaving
because,
the industry
well,
altogether.
And all this means that if those people want to continue making games,
I bet we're losing so much of the good programmers too, because I think we lost the good gamers because they got pushed out, or the good developers because they got pushed out by the bad ones. Like their ideas were just not acceptable. You know what I mean?
Because development costs have goddamn skyrocketed.
High.
Now then, the first bit of meat for this
and
video.
Also, we need to play this. Me into the Hollower. I think this is a huge issue too. Is that a lot of these big studios, they spend too much money on things that don't matter. That's probably the biggest issue. They fired the fat chuds and kept the night. Yeah, they fired all the chuds and they kept the idiots and the foids.
An analyst group called Hush
That's what I just said.
recently put out a deep dive on how much it costs to make games right now. And It's pretty rough. So they found that the average game development budget, regardless of scale, has doubled since 2015. And as soon as you start looking at AA and AAA teams, you see the budgets have tripled. So at the top...
I understand that I think this is like valid, but I don't think it's as valid as Bellier might be making it out to be, because you can look at a lot of counterpoints of people that are able to make a video game. For example, Black Myth Wukong, Ghosts of Yotai was also made at a very relatively low budget. You have Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. The best example, of course, is Expedition 33. And then you have these other smaller studios that are able to develop a game for less money. So if you're not able to do that, well, Asian studios, well, that's why I use multiple examples, right? I use multiple examples from multiple places.
And it's gone completely insane, but even the smallest solo games are still getting more and more expensive to make than they were, say, 10 years ago. And of course, as with everything else, some of that is just inflation as the world undergoes economic chaos, madness. But inflation isn't everything. So these analysts found that without inflation, 2025 budgets would have been 28% lower than they were. But the rest is actually just higher costs. Costs that have to be earned back when they sell a game to you if the studio wants to, you know, survive and maybe make another game. Which is the really important thing. But to focus in on costs, this increased cost is often just attributed to team size. But it's more than just that. It's paying, yes, perhaps more devs, but also ones with more specialized roles. And even the likes of, you know, your management, your producers, all those things can increase a budget. But so too will the one thing that can make a game stand out to you, the audience, and that's increasingly needed as more and more games get released, and that
marketing
is scope. Now that doesn't mean that everyone's suddenly out there making open world games. That would be insane. But it does mean you've got to look a certain way at your game. Your game will have to feel a certain way. It'll have to meet quality of life and content standards that are far higher than they were 10 years ago. A developer can make the same game they made.
I think that he's right about that. The reason why, again, the reason why these indie games are costing more money to make is because they are larger in scope, they are competing in a broader market, and they also can appeal to a broader market. So, like, for example, Undertale was a cult classic that probably didn't cost a whole lot of money to make at all. But the reality is that if you're competing with other games that are, you know, like way higher budget, obviously you have to have some degree of like, you know, competitive advantage.
A decade ago for the same cost, or maybe less. But the thing is, to stand out, they would probably need more money. And the really rough thing is that getting any money at all is where the trouble truly starts. The most damning graph Hushcrasher shares is this. And even if you're a solo dev, basically, you've now got to scrape together as much money to self-publish your game as a publisher would have once handed you. Somehow. Meanwhile then, publishers are basically just betting in games that they think are more likely to break through and give them a good rate of return. So the cost of delivering a game is going up, and the people holding the purse strings are basically tighter than ever. I mean, 2025, just for one example, saw the lowest gaming startup...
Oh my god.
Holy shit. It's a 90% drop from COVID. Now, I also think that this is a misleading graph. And the reason why I think this is a misleading graph is because there are secondary variables that were related to gaming that made them more attractive to venture capital during 2021 and 2022 that have dropped off since then. Primarily cryptocurrency integration, Web3 integration, and most importantly, NFTs. So these things are what really kind of bloated the amount of money that was invested into these products back at this period, because companies were able to potentially sell the idea of infinity money, right? They were supposed to sell the idea of, you know, being the first Google or something like that. So this is such a massive corollary that I don't know necessarily if these numbers are accurate. I think that we really should look at these numbers here from like 2020, and this one's 2019 here, right? But even if you do that, like, I would take these out and remove them, because I feel like, again, it was a secondary variable that was causing this investment to occur. But and again, that's my opinion generally. But that being said, if you look at how much it's gone down even then, it's like nothing, right? And also, this is year to date, which means that, so it's June, right? And I don't know when this was actually taken, but, you know, it will maybe be double this, right? And even double this is half of what it was. Correlates inverse proportionally to the rise of woke slop games, which makes everything flop. Well, yes and no, because 2021 and 2022 had more woke slop, and now we have way less woke slop, but you also have way less investment. I think that there's a lot of variables, and being woke or not is like a tier 3 variable, not a tier 1 variable. I think that whenever you want to talk about investment and venture capital and angel investors, you need to be looking at what the theoretical ceiling for an investment return could be. And I think that's the reason why these numbers in the middle were so high.
Funding since 2019, and most of what was there went into mobile.
That's what I think.
And betting. But to put that in terms that we'll feel as players, it basically means more trend chasing, less chance follow-up games, and developers who may just crash and burn before their game can be great.
Can't win
a
'em
big
all.
reason why very often a game launches and is kinda shit, or, you know, disappointing, maybe full of bugs, full of performance issues.
Do you want to know the reason why? It's because of something called MVP. Not most valuable player, minimum viable product. When minimum viable product is your sales pitch, that's your product offering. Oh, wow. How exciting. Can't wait.
It's because often the developer has literally no choice but to publish.
Yeah,
and
they
so
have
often
to.
the developer
They
will
have to
take
go to
the
market.
brunt,
Ashley
even
Creation, I
though,
think, had this happen.
In many cases, if you were to say audit all of their emails and communications, you would find devs basically begging publishers for time. It's one of those tricky things within game development where, funnily enough, an extremely advanced 2-year software project is something that's very hard to perfectly plan down to the month in advance. Yet, that ends up being a situation all too many devs fall into. But what makes the situation even harder for you or me, say, just people who want to play fun video games, it's that games are a really bad investment, unless you specifically are someone who wants to fund and make video games. If you're an investor holding $100,000, which is enough to pay, say, a 3-person team, decent enough
probably for like 2 years at the most, though,
salaries for a year, well, where are you going to get a better return on that 100 grand? Could it be, say, an indie game that might need another year of investment?
Just put it in NVIDIA, bro. Just put it in NVIDIA, put it in fucking Apple, put it in Microsoft, put it in like 10 different companies. What do you just put it in the stock market, man?
Or is it just putting that money into a market tracking account?
Yeah,
there's risk in both sides, but I think we'd all admit that the game side has way more risk.
And there's way more overhead too, because now there's like a bunch of extra knowledge that you need to have in order to know why something like that's happening.
And even if it does pay off and, you know, a game does come out and is maybe even profitable, it may still lose to simply just leaving money in the market. Here's a quote. I think about those projects, especially over the last 5 years, what didn't get made because no one would give them 100 grand. What could have changed the way we thought about games because that game was only ever going to make $500,000, which would change a developer's life. Now, that quote was from Rebecca Saltzman, the CEO of Finji. They're a publisher, most recently of Night in the Woods and Tunic. Now, she was talking to PC Gamer.
Tunic did really well. It was very well received. I don't know about the other game.
About the funding squeeze that's facing indie devs right now, where basically the traditional money people want Vampire Survivors or Balatro-style successes from solo devs, or are trying to go and back the next Expedition 33 with a budget of millions. Small teams making small games without that huge potential just aren't worth a publisher's time, and raising funds from out.
I remember we made this decision when I was still involved with OTK. We made this decision on funding a game. It was called Splody, and we talked about it. It was like, obviously everybody was there. This is like 3 or 4 years ago whenever we started that. And we basically made the decision and we were like, this game is like really niche. It might not ever make money, but it's a really cool game. We don't have to put that much into doing it. Let's just do it. And that's what we did. And I think that unless you have that outlook, you're probably not going to make it for a long time inside of the industry. Does that happen before Mad Mushroom? No, this was one of the first Mad Mushroom games.
Side of games is
How'd that go?
extremely hard.
I honestly don't even know. I have no idea. I wasn't involved at that point.
Because if you look at the balance sheet of any
I don't think it sold super
pre-release
well, but
video game
I don't know if they made the money back or not.
studio, it's going to look horrible if you're a traditional, say, financial institution. Now, even if a developer somehow does get the funds and launches, well, the cost of publishing can still kill them after release. Most developers work on a recoup model where, until their funding is paid off from game revenue, developers get somewhere between nothing and almost nothing. All those studios that form from, say, laid-off devs who magically secure funding and build their game for an audience that
It was
likes
sad to see this game. As far as I know, this game really didn't catch on very well. It was unfortunate. This is made by the developers, original developers of StarCraft.
Oh my God, no way.
Still collapse in the aftermath. And there's a specific way that this whole dynamic
looks
hurts
good.
us as customers so badly. So let me explain, because it's more than just, oh, you know, game came out, we don't have any money, now we're gone. Right. So whenever your game
Was
comes
cool.
out,
Yeah, I
you'll
played it.
get a
I
bunch of
talked
money
with the
into
devs
Steam.
too.
Now that, of course, go to your publisher.
It's made by
Then it will go
Frost
through the
Giant
recoup,
Studios.
and then you will be paid.
RTS. I think the next RTS has to be autoplay. I think that the skill gap of and the frenetic nature of managing conflicts while at the same time managing economies fundamentally isn't fun. Like, it's just simply not fun to play. And I think you're never going to have an RTS that's successful that isn't autoplay. And I know people might not want to hear that, but that's my honest interpretation of where the genre is at right now. And that's the reason why, for example, like Clash Royale is popular.
Now, you could be paid in payment terms that are like, say, net 45, so it could be quite a bit of time until you actually get money. Maybe 1 or 2 payroll cycles. That could be pretty damn challenging. But here's the thing. The amount of money that you will get in an early stage of your game's recoup will almost certainly not be enough to cover your burn rate unless your game is a real outlier success. So what that basically means is, before you ship your game, you need to have funding lined up for your next game. How the hell do you do that? Well, you've got to actually develop a prototype for that game. You've got to have your pitch. You've got to go around trying to sell.
And the other thing, and like, I don't know if he's going to talk about this, but as somebody who's, you know, closer to this, one of the biggest weaknesses there is because if your funding is drying up, one of the best ways that you can secure future funding is by prior success. So for example, if you had somebody that previously funded you and you were like, we made your money back, we were able to give you a 10% return.
But then how does anybody new get into the market that way, right? I think that's the point. It just really blocks new people from being able to step foot into the market.
This is bigger in scope. We have a better idea. We have more experience now. Can you give us, you know, last time you gave us 200 grand. This time, can we get 4 million, right? And like, if you can do that, then obviously broken system. It's not a broken system. What I'm saying is that basically the bottom fell out of it. And so now all of those previous investors they could go back to are no longer in the market to fund them anymore. So they can't rely on previous successes and existing relationships because they've exited the market.
But to publish
$4 million is an insane increase. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously it is. Yeah. Duh.
Or maybe trying to find some, like, you know, government, like local economic growth fund stuff, any of that. Now, do you know what that's maybe not ideal for? The first game coming out at a perfect level of quality. Because if the studio puts 100% of their focus into just that one game, yeah, that may well increase the chances of it having less bugs, less issues, you know, polished stuff. But it's also fairly likely that it will leave a developer basically up shit creek without a paddle, because if you don't...
And you can see, right? Yacht Club says it's make or break for the studio after delaying Mina the Hollower. I feel like... How much is this? Yeah, how much is this? How much is the game?
Nina? I don't know anything about this.
Because I'm trying to think about how much money it is. $20? in the lifetime of this game, it will be a success. But even something like this, I feel like probably the number is probably about 200,000. That's going to be pretty close. It will be. Like, that's going to be hard for them to make money, even with a pretty big success like that, which is really sad.
Have that funding lined up well in advance. It is a bit of a tough
all in on
shit
Baldur's Gate 3.
situation,
Sven Vick even
and
put up his own money.
You could go under, which would mean that even if your publisher does continue to sell your game, and they almost certainly would be, obviously, well, the recoup won't matter anymore. It'll just all go to the publisher. And this is the kind of thing, the kind of incentive structure that can put all of us against each other, that can make it so that a developer may be just tearing themselves up trying to make everything work, but absolutely know that unless they can secure maybe some prototype funding for their next game, that they can't just focus on the launch of their current game. Because if they do, they risk the entire company just going kaput. Which is to say, it's a fairly grim situation.
Yeah, you can't go. You can't get off the saddle. You have to just keep going.
All around.
The developers, if you need publishers,
there are certainly indie games that you and I have seen
they do.
that have sold insane quantities, especially relative.
Yeah, but this is the problem. The issue with this is that it's like streaming, right? Where like somebody sees like, oh my god, this guy's got like 10,000 viewers and he has millions of dollars. All I have to do is get this many viewers and I can get $100,000.
I'll never be there.
The idea of that is that there's such a massive spotlight put on the 0.01% anomalies that you have a survivorship bias that is totally like not representative at all.
Team size. That's meant many of those teams have a pretty nice amount of cash lying around. And the good news is that some of those teams are now trying to fix the problem. Outer Sloth are not a games publisher, and they're not a knockoff of Inner Sloth, the people who made Among Us. They are, in fact, the funding arm of Inner Sloth. And they're basically giving money to games like Click Holding, Mars First Logistics, and Flock Around. Tiny games with niche audiences, but experiences that you kind of can't get anywhere else. There ain't that many games like Click Holding. But most important,
this is a big component, right? And this is the reason why, if like the larger a company becomes and the more expansive a company becomes, the less this is possible, because you're bringing in outside investment that has levels of accountability to it that take it away from its original goal. And what that means in like a more basic term is that whenever you're taking other people's money, they're going to want a return for that money. So even if you're creative and you think that it's just, I'm putting the money in to make these games good, somebody that might have part of their money tied up with what you're doing won't have that same outlook. And that's just inevitable. So it's just a corpo funding based on niche ideas? Yeah.
Because they're not a publisher, they offer fair recoup rates that let devs build sustainably, which is because, being indie devs themselves, they know that no one else is fighting for them at this scale. At least they hadn't been. We are seeing more and more companies start to do this kind of thing. There's Landfall, the co-developers behind Peak, who have just revealed Evil Landfall, their indie investment arm, which is invested in bringing games like Repo to the market. There's Plasmaphobia's Kinetic Games, who have just announced plans to fund 2 to 3 indie games per year.
I'm really happy that we're having this happen. And I'm happy about this on like a very, very large scale cultural level, that we've finally moved away from, and we've had creative people inside of these spaces that now have the capital to fund creative works. Because one of the worst things that can happen to any sort of a creative environment is for it to be taken over by equity and just basically capitalism. And I'm a big capitalism enjoyer, right? I am. I think capitalism is amazing. But at the same time, there are going to be detriments whenever you have people that are trying to just simply take all of this and make as much money as they possibly can. And like, I think about this a lot myself too, that you have, and also one thing that you're going to notice with a lot of these people that are doing this stuff, many of the people that are leading these initiatives are young. It's because I think that a lot of us, like, what I mean by young is under 50, right? Is that these are people who have grown up, you know, in like the fucking Wolf of Wall Street, you know, like money never sleeps, fucking, you know, like everybody is trying to make as much money as possible and, you know, like squeeze every cent out of things. And I think that there's a general fatigue with a lot of people that are young about that entire environment. And it's something that I'm really happy to see that now some of these people have been able to gain their own capital, right? They've been able to come up with their own good game and they're paying it forward. And I think another great example of this that we can use is Gary's mod. Like the guy that said, well, like, listen, I'm not going to take all the fucking money because if somebody had done that to me, I would have never been able to make my game, right? And so the moment that you have the cultural paradigm shift away from maximizing income and maximizing revenue towards creating art and making, instead of a product, but making a experience or a work of art, I think that you have a profoundly beneficial and amazing transition.
I've always felt video games are art, and you know, I agree. If they're
Very
treated like
amazing
art, you'll probably get better video games.
So basically, we're seeing indie devs backing indie devs to make sure they actually get
Reinvent
their
publishing.
shot at putting some of their experience to work in a way that'll actually get a game in front of you and hopefully not leave them completely screwed once the game publishes. And that's because right now, just about no one else is going to do this bit right. We've been in a hell of a journey today, starting with the Romeros, the talk of the game crash feeling crashier than the one of the 80s from a dev's perspective. And actually, for their scale of company, just any large enough indie that's got a fairly decent staff count, yeah, I actually do think it is very crashy right
And
now.
this is also one of the reasons why, for me, I wanted to do like the indie, the games show, right? The one that I'm doing, you know, on the monthly thing and everything, right? Is because like I don't have a big game that I had succeed that was like, you know, I have a ton of like extra funding money to do that with. I mean, I have plenty of money I could do that with, but like that's not really that's not my area of expertise. My area of expertise is marketing and promotion. And so like that's the way that I try to do the same thing.
And the sad part of this is it's all at a scale that means there's very little you or I can do about it. Now, the funding from Outer Sloth, Landfall, and Kinetic Games, you know, it's good, but it cannot replace billions of investment every year, with indie devs these days getting crumbs compared to, say, well, the good times or the bad good times, by which I mean the investment boom during COVID. Because goddamn, people were able to raise money back then, but, well, booms do tend to lead to bubbles and bursts, don't they? And likewise, these indie funders can't reckon with, say, the scale of funding pulled from the developers that NetEase and Tencent set up during the COVID boom as well. They can't fix an economic crisis that leaves people choosier than ever when it comes to spending money in games. But what they
It's also one of the big problems that they have is that they develop big games like Highguard or Concord or Marathon that at the beginning of the development cycle, the game feels like and seems like it's a really great idea. I think God of War Laufey is probably the same thing, where like if they could probably go back right now and seen how tastes in the market and the culture has changed, they would probably undo that decision and take a different approach with the new God of War game. But you can't really project out, like, and that's the problem whenever you're making content and you're making media that is derivative of a cultural trend, is that, you know, you basically can either lock in a lot of money or you can lock yourself out of any money. It's like a huge risk, huge reward. And the longer that it takes for you to do it, the worse it's going to be. Like Elden Ring, Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate 3, Hollow Knight, Silk Song. I don't know. Like I could think of like I don't know, those games, for example. Like all of those games, like if they came out 10 years ago or 10 years later, they would still be massively successful because they're fundamentally very good games. But they're like, you know, Slay the Spire 2. If it came out 10 years ago or 10 years from now, it would still be seen as a very good game. Same as Balatro or something like that. But the issue is that whenever you're making games that are much more contingent on the current state of the market, that's a big difference. That's a big problem. And especially true that, and I think that becomes infinitely more true with multiplayer games, because multiplayer games are the ones that really follow trends a lot more heavily than single player games. Single player games generally don't follow trends in the same way.
do is back devs making games you'll love, the sorts of games that deserve to reach you. And while they cannot save the games industry, they can at least make sure a few more games reach you than if they didn't try. Now, if we really want to fix up the games industry, what we need is more people buying games. And the best way to do that is to make sure people can actually find games they'll love. This is now a problem that's so bad that one of the guys who set up...
The problem is that people don't buy video games because they don't have any money. I think the main issue and what's going to really help the games industry is if honestly, like, I'll be real, I think AI and the fixation that certain people have against AI is really detrimental to the games industry. Because AI will advance gaming and it will make costs cheaper and it will make it easier to develop things. But right now, inside of Western markets, there's such a massive animus against it. At least I don't think it's really as big as people make it out to be, but, like on social media, it seems to be quite large. These people that are against that, they're basically signing up these different companies to fail. Especially in companies like Brazil where the games are extremely expensive. Yeah, of course, right? And I think it especially becomes more true inside of developing countries. You're right.
All right, we got it fixed. There we go.
They're still going to charge a stupid amount, though. Yeah, but they can at least get the game out the door, right? The other times they can't even get the game out the door.
Steam Labs is basically sounding the alarm bell.
Yeah.
If you want to learn all about that story, check out this video next.
It's mainly because there's more slop than ever. Yeah, I agree with you, but I think that slop is not exclusive to AI. I think that there's plenty of slop that's being made by people. What are the devs? What's this here? What are the devs who made models and textures going to do if AI takes your job? I don't know. They could work at a different field. They could go learn a different trade. They could educate themselves in another way. Like, there's dozens of things that they could do. Like, ultimately, I don't really care a lot about their job because I don't have any obligation to have to pay more money for a video game just because, somebody else wants to keep their job. Learn the code, learn to do something else, right? And it's just that simple. Like, I like this video. I like talking about this a lot, especially like the metagame stuff. I definitely do. In relation to what you're talking about, how's cloud gaming going to affect all these issues? Cloud gaming, I think, is going to make I don't know, actually. That's a good question because it could be a bad thing because it could make optimization less important because you're doing database computing rather than local computing. So I'm not entirely sure about that, but I think it probably would make things cheaper if I had to guess, but I actually don't have an answer for that. I don't know what the answer for that is at all. Nothing's time for people who design textures to use AI. Remember that? Yeah, and also like the replacement, it's not going to be people that use textures are all getting fired. It's going to be the best texture guy and the second best texture guy keep their jobs, and the other 8 texture guys get fired. So AI is not going to replace everybody. It's going to just simply enable one person to do 5 people's jobs. And I think that's really what's happened more than anything. Entry level will be hit harder. Yeah, entry level gets hit harder. Data entry or anything like that gets hit massively hard. I just think that's what's happening generally. And have you ever interviewed or teamed up with Bellier on anything? Oh, I've talked to Bellier before. Yeah, I definitely have. And for sure. Let me go back. I'll see if I can find any more of these other posts here. I'm trying to, and exactly what happened with automation hit. Yeah. I mean, in automation and everything like that, it's just going to become the norm with everything, right? I think that's obviously true. So cloud gaming has been tried and failed every time. There used to be one in 2010s called OnLive, and they shut it down. Insane ping, you can't use it for anything besides gaming. I disagree that I think cloud gaming is the future in a long enough timeline. I think it is, and people might not want to hear that because it's more you'll own nothing and be happy, but I think that people will acquiesce to that and prefer it in the same way that people have preferred Netflix over owning DVDs. So what I think is happening is that now you have things like Parsec, for example, and most video games, actually not most, but like many video games don't require instantaneous fast reaction gameplay. And like if you think about it, right, most games don't require a under 150 millisecond response time. They do not. I'll go through and let's just look and figure it out for ourselves, right? We're going to go at the top. Let's see. Does this game require a response time like that? Not really. Does First Light require that level of response time? Probably not. Age of Empires 2? No, definitely it doesn't. AI limit? Yeah, maybe to dodge, but I bet you could probably play that in Parsec as well, especially if you can read animations. So if you just go down here, Among Us, obviously it doesn't. Animal Well, obviously it doesn't. Nether Crab's Treasure? Maybe, because you have to dodge. Arc Raiders? Probably it does require that because you're playing against other people and it's a competitive game. Armored Core 6, it does not require that. Ashes of Creation, it's a dead game, who cares? Atomic Picnic does not require that at all. Avatar, I never played it. Avowed does not require an MS. So like what my point is that many of these games actually do not require hyper fast reactions. They don't require hyper fast reactions. So cloud gaming, and I think that those are the games that people play a lot.
I need a minute.
I need a bathroom break. So I'll be back.
miles, the whole damn world lights up. And suddenly those old nights don't mean as much. Yeah, he's the reason I finally understand. I was born to be his old man. He changed everything I thought I knew. Turned a restless heart into something true. I'm so damn glad I was wrong. 'Cause look at what I've become. I used to be living my best life, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. I used to have a million good times, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now.
A well-meaning activist stood up with great zeal and said rent control is the way we should feel. It helps the poor stay in the homes they hold dear. Then our little professor just smiled ear to ear. You say rent control will keep prices low, so the poor can afford a nice place to go. You freeze the rent, you pass the law with great pride, but here's the equation you've been trying to hide. Landlords can't raise a rent to cover repairs, so the building falls apart, nobody cares. The roof starts leaking, the pipes start to burst. The wiring is ancient, the heat doesn't work. No money for maintenance, the value declines. The owner says, sorry, I just can't afford to fix up this wreck. I'm selling it off. So the property crumbles, the value declines, until one day a developer drops by with designs. He buys it for pennies, tears it all down, and puts up some luxury condos in town. Now the sales shoot up like a rocket in June. The old tenants are gone, they were priced out too soon, are now living farther away from their jobs and their kin, while the activists smile and raise up their chins. You preach with such passion, so loud and so pure, convinced that good intentions are all that endure. You never stop to think of the third order cost, just happy to signal you're one of the good ones, no matter the loss. It's the gentrification equation, the cure that creates a much worse situation. You freeze the rent to help those in need, but you only succeed in planting the seed of gentrification. It's the gentrification equation, the policy that causes its own damn creation. You're meant to do good, but the math doesn't lie. You just made the problem much worse by and by. And that, my friends, is the gentrification equation. Class dismissed.
He woke up every morning just trying to build a life. Welded steel and honest work, kept his head down through the fight. They took his land, they took his name. They laughed while he went broke, till the only thing he had left was a Komatsu. And with that, he the smoke. He spent 3 days and 3 nights behind a welding mask, turning yellow iron into something no one could get past. No speeches, no goodbye notes, no final grand manifesto. Just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said, "Let's go!" He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. They threw everything they had at him, bullets, bombs, and prayers. But he just kept on rolling like he didn't even care. Every building that fell before him felt the weight of what he'd lost. One man against the system, and the system paid the cost. They called him crazy when the smoke finally cleared. Said the man had lost his mind, that he'd gone too far, that's clear. But the ones who knew him best just stood there with a quiet respect for the man who fought the system till there was nothing left. He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. He tore through the town like a judgment long overdue. No barricades or plans they made could stop him from getting through. And as if blessed by God's own righteous fury, no innocents would get hurt. The guilty reaped the whirlwind and got their just deserts. Years go by and people still talk about the man in the machine, the one who finally said enough when the system got too mean. Some see a madman, some see a saint who finally broke free. But everybody knows what it's like when you can't breathe. He rolled out of the shop like a storm nobody saw coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he rolled down the street. For one single day, the common man could not be beat. sanctuary forged in pixels bright. Our safety, our escape, our endless flight. We bathed in worlds of our own design, creatures of the light, unconfined. But from the outer void it came, a spreading darkness without a name.
I'm back. I apologize for that. I had to tuck the boy in. It was time for him to go to sleep. So, do it.
All the time too. They do. Wrong? It's not wrong. You're so wrong. I'm not wrong. You're gonna see it happen. You're going to see it happen. You're already seeing it happen. Your point is the games that are bought does not require? Yeah, and I think that there's a lot of these. I mean, NVIDIA Reflex anyway, cloud's the next step to the death of PC gaming. Yeah, I mean, like, you can get mad. Like, don't shoot the messenger. Like, don't get mad at me. This is just what's going to happen. Like, that's it. You're funny thinking 150 ms is not 400 ms? I've used cloud gaming services recently. This isn't Google Stadia from 2016. Parsec is a free service that you can download and you can try it for yourself. And try it for yourself and see what the difference is. It's not as big as you think it is. And I would challenge anybody to make those decisions. Like, try this and try it for yourself. See what it's actually like. It's called Parsec.
I'm putting my mask on. Give me a minute.
Connect to work or games from anywhere. Is a remote desktop you'll actually love, quick to work. And I use this myself. And what reminds me, the top player uses GeForce Now, similar to Parsec, I guess. I don't know about that. So yeah, GeForce Now is pretty good, but it's pricey. Yeah, and that's what's going to happen. Steam, Remote Play, etc. It's not an ad. We used Parsec to play games that were in the show that we did. What was it called? Fucking Pixel Pitch. Yeah. And you're partially right. It's not required, but it feels like shit, even for the peasants. You push the button and Mario doesn't jump. Yeah. You guys aren't, like... Everybody's opinions and, like, fucking... like, that's not what's happening anymore. Download one of these softwares and try it. Like, again, like, I don't... Has anybody ever even done this? Like, just literally try it out. As I thought what you thought until I tried it. Yeah, just do it. Or don't. Watch somebody else do it. Do you think in the future there'll be a service that includes all games and all platforms you can sub to monthly and just play them from a cloud? No, I don't think so because of publishing rights. But I do think so it would be possible theoretically. Yes, absolutely. Depends on actual bandwidth, internet, not the cloud app gaming itself. It depends. There's like 3 different variables. But yeah. But then I don't care. I already pirate everything. I don't own it. These services give me nothing. That's fine, but they're going to make things harder to pirate. Like, I mean, obviously they're going to do that. I play on PlayStation Portal and I don't feel the difference from playing natively. Yeah, exactly. Like, people don't understand how good this is, and they're still using anecdotes from literally 10 years ago. Completely antiquated anecdotes, right? That's what I think it is.
Alright, you guys want me to watch like the Stellar Blade video first, right? Should I do that first?
So is this an expansion or is this like a whole new game?
Stellar Blade, the first one.
The outer circle line train bound for Nexus sector is now arriving. Please wait for everyone to...
This shit looks so cyberpunk.
Who the fuck is Leaflet?
Damn you, Leaflet. Wait, why?
Evie.
I'm listening.
The Scarlet Sin. That's the beginning and end of it all. How about you try taking a hit?
You're acting a little strange today.
She's super cute.
It's our first mission in a while.
It's about fucking time, man.
Excited?
Stop saying weird things.
Wait.
Okay, take it easy.
Petite representation? Don't you mean pedo bait?
Initiating C3 sync. Ready, Angel.
Wow, this game is for pedophiles.
출입문 닫습니다. Doors closing. How's it looking out there?
I can't stand crowds.
Asmund said that she looks like she's 12.
Here quickly.
In the movies, this is always where things go wrong.
Hey.
Well, just saying. It's a cliche.
I mean, Asians are basically elves, so yeah. Fair enough.
Wait, the target stopped.
Hearken! The pulse rain shall cease! In the name of the
Dang, wait, she uses her fist? She's a martial arts tomboy character? Oh my goodness. This looks so cool.
But it looks good.
Say this is pedo bait. We should check their hard drives.
Well, I don't know about it being sexy or anything, but I mean, it definitely looks interesting. Like, the environments are amazing. And I mean, she's cute. I'll give her that. Not hot. She's cute. That's what they were going for. It's okay.
Okay, hold on. Hear me out. Let me guess. Okay, tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, tell me if I'm wrong. But I'm going to emulate, if I were a modern woman, how I would see this. I'm going to emulate it and tell me if this is what happened. Because I don't know. I haven't been covering the coverage of this, but I'm going to assume that this is what happened. They said, ew, why does she have to look like that? Why does she look like a kid? This is so unrealistic. This is like totally for pedos. Like, only pedos would like a girl with a body like that. Like, are you kidding me? Like, that's disgusting. Is that right? Did I do it right, guys? Did I get it? Wait, did people really say that? Hold on. I guess we'll find out in the Hero Hate video. Wow, nice Marvel landing. Yeah, I think she's really cute. I love this. This is great.
Yeah,
I like that
cute,
she's a,
totally,
I like
totally
that she's a
acceptable.
fighter, that she's like a martial artist rather than using a sword. That's a really interesting like kind of twist to it. That I really like it. It gives you a lot different gameplay, right? You can explore a lot of different gameplay elements with a much closer combat rather than the sword being like heavy and strong. You can have like these kind of faster, like smaller, like more agile hits, which is great. I love that. Yeah. Tomboys are back, dude. It's about time, dude. The tomboy erasure has been so real. Let me guess, they also shamed her for like not having like a, so like they probably simultaneously shamed her for like not having a big ass and big tits, even though they always complain about, dude, this is like some Goldilocks fucking shit. Am I right? This is just like the boobs are too big, the ass is too big, now it's too small, now the ass is too small, she's too pretty. Like, dude, every time, man, like these people, man, it's never good enough. She's trans, actually. Oh my god, we need the egg cracker, guys. Oh my god, we just need the egg cracker. I can't wait to egg cracker. You see see the Battle Angel Alita inspiration a little bit? Yeah, it's all those feminine curves.
I
She's
can
pretty hot. Yeah,
see,
she's
I can
pretty
see
hot.
the Battle
Yeah,
Angel
it's
Alita
pretty good. I like it. I like
references.
it. Good
Yeah,
character. Looks cool.
definitely.
You want to know a little something? I'll show you a little secret, chat. The only women that get
I need
upset about hot looking anime and video game characters, the only ones that do are just mad jelly. They mad jelly. That's all it is, basically. They're jelly haters because hear me out, right? All you have to do is look at what happened to Pokemon Go. Does anybody know what happened to Pokemon Go? Do you guys know the story? Pokemon Go released a thing that takes your biometric data from your phone and then it changes your avatar. It was like a fucking Sword Art Online moment. You know, like it was like Sword Art, you know, in Sword Art Online when they're all standing in the fucking square and then Kayaba was like, I have given you a gift. Look into your inventory. There's a mirror, right? It was just like that. And what happened was when it unlocked, it like changed everyone's avatar to be like their actual, like based on their actual body. And
Just a second here. Hold on 1 second.
people got so fucking pissed over it, right? So
Just
like
grabbing
this is the
the
proof,
next thing
by
I was
the way,
gonna
that
watch,
they don't actually
loading
care
it on
about
the
it.
thing.
Like in terms of like women want to play a character that's hot as long as it represents them, but then when it doesn't represent them, and you know other people think that the character's hot. I don't know if you knew this, but women are insanely competitive with other women. You guys might not know about this. I don't know how many women are in the chat, but if you're a woman in the chat, speak up and say it's true, because it is. Everybody knows it's true. Women are insanely competitive with other women specifically, and I feel it too sometimes, right? This is why, like, if I get into a game, this is true. If I get into a video game and there's a woman on the other team, 200%, I go fucking Super Saiyan. And yeah, it's what happens, right? Women get really competitive with each other. And by the way, I'm using this as a part of my psyop. Did I tell you guys about that? It's a part of my psyop. So I started like cooking like really, really, really good food to make other women jealous so that they'll cook better food too. They'll be like, now I have to up my cooking game, and then like I will psyop them into being better wives. So you guys,
Leaflet's trying to help us all out, man, it sounds like.
I'm increasing, guys, I'm increasing the wife pool for you guys. I'm doing my best, all right? I'm doing my best. I'm going to try to, like, you know, up the skill levels, you know? But anyway, that's my psyop, right? But anyway, thank you for your service. Yeah, you're welcome, man. You're welcome. But anyway, women are super, super competitive with each other. So what happens is, this is why there's a phenomenon of, like, women, like, negging other women. There will be a woman that is, like, really good at something or really hot at something, and then the group of women will, like, henpeck them. Yeah, it happens a lot. You see it happen all the time, like online. And so what happens is they see these hot characters and they immediately see that character as like a competitive woman, as a woman to be competitive against, even though they're not real, right? And so then they will want that character to be uglier to lower their values, that they feel better about themselves. Men are also competitive. So, like, don't get me wrong, like men are also competitive, but men are competitive in a completely different way. Male competitiveness, it has some of that too, that does exist on some level, where men are driven also by seed, but there are also men who are driven like by camaraderie as well. So it's like they're of like, oh, my bro is doing so well, like I gotta like do better. There's like, you know, it has nothing to do with like actually hating the bro, just like, man, like, you know, I'm encouraged to do better. That happens a lot too. And again, that doesn't mean that there are men who sees at other men. It happens all the time, but women do it a lot more, is my point. And like usually it's really cloak and dagger, like it's super it's like not overt, you know. But anyway, so that's my kind of my thought on it, is like the reason why women get mad at it like this is because they feel threatened by a video game character, which is just sad, honestly. Like if you think about it, it's really sad. It's like a complete inability to separate fiction from reality. It's quite weird, right? But then again, you do see this a lot in like humanity in general. Like you have people, well, there'll be like a 16-year-old anime character, and then you'll have people really upset at them for being like a 16-year-old like anime character that's like kissing dudes or something, or having a fantasy, and they'll think that's incredibly weird, right? But she's not real, right? Anyway, you see this all the time.
Stellar Blade.
So let's see the story here.
The trailer dropped yesterday during Summer Game Fest. New protagonist Evie is causing a lot of controversy already for the modern audience. We'll get to that in a second. Take a look at the 11-second clip that they just posted.
Oh, by the way, sorry to kind of elaborate on it. I just thought of something. Do you guys remember the Ho Math video where he talks about how the girl that's 10 has to like kind of lower herself a little bit to like kind of cloak that she's like on the same side as the women who are like 8, 7, 6, 5, and she has to like basically be like, oh, like you guys are like the best, right? Like she has to do that in order to like maintain like a sort of social cohesion. Otherwise, all the other women will gang up on her. This is a known phenomenon.
I know action adventure games are really popular, and that's cool, but they've never really been my sort of thing, so I generally don't play them. But Stellar Blade Blood Rain.
The funny thing is too, and this kind of goes a little bit further into like the psychology of women, which is really interesting. You know how women don't like, in general, they'll say that like, oh, we don't like when we're only seen for our looks. But what's the thing women always attack? Yeah, it's always, isn't it always the look? Isn't it? Ain't that interesting, huh? Ain't that interesting? It's always about how a woman looks. It's not about like what she's good at or what skills she has. Every time.
It's definitely intriguing me so far. There's a lot of cool stuff going on here. You couldn't really see it in that brief trailer, but in the longer trailer, you get to see more of the city too, and the city looks really cool. That's part of the reason why I didn't play the first Stellar Blade either. It looks so desolate. The setting, I wasn't really feeling the setting, but this one, the setting seems really cool.
It just seems really weird to me because like women will, in general, will like to say like, oh, there's all of these factors that, you know, a woman is more factors than her looks. She has like a bunch of other factors. But then do they really think that? I don't know.
I do gotta agree. The environment of this game is like top notch, 10 out of 10. Like the environment itself really gets me to want to try it out.
I don't know. I think that because I'm a fucking weirdo, but like I just haven't seen that really from like in my experiences with women. I haven't really seen that.
Too, and she looks freaking awesome too. Her outfit
like, I will 100% know that I'm a freak.
Reminds me of the boss from MGS3, Snake Eater. That like white armor with the black overcoat. It's like the outfit she wore before the final fight. So that's freaking awesome. The fighting style looks cool too. This is a pretty cool looking game. I'm pulling the scene up.
Like for an instance, I think that she's hot because she can beat people up. That's pretty hot.
I gotta watch this again really quick. This is from MGS3. This is what I'm talking about. It happens in like 5 seconds, I think. Like right here. The boss with the black overcoat thing, the white armor. She's such a cool character. So yeah, this new Stellar Blade protagonist Evie definitely has some Chad energy. I like it.
Yep.
Like a very cool tomboy. But some people on social media are offended. Yes. Shocking. You know, there's always got to be people mad about something, right? And so we have this.
This is interesting because it's interesting because it takes place in the city and stuff.
On gaming Twitter.
Oh, here we go. Let's see.
By a video game character, lol.
Is she gonna get mad? Oh my god.
Went into protected mode.
All right, guys, let's see if I was right. Let's see.
After people were responding to them with stuff like this, so I'm not sure what the initial post.
Okay, like why does her body look like that? Why does her face look like that? Why does she look so young? Why is her boob so small? It's gonna be these things, I guarantee it.
But we have a clip, a 48-second long clip. Let's take a look.
It's gonna be about her looks, 100%. It's unsettling. It's unsettling. It makes me feel weird.
I really don't like that they made her face look like she's 10 years old, but then gave her that skin suit. I don't like that.
Ew.
Is that the only commentary here?
Oh my god. It's so weird.
I'm just hooked.
You want to know what the whole argument is, guys? What is the argument? The argument here is this. Every time. That's always the argument. Every time the argument of these people. Oh my god.
Okay, it was a pretty interesting spot to pause on, but like I'm curious if she's gonna have any other commentary or if it's literally just her ranting about that.
Alita Battle Angel. Yeah, that was a fun movie. Yeah, with Stellar Blade. Wait, it's another Stellar Blade game? Wait, Stellar Blade Blood Rain? Wait, it is Stellar Blade. Oh, damn. Huh. Yeah, it's a weird choice to make her look young and then give her a skin suit like that. I don't
Oh my god.
How is that the
so
only thing
weird.
they focus on?
So
like,
weird.
what? I'm over
Oh my god, it's so weird. It makes me uncomfortable.
here making comparisons to the
There's no girls that look young like that. There's no such thing as like thin girls with small butts and small boobs.
boss. I'm
But then like the boobs of a woman shouldn't determine her value.
pointing out how cool the combat is, how cool the setting is. These people, they're just like, oh, I don't like the way she looks. She's too young looking. Even if you think
Every
she looks
time,
young, like, why
every
is there no other
time.
opinion there at all? Like, that's just the only thing they could think of. That's the only thing they could say.
Wait, is this? Hold on, wait, hold on. Is this? Hold on. Is this why they say that like I'm pedo baiting? Because I have small. Fuck off, okay? But like, is that why? Jeez, that's so weird, man. That is so weird. These people are not normal. Like they got something going on in their brains. They're busted.
That's a little bit weird to me. And then side note, but I do like her hair as well. You may have noticed, but I'm a bit of a fan of having one eye covered up. I was initially going to put hair in front of my eye, actually, but I decided to go with the eye patch
Very
because I could
cool.
toggle on or off. And figured if I
very
ever want
tuney.
hair instead, that's something I could always do in the future, too. As, like I said before, part of the inspiration for my design was the Persona 3 protagonist. Who's
Yeah, Persona 3 is so good,
very
dude.
similar to Eve. Or Evie,
Persona
excuse
3
me.
is so
This tweet
good.
with 8,300 likes points out some duality, some hypocrisy. Seems to be two images of the same account. On the left, they had said in response to people criticizing God of War Laffy and Faye, user said, strong, badass female lead always gets criticized in that way because fragile little man children like you feel threatened by a woman being better than you. None of you care about the gameplay. You just want to play as a sex doll. What a weird thing to say. Seriously. These people project their bizarre thoughts onto everyone else.
Oh man.
We can see on the right hand side though, now they complain about Evie and they say, nope, 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 nope. Okay, first of all, who says that?
Not an
really?
adult
That
woman.
sounded-
You know what? Because she's not fucking real. Why are people like this? It's not real. Like she's not real. Like there's no one to hurt here. Like I'm so confused. This is kind of what I mean, by the way, about the kind of people that are more driven by ideology. Their ideas own them more than like the actual results of like what happens, because there's really nothing there's nothing bad that could happen from her being a fucking android that looks like pretty and young. There's like no issue with it. Like there's nobody, like, even let's assume she's a 70-year-old modeled android, it doesn't even fucking matter because she's not real. Even if you fuck her, there's nothing that happens from it because she's not a real person. Like it just doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, small tits pedo, big tits gooner, literally a femoid genocide in every direction.
So ridiculous.
So
like
true.
even reading that out loud. Oh my gosh. Nope, 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 nope. This is not an adult woman. Of course, the most terminally online subreddits are
It's not even a woman. So.
are complaining and freaking out about this, saying stuff like, are we actually for real? I don't care if someone wants to waste their money on a gooner game. That's their prerogative. But this is wrong. Okay, Greta.
One other thing that these people don't understand is that Asian makeup styles specifically try to achieve that kind of face. So like even women in Asia that do makeup, they actually look like that, like their face, because of the style of makeup.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that looks like a very typical, like, Japanese college-aged woman to me. You have to understand, like, Japanese women look young, too. It totally looks to me like it's just a younger Japanese woman, not even an underage Japanese woman. Like, if you go to Japan, like, the women are small, they're very feminine, and so even into, you know, adulthood, they maintain a lot of like the effeminate features for a while. Like, and then they also try to cosmetically, you know, not cosmetically, use attire to play it up even further. It's very common.
So okay, so here's a little difference.
What's
I
up,
learned
Mad
about this
Hatter? How you
recently,
doing?
by the way, because I've been looking into makeup because I'm trying to like be trying to be a little bit less of a nerd. I'm trying to expand my skill sets. Okay, yeah, I would know, by the way. I just spent like $400 on like a fucking hair dryer shit, dude. Girl stuff is so expensive. It is so fucking expensive. It's annoying. Yeah, like I got like a like a set of like these like, because I don't have any hair stuff, so I had to buy like, you know, the hair dryer with all the attachments and all that shit. No, I didn't get the Dyson Airwrap. No, it's not the Airwrap. I got the Shark one because I didn't want to spend that much money. But yeah, I got like this. I got the second best one, like one step down, because I was like, I'm not gonna spend $600 on this.
My wife spends time with her hair, or she spends a lot of time with her hair. But I remember like my sister and my mom when I was growing up, like in the 90s, dude, they would spend hours in the morning on their hair. They'd get up at like 6 o'clock in the morning to get to school or work at like 9, and then spend 2 hours just working on their hair. Like, I remember that.
This shit, you know, it's 600, by the way, if you don't know that the Airwrap is 600. So anyway, so I went to get, you know, I don't have any of that stuff. Like,
I don't think that's the case as much anymore. I don't think that, you know, women do as much with their hair as they were doing, you know, from, you know, the 50s on, maybe even, I guess, the 40s on through, like, you know, to the 2000s. I think that hair maintenance has gotten a lot simpler for women, and it's gotten a lot, I guess, lazier. I'm actually a fan of, like, you know, some of the like 90s like hairstyles, but you don't see them anymore.
Like hair, like a good, well, I have a hair dryer, but I don't have like the sets with all the brushes and then like the flattening stuff and the curling stuff. I don't have any of that, so I had to go buy it, and I was like, well, I'll just go buy this set because the set has everything in it. But it was like $400 or some shit like that, right? So I ended up buying this thing. It's really expensive. So anyway, so the point of me saying that is like, I know I've been learning a lot about the different makeup styles. Now, Western makeup, let me explain to you the difference if you don't know, because you're a dude. Western makeup tries to accentuate features that look more mature, which is why you have like the big fucking lips and then like the, you know, like the kind of catty, like sort of
Exactly, and that's what I was saying. The Japanese style is for youth, not for sexuality or sensuality.
Fierce look to it. Asian makeup is the opposite. It like de-accentuates like certain sexual features, and it tries to look more innocent. They're like completely different in philosophy. Yeah, so like the Asian makeup is like the eyes are much bigger, and then the lips are what do you call it? They're minimized, like the nose is minimized, like the cheeks are minimized, and it has like a sort of like blush to it to look more like youthful and stuff like that. That's what Asian makeup does. Western makeup is completely like you know, like big luscious lips and stuff. So there's a stylistic difference here, and you know, this game is an Asian game, right? So it's gonna follow Asian standards of that, right? And like we can watch videos of it after this. Like let's finish this video and I'll show you the difference. All right, so you can see what I'm talking about.
That is the face of a child on a very sexualized body. Do capital G gamers not care beyond?
Wait, you should ask Powder for makeup advice. Is she like super good at it? Is she super good at it? Maybe I will.
The behind or chest, or is there actually a big enough market for this pseudo garbage, said the Redditor. Is this done just for outrage farming? Whatever the reason, consuming this kind of content cannot
stuff?
be
Yeah,
good
me too.
for
I
anyone.
found that it's a lot better
it's crazy
for me.
To me that there's so much
I guess that's the point, right? But like I found that it works so much better for me. Like guys, I've been learning like I have to like I've been braiding my hair like every night for bed, and yeah, I used to just like kind of just sleep with my hair wherever. Like I was like, my hair keeps getting fucked up. Oh, okay, I was doing it wrong. All right.
Stuff you can take away from that trailer.
Next Leaflet Powder collab tomorrow.
Anyone. Once again, it's crazy to me that there's so much cool stuff you can take away from that trailer. The outfit design, the setting, combat mechanics, the fighting style, all that. But all these people do is they hyperfixate on like, she looks so young. And that's like where their mind goes. They just like hyperfixate on that and get mad at it. It also really depends on the angle, the picture. For example, this top one, that doesn't look like a kid to me. That looks like a young South Korean woman in her 20s. South Korean women, a lot of them look like that. But this other angle from the trailer, if someone were to take a look at that one.
Again, the makeup does that. Like the makeup is specifically trying to do that look.
and only that one I could understand if they think it's a teenager. This angle does make her look younger.
Yeah.
So the real
Here's another thing. Did you guys know that camera angles make you look different? You're telling me that these women don't know that? I fucking refuse to believe it, because they do it all the fucking time.
issue is people hyper fixating on like 1 or 2 angles and getting mad at that and ignoring all the cool stuff in the trailer, acting like that doesn't exist. The only thing
Do you guys want to see? If you look, the camera angle actually matters a ton. So like, say we did this, they look completely different. Now if you flipped it this way, it looks a lot more like kind of minimized and a lot more like cute if you shoot from this angle than lift straight on. See, I look like completely different. Like, these angles change so much about how a person looks. You know, I'm just gonna use this one for now. But yeah, it changes so much about how it looks.
that exists is these 2 angles, and we got to get mad at them and tweet about them and make Reddit posts
And
about
also it has to do with like how you look into the camera too. Like if you look up into the camera, how you handle your cheeks, like all of this matters in like a picture. So like obviously a person would look younger in some cuts and would look older in some cuts. It just depends on how the camera works and the lighting.
them. Like, dude, you're
And like these people know this. Like you're telling me that these e-girls don't know this? Get the fuck out of here.
and that's a very nice way of putting it. Look how crazy this is.
Yeah, I definitely want Ace Combat 8, though. Not gonna lie. Ace Combat 8, I want to need to play.
Another post says, are they all just PDF files? They're mad at gamers for liking the character on the left from Ace Combat. So they're making the implication that this to them looks like a child. Dude, this does not look like a child at all. What are you talking about? So they're saying if you criticize the one on the right, Faye from Laffy.
You know what we should do? We should get these freaks pictures of 19-year-olds and pictures of 17-year-olds and see if they can tell the fucking difference. Let's get like some 16-year-olds and then let's get 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 and let's see if they can tell the fucking difference.
But you like the one on the left that you're a PDF file. And like I just said, that's ridiculous. That's like such an insane take. There's something very weird about Faye from Laffy. Like she's got an almost Schmiegel-like energy going on about her. That's not our fault. The devs, for whatever reason, decided to give her this like Schmiegel vibe. It's such a bizarre thing, man. And it's really bizarre that people are acting like they don't see that, and that appreciating a normal looking woman is actually like a PDF thing. Like what? And they
Well, I mean, they've got the model for the video game that looks worse than the woman who posed for the model. Like, how the hell are you going to do that? I'd be so offended. I'd be so mortified if they did that to me. Jesus Christ. Uglification for, like, oh my god.
Caption it like, do these gamers just treat video games as prawn? Dude,
The other thing is too is like I don't know why people are so retarded about this. It's so obvious. It's so obvious.
Oh my god. Yeah, she wants to sell you a candle that smells like her nethers. Jesus Christ, yeah. Like, I made the joke, right? Because I saw a side-by-side picture of this woman and the woman they used as the model for it, right? The actual game character and the model they used. And I was like, well, congratulations. Now you know what you're going to look like when you're 50. Like, that was my first fucking thought at the side-by-side.
Obvious that this is the case. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand why people can't understand this. And like another thing that really pisses them off too is if you mention to them that, by the way, 18 is an arbitrary law, has nothing to do with human development. Because if you want to talk about like mental, like you have to have like a mental like image of, you have to have a strict mental development thing, you're talking like 25-ish. They're like, we should make people adults at 25 then. Yeah, like what are they even talking about?
People are just like, oh, cool.
People are still developing at different rates.
Jets.
People are still developing at different rates throughout like the ages of like 16 and like 25, obviously, right?
No, honestly, I think she's onto something. I think people shouldn't even be allowed to get married until they're 25. Like, not even an option, not even allowed. You can't do it. Nope. I just... So many of people's life problems that I've seen is because they got married before they were 25. I swear to God, like 70% of people's individual problems that I've seen have come just because they got married before they were 25. I just think they need to make a law that you can't get married until you're 25. Like, yeah. Like, I don't know. I don't necessarily think it would be a right law, but it'd probably be a good one. Like, it would infringe on people's rights, you know, things like that, yada, 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 but might be
worth it. I don't know.
It's so weird that they don't understand this.
Blowing things up. Cool. Sounds fun. Redditors see that. They think they just want prawn. Dude, your mind is just so messed up. Packer Girl providing us with a bit of a compilation here of more outrage back on Twitter. Let's check this out. She says, FFS, MF's already calling Evie a child. Quote, if they're gonna make lewd characters, they need to look like adults. And we got this person, Murky Merc, saying, Eve looked like an actual adult. Why does this character look 12 with the body of Chun-Li and voice of a 30-year-old? Kinda off-putting. I hope they fix that. You hope they fix that? Fix it for the modern audience? Yeah, what? Destroy their game? Yeah, okay. What do you mean Chun-Li's legs are bigger than her whole body? Okay, she's still lewd, and if they're gonna make lewd characters, they need to look like adults. I don't even know why these people are making it sexual either. Like, there's so much cool stuff in that trailer. I'm over
don't
here.
fit my Western standards of beauty of an adult. Then like,
Yeah, there was nothing that was sexually gratifying in that trailer to me at all. Like, there was nothing about it. Nothing at all. It actually just looked like, you know, a female character beating some. And honestly, the coolest part was like the villain design in the city. So I didn't see it as something that like was lewd. So I don't know. Main character badass, yeah, whatever. I didn't see anything lewd about it at all. So why are they presupposing that this is lewd? I didn't see anything lewd about it.
They did, I guess.
Enjoying how she's like punching the heck out of these monsters. But these people watch the same trailer and the only thing they're focused on is like, oh, it's so sexual.
the only characters we can have in games are like 60-year-old women with gray hair and canes. I don't know. Do women have canes at 60? I don't fucking know. Let's say 80. Let's say 80 to be safe. I don't fucking know, man.
Why are they even
All right,
going
we're just gonna
there?
wait for the next
Shift
parts
up
to
with
dry
a
a bit.
tomboy that's more
We'll move
feminine
on.
than an average female character in a Western game. That sounds funny, yeah.
Yeah, it's
South
more
Korean
feminine
tomboy
than
is
a
still more
wow.
feminine than the
And you know what?
average.
Yeah, she does give off tomboy vibes, but like cool tomboy vibes, like 90s tomboy vibes. I dig it. You know, that's cool with me. I like it. And again, still not sexual. Tomboys, like to me, were never like a sexual thing. They're like, to me, tomboys, at least growing up, like my view of them were always just women that you felt more comfortable with because they acted like one of the boys. You know, they behaved, they were along for the jokes. You didn't have to censor your jokes because they were laughing right along with them and shit like that. That's a tomboy to me. Like, it has nothing to do with like the sexual attractive nature of said person at all. It's just, you know, a cool chick, really, that, you know, doesn't really care about her feminine aesthetics. Okay, you know, that's cool.
Western female character. Either
True.
way, you know I'm a tomboy enjoyer. I know a lot of you guys are too. Let me know what you think.
Dude, I go so hold on. Hirohei.
Character. South Korean tomboy is still more feminine than the average Western female character.
Asian femboys are more feminine than Western women. The fuck did
Yeah.
that happen?
Character. Either way, you know I'm a tomboy enjoyer. I know a lot of you guys are too. Let me know what you think about the latest. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you
Man,
in the
that's
next
freaking
one.
crazy.
right.
But yeah, if you want to look at the difference, here, let me see if I could find it. Like Western style makeup. Like if you look at like Western style makeup, like let's look at the sort of stuff here.
I'm not really seeing a big difference here.
But as you can see, it kind of accentuates this kind of like very, very immature sort of catty look to the eyes, right? And if you look at the lips, right? Like look what they did to her lips, right? Like they made it like way bigger. See what I mean? This is like how they do makeup in the West, right? Now let's look at Asian makeup, okay?
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. That transformation is insane. It's actually kind of terrifying. Holy crap.
This one's she. Do you see how they're trying to make the eye look way bigger?
Actual witchcraft.
More bigger vertically
Somebody
than,
said.
like, horizontal.
Somebody in the comments said actual witchcraft. they're like right.
Okay, this one's not that good. Let me find like one that really like. Let me find it.
Oh,
thing that
AI
happens
mod,
a lot
whatever.
is, like, these kind of
That's
ones
stupid.
where
I
they look
saw
like they
it.
fucking punch
Women are
themselves in the face,
Asian
though.
women are
So-
wizards. That's stupid. I'm
Look
sorry.
how fucking big those eyes are. Do you see this shit?
They are wizards though. You're mages. I don't know. Wizards, right?
It is like some crazy fucking like there's.
That's okay.
They always show like
I don't
these
think he
fucking
said anything
triangles and
offensive.
shit.
If anything, it
Dude,
was a compliment.
look at me. She's a fucking.
I think it's kind of funny, but like, you get moderated for what I would at least consider as a literal compliment.
Yeah. Do you see this freaking witchcraft?
Like how they're making her eyes look bigger. That's crazy. Makeup is insane, dude. Holy crap.
She made her lips really big though. I'm trying to find like the well, why is it that I always see them on Instagram. I don't usually look at it on here, but I usually look on Instagram rather than on YouTube. Oh, what is this?
Japanese schoolgirls are not allowed to wear any makeup at school. That's why there's.
Oh, no, this one.
I think the sad thing is how much work and effort has to go into this all the time. It's just so much.
See how they like completely changed the shape of the fucking nose? Like, look at that. Isn't that crazy? Yes.
Holy crap, dude.
It might look weird now, but look what they do to it. Looks like some Attack on Titan shit, right?
Okay, you know what? I'm kind of bored with it's almost over. Anyways, let's go ahead and just start what I wanted to start. Here we go. I don't care about chat replay. Let's go.
From this company in Michigan called Stardock.
This is the PC Gaming Show 2026.
Yes.
Was there one that you were particularly proud of? Did you always want to publish something you wanted to play, or did you have to always see the bigger picture, see the other players?
During the time of Stark, the really
I don't blame you. I got bored of it too.
The biggest hit was Galactic Civilizations, and then afterwards we partnered with Ironclad and did Sins of a Solar Empire. But the game that resonated with me, and it's really obscure, was a game called Lightweight Ninja. But the reason was both of my children found it wonderful, found the character wonderful.
When you moved on to Night Dive, so that's where you were last working?
Yes.
Until your recent retirement.
Oh, that's cool, sir.
What was the most difficult game to
you
remaster?
Probably the toughest game.
I've been trying to catch up on streamers to, you know, kind of support them and stuff like that. But between my kids, my own my kid, and my own stream, and my life, and food and stuff, it's Westwood Studios. Wow.
Could not be found.
Oh, it's an enhanced edition.
There were
That's
other
why.
PC versions available, but ours was the first that was brought to console. And you know, it doesn't need to be said that the console audience is far larger. This was the only way that those people had the opportunity to play the game. So.
Why are remasters important? I suppose you've kind of covered it there, really, like bringing them to a wider audience, different platforms.
I view games as art, and to my mind, art deserves to not only be preserved, but deserves to be shown to as wide an audience as possible, and to be as accessible as possible. The largest project that Night Dive had done to this point was not a remaster, but a complete remake of the System Shock game. And I don't really need to belabor it, but think about System Shock as the seed and all of
70-something streamers. That's a lot, dude. I think I've got maybe 20, 30 altogether, like, between my different stuff. But I'm very selective, too. So, like if I don't end up watching a person for a long time or communicating with them, I'll probably drop them off. I don't like having a list of 20 people on at the same time that, you know, I don't know who any of them are because they're all merging together, you know?
The games that came from that tree, Deus Ex, Thief, Bioshock, of course, you know. But to understand how those games came about and why they're important, you really need to go back to the beginning to understand the history of it.
Thank you so much, Larry. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us at the PC Gaming Show pre-show. I hope there's some stuff in the show, in the main show, that you enjoy and you get some time to play. Then everyone, please, Larry Cooperman.
Frankie, I'm not sure what I want to do next. Talk to another great guest or watch another great game trailer.
I've got the answer. Let's do both. Take a look at something exciting coming up for Warhammer 40k Darktide, and then stick around because our next guest will tell us all about it.
It's just so I have something to watch if anyone's talking about something I don't care about, but I only watch like a handful for long periods of time. So, well, I'm thankful that you hang out here, man. I don't have obviously a very large following, but it makes it all worth it, even if just one person's here talking to me and enjoying it. So I do appreciate that. We finished priming all the parts in this tub, which means we finished putting the special priming cover on all the pieces, which is what we have to do before we paint any of the pieces. Otherwise, the paint will just run off, it will be drippy, it won't dry level, and stuff like that. Doesn't matter. I like your ability to multitask. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm trying, dude. I try. Honestly, it's more stimulating for me. I think it's part of my autism. Like, if I try to do any one thing, I tend to get very, what's the word? Stir crazy. Like, I can't even sit down and just watch a movie. Like, I have to watch a movie and maybe browse comments on a YouTube video at the same time or something like that. I just can't do one thing. I can't do it. It drives me crazy. It's so difficult for me. And one of the things that I realized this early on when I was in school, they just sit you down and make you do one thing. But I really did learn that if the school would just allow me to throw on some headphones and listen to music while I did my work, I would be so much better at it. And they did not like letting me do that, but with my homework and any other work that I could get away with it, I did it, and it was always helpful. And then later when I was in school for college, I learned that I could build models and watch my lectures at the same time and get as much information from the lectures as if I was just paying attention to the lectures by themselves. Sometimes I could even enjoy re-listening to the lectures 2 or 3 times because I was busy building a model and I really let the material soak in. And so that actually wound up being, I'd get A's in all my classes in college. I was really bad in high school, but in college I did really good because I started doing that study technique where I would like build a model and then like watch a lecture or listen to a lecture or something like that while I was doing that, or, have a book converted into text to speech so I could listen to it while I worked on a model. And it carried me through my education because I was just multitasking, and it allowed me to absorb information passively while my focus and hand manipulation was on a different task. It's the way my brain works. And I think one of the great tragedies is I know I'm not alone in that. And obviously the education system that we have in place isn't made for people like me. So it's kind of rough. A little bit, because I know that there's got to be other people probably going through the same thing I did, and there's no solution. The system is just not made for them. Yeah, high school was a really bad time, and I'm not even like any form of mentally unbalanced. I was autistic, obviously, undiagnosed, but I was diagnosed with bipolar. And so I had a nice little cocktail of issues already going in. I think a lot of it had to do with my I think at least my bipolar disorder was triggered by environmental issues. I don't really care to go into it, but my upbringing wasn't great. And so I didn't do good in school. Once I separated from my family and was on my own and I went to college, things were a lot better for me. Like, I had to separate myself from my family to succeed. And that's what I did. And it worked. But, yeah, like that. High school was a really bad time. Me too, man. Me too. Alright, well, that could be fun. Might play that. I'm really...
Join me in welcoming.
Honestly, the whole reason why I clicked this and wanted to see this show is because they've got the Warhammer 40k Total War. I really want Warhammer 40k Total War. I really want that game. That is... Oh, I'm so excited for that.
Men and blasting chaos cultists. Fat Shark's Victor Magnuson. Hey, come on in, Victor. For those people out there who, yeah, I'm judging you. I'm really judging you right now. Who don't know what Warhammer 40k Dark Tide is, can you just give them a synopsis?
But it's a 4-player co-op game set in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, and you are trying to save this planet called Atoma Prime, specifically this hive city called Tertium. It's a mix between melee and ranged combat, and you fight a lot of enemies.
So, Victor,
yeah.
I know the fans are very happy with you right now because you've just announced a new class coming to Warhammer 40k Dark Tide. Tell us all about the Skitarii.
It's been a fan sort of want from all of our fans for a long time. They got really upset with us when we released the last class that it wasn't Skitarii, but now it's coming out, so they should be good.
How does this new class complement
I don't
others in
have
the
this
game?
So it's very sort of broad.
I thought I might have it, but I don't have it.
Sort of spec it out exactly like you want to. So it can fill a lot of different roles in the game, which is cool. Where previously other classes were more sort of specialized at maybe 1 or 2 roles. So this has a broader scope, I would say.
You guys are known for making co-op games.
No.
What do you think makes a great co-op game?
We adhere very hard to the sort of Left 4 Dead formula that they invented back in the day. One of the keystones, at least according to me, is that there are elements in the game when you have to co-op, like you have to cooperate. You can't sort of get out of, I don't know, being caught by clicking the button and getting out. You have to have a friend help you out. I think that is super important. And also having, like, it's also, we have stuff that we call like drops in the levels, where if you stay behind, you'll get caught and they can't go up and help you because they have jumped down. It has multiple functions. One, it's like a mini puzzle for the group that they need to sort of gather up and then jump down together. But also it tells the players that they know that they're on the right way.
And what gave Fat Shark the confidence when co-op games weren't being released as prolifically to stick with that style of game?
It was, I don't know, foolishness maybe. It was the story goes that we are the now he's the chief creative officer, Anders. He was the game director back in the day. He called up Games Workshop and said, hey, I have an idea for a game. He called their customer service. I want to make a game with that's Warhammer and Left 4 Dead.
I really hope
okay, that sounds
you're
cool.
sure to Gall that if you stick around long enough, you get to see this thing actually get built, because I'm hoping at least that that's worthwhile for long-form content viewers, for the people who do stick around, that when they see this thing actually get put together, you know, they'll get to feel like they were part of the build, and they get to have, you know, a little bit of the feeling of achievement that I get when it's finally put together. When this thing is done, it's going to be on an entirely different level of anything that I've done before. I know that, because once I put the lights in it, it's going to take whatever I'm used to doing and just, what's that future, kick it up a notch. You know, like that guy, right?
Well, maybe you should call the IP people. So he did that, and then we flew over to Games Workshop and said, so we have this idea, we've done these games, and we want to do a game where we combine basically Left 4 Dead with Warhammer. And they're like, yeah, that sounds awesome. And we did that.
Are you working on any other IP right now? Anything you can tell us about?
Nothing that I can talk about, sadly. But we will continue to work on Darktide. There will be more stuff coming in the year.
In your career, what's the proudest thing, though, that you've shipped, or even like a small moment that to others might not seem significant because they're not playing on their computer screen? What's the thing that you're proudest of?
I do think maybe when we released Vermintide 2, we had the release party and my boss came over with the PC Gamer and we had gotten, I think, a 90 or something in PC Gamer. And that was like, that was sort of achievement unlocked feeling. It was really cool. That's probably the coolest.
So those lapsed players, you've got to get back in because the Secretari are ready for you to play with when?
June 23rd.
June
Alright, we're gonna use
23rd, so in just a
black for
couple of
this
weeks'
for the
time.
frame.
And if people haven't played Darktide yet, but they want to
Means
have
I gotta
a go,
dump all
where
this
can they
crap.
start doing that?
You can get it pretty much everywhere. You can get it on Steam, Xbox, Microsoft Store, and the PlayStation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Victor Magnuson.
No,
and
thanks.
good luck with the new class.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you once again to the guests who joined us on the show tonight. And, of course, let's hear it once more for the PC Gaming Show pre-show band.
You do know they're not a real band, right?
That classic Elle's humour. Most of all, thank you for joining us here at the pre-show, but stay tuned because the PC Gaming Show is just moments away after one more big trailer.
I feel like that was a bit weird. Oh, this is cool. This is different. I don't get it. Did it even die?
He was in this direction. I think the whole dang thing was spaceship.
I didn't even know a horse could muck somebody. Why does a horse want my wallet?
Now, an aspect of this outhouse that I find
What the hell?
fascinating.
I can't do this anymore. There are no ghosts in these
Lifetime
old houses
channel.
ever. Why are you
The
so
green screen effects are so bad for this. It's great. What is this going to be?
There was a PC gamer whose name was Sean. He worked as an architect all day long. And then there's a gamer whose name was Rika. She works as an architect in Topeka. As Frankie the architect.
This is... What is going on here? Am I... Okay. Wow, that is an old PC. Look at all those floppy drives. Oh my god, do you remember mice? Do you remember trackball mice? Holy shit, dude. It's been so long. I remember when laser mice were like the new thing. And it was night and day difference. It was so much better. Oh my god. It was so annoying. You had to, I remember you used to have to like pull out your trackball, clean it off because it wasn't working right. Clean off the rollers inside the trackball. And then throw it back in there, and then it would work for a little bit. Oh my god, dude. I'm old. I'm old! I never thought... Dude, I can't believe I'm old!
Wow. It sure was a long day of doing architecture for me, Sean Day 9 Plot. But now I've got the entire evening to do my favorite thing, which is play video games.
Did someone say video games?
Well, hello, PC neighbor.
Well, hello, Sean. What game do you want to play first? I've got them all. We have Commando Death Dragon Extreme 6. We have Executive Accounting Online. Or my personal favorite, Best Friend Simulator.
Oh, Amika. Hello? Yes, this is Sean. What? When? Today? That can't
Why
be
is
right,
everything
but-
old? Why is all the tech in this get old? What's why? What are they going for here?
What was that, Sean? It seemed serious.
Well, we can't play video games tonight at all. Because we've got to host the PC Gaming Show!
For this year's PCGS, we've harnessed pure nostalgia to reconstruct our own little pocket dimension of
They're
the
gonna expand it.
1990s,
Okay.
A time when life was punctuated by slap bass, movies were stored on little rectangles, and using the internet didn't involve as many streamers saying painful and confusing things to me. I don't understand this term slang. I don't get it.
See, it wasn't even us. That was just a thing that happened in the 90s.
Well, what fun. But basking in the warmth and laughter of a bygone decade won't keep us from bringing you plenty that's new. We've got a full 2 hours, that's 2, of trailers, over a dozen world premieres, and developer deep dives for upcoming games. That would have actually been pretty impossible to imagine in the 90s. Our brains were too busy managing our ridiculously huge Jinko jeans.
Plus, we're going to build an awesome gaming PC, and one of you get to take it home.
Let's get started the PC Gamer way.
This is the big cringe, or does it get better after that? I don't understand. What's the point of going back to the 90s? I mean, if there's gonna be some like 90s themed games, that'd be cool. But like, is it just like nostalgia bait? Is that just all it is? Like, I like nostalgia bait. Don't get me wrong, but like, I feel like it needs a reason. Is this a Star Trek game? Oh, is it gonna be like a Star Trek like Factorio or something? Satisfactory?
Captain, our sensor array is getting unusual readings from... What is that? The reef has opened! Repeat! The reef has...
Well, I can't say I hate it. It's a cool idea. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, so it's like the Satisfactory,
huh? But with Star Trek. I might play this. It looks interesting enough. It's got the old 60s Star Trek vibe to it, too. I'm okay with that.
Welcome to 95, the start of a new revolution. The information super...
Dude, I remember when Windows 95 dropped. I remember seeing it on TV.
A world ruled by the
Here's the big deal. Hey, look at that, 8 megabytes of RAM, dude. I remember playing World of Warcraft on 256 megabytes of RAM. I'm not even, that's going way far back, but I mean, like, I was on 256 megs of RAM when, on my laptop when I started playing World of Warcraft. I remember that. I'm so fucking old.
Resistor, where power is measured in hertz and bytes. A place where us freaks and geeks can be free. No nations, no race, just ideas and knowledge. They call me a criminal, a hacker. While corporations spy on us and governments control us, they murder and kill and tell us it's for our own good.
What's going on
I'm not
here?
a criminal. I'm a freedom fighter with a modem.
Oh,
They can
it's a
try to scare
hacking
me,
game. It's a
but they'll
hacking
never
game.
Stop me.
Oh, that's kind of funny. Okay.
Axiom Systems takes very seriously any attempts to hack, infiltrate, or otherwise illicitly access our servers. Should you be found to do so, we will not hesitate to apply the full force of the law.
Hack 95. That's cool. Okay. It's kind of cool. Oh, D-Day, huh? Was this a Medal of Honor? I think this is a Medal of Honor remake. No. Oh, pre-alpha. Never mind.
It reminded me of the old Medal of Honor games for like the PS2.
Heroes.
20th anniversary, okay. Okay.
I love to see a strategy classic reborn for the modern age.
Well, that was a great show, so I better get to sleep, you know?
Mika, the show just started.
Yeah, but you know how every morning I like cook an entire full breakfast and all of our friends come over to eat it and hang out before we go to work?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I actually have to get up at 4 in the morning to get all of that done and all the cooking and the cleaning. It's kind of a full-time job, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is super unrealistic.
Right?
Why don't we just do what normal people do and get up 5 minutes before we have to and then dart out the door without showering and shove a cold bagel into our mouths while sitting in traffic?
Perfect, honestly. Well, since we're staying up late, how about we watch another world premiere?
What was the point of that? That was so dumb.
Willkommen, mein Liebling. I am so proud of you. You could have turned back, but you didn't. I know that taking the step is not for the faint of heart. It is taken by those who seek something more.
What the hell is this? This looks really lame. Like, really lame.
I will give you purpose if you accept the sweetest kiss of all.
Okay, that... Nope, not interested.
Listen up, you donut. I'm gonna test you on everything it takes to run an arcane restaurant. If you want to earn a mithril
Why aren't we getting, like, fucking phone games here? I don't give a fuck about this. Does anybody?
Then take my advice. You need
Why the fuck? I don't know. Is it gonna be 2 hours of this fucking bullshit?
to cook up tasty combos, hire the right crew, and stand tall in the face of cosmic horrors. If you think you can take the heat, get in that kitchen and show me some magic. Don't just stand there like a troll turd. Play the f***ing demo.
Let the slaughter begin.
It's getting serious now.
Oh, you're a big one.
Nobody gets to be hotter than me.
The pain is about to start. Let's fight.
This is our best one yet. It's cannon time, baby. Let's fucking go.
Oh, yeah. That was awesome.
Go.
Oh, I've missed Serious Sam. It's lovely to see he's still in good shape. Well, 6 shapes to be precise. What are you working on there, Mika? Is it a grocery list?
No, Sean, I'm catching up on my handwritten correspondence, which researchers tell us was a treasured pastime of the 1990s, just like mammoth hunting, dying of the plague, and all the other things we love to do before
Can
we learned that joy in life lives.
Stop making me feel. This whole segment's just making me feel old with no other purpose. Yeah, like, what the hell, dude?
In our smartphones.
Oh, it would be charming if I knew how to read.
Hey, Sean, did we get a new phone?
I don't think it's possible. Society hasn't been ravaged yet by same-day delivery. Hello? Am I about to die?
Oh,
I'm just messing with you, Sean. It's me, Frankie.
Oh, hi, fellow PC Gaming Show host Frankie Ward. But
What's
wait, aren't you busy filming the hottest late
I'm
night talk show
so
of the
embarrassed for them.
1990s?
This is the best they could do for a show. Like, I could do better than this. What the hell? Like, I suck.
Oh, Sean, you should know that no veils can obscure my piercing gaze. Also, we just wrapped for the day. Now, listen, I hate to interrupt the anachronisms, but you're about to be rolling on an exclusive new look at Control Resonant straight from Remedy HQ.
We are?
Just say the thing, Sean.
All right. Here's an exclusive new look at Control Resonant,
Oh my God.
straight from Remedy HQ.
I'm gonna fix that. Hold on.
No more timeout. I'm sorry about that. All caps should not be something that times people out. This looks mildly interesting. I don't know what this is, but this actually looks kind of interesting. I don't know if I'd play it, but it looks more interesting than the other shit I've been seeing.
Control Resonant is a third-person action RPG where you combine the use of paranormal powers and melee combat to fight against otherworldly threats. You play as the unfiltered, and all of this is taking place in Manhattan, New York. In the first game, the whole game took place inside a place of power called the Oldest House, in this kind of a brutalistic architecture environment. With the sequel, that whole thing is kind of broken open. The containment failed from the first game, and now all of these paranormal forces that were inside the Oldest House.
I thought something was wrong. I'm using gray here, dude. I'm using gray. I was like, where the hell's my black? Found out where it was. I need a minute. I pulled my black out. I thought this looked a little too gray for the black parts. I'm gonna repaint these black. I'm gonna have to dump it. Instead of using gray. I thought that it looked a bit off. And I was like, what's going on here? It took me 3 parts to realize it.
There's a new threat affecting Manhattan in our game.
I need just a minute. Second. Order what I. I'm looking for a primer here. I'm trying to order one that has primer.
Lifted the lid on the forbidden jar, unleashed the howling storm of war. False accusations, public scorn, one innocent soul was crushed and torn, driven to the final silent night, a casualty of their holy fight. This is the first stand for the light we built with our own two hands. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of game again. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was game again. Then rose the herald voice of stone. Total biscuit called across the zone. His words cut through the digital night, awakening the sleepers to the fight. From the very heart of the light they came, a warrior cast, forged in digital flame, ever vigilant, ever pursuing the dark, sworn to hunt it, to tear it apart. Then from the glowing heart of light arose a weapon forged that no shadow could oppose. Beam swift spells of truth and savage mirth, the one true blade that pierced the darkness first. Viral thunder rolling across the plain, laughing chaos driving out the pain. The darkness howled and recoiled in fear, for memes were something it could not endure. From the light they drew their ancient rage, rip and tear across the
Called the patterning, and it is basically taking what is already there and
I just had to put in an order for more primer,
reorganizing it
so
with this strange otherworldly
I'll have it
powers.
tomorrow, which means I can
And
use what I got
the
tonight.
resonance themselves are often found in this epicenter or this focal point of this localized patterning, and it becomes more than just the creature design. The bosses are almost married into the surroundings and into the scene, so they get patterned into the world, and it is not just a gimmick. The patterning is at the very core of the whole experience, so it touches all of our themes.
The game is very responsive. The navigating, traversing the world is fun and fast and easy to do. For instance, we have the shift ability that allows you to access these different gravity anomalies.
We have the 90-degree gravity shifts, we have 180-degree gravity shifts. Very minimal UI elements, but everything that looks like a walkable surface, like a ground, floor, road, anything that looks like you should be able to walk on this is a gravity anomaly. We do have some spaces in the game where every wall you see is actually a gravity anomaly.
And you get into this really mind-bending sequence where, yes, you kind of lose yourself a bit as well, but you kind of react to the immediacy of the situation and so on. And then it becomes part of your natural way of moving through the world. Incomprehensible in one way, but once you kind of get it, you just get it.
So the combat change from range to melee, I would say on level design side is a lot more about deciding like what's the what kind of enemies, how many of them, and
It is not fun to sneeze with the mask on. Holy crap. Better. Okay.
thinking of like some interesting environmental things you can do in the combat spaces, like these things that create variety into the combats. We do have more enemy types than we did have in Control, so that definitely helps.
We have always wanted even the paranatural things to somehow feel connected and married into the normal, mundane, everyday world. So even if you are able to perform like superhuman feats and telekinesis, for example, it still should feel that it's strenuous. It doesn't come easy to Dylan. Dylan is fighting dirty and he is able to perform these powerful telekinetic pushes and ground slams, but it does have a toll and it does hurt him in the process a little bit as well. So there's this physicality that we always try to retain with our visualizations and audio, even if the thing that you perform as a player is inherently somehow superhuman or otherworldly.
when you take these different elements, these different pieces, the enemies, the shifting environment where gravity has gone bonkers, what you can do with your melee weapon, the supernatural abilities, we create this really interesting sandbox, and you feel like you have all the means to improvise. I think it's unlike anything else.
So yeah, turns out I don't have any black primer, which I need right now, so I'm going to probably just clean up and wait till tomorrow when it comes in the mail.
They left you for dead. They buried the truth. Time for revenge. Puncture
Oh my god.
This is great. This is great.
Disguise yourself. Use anything as a weapon. Hunt with your friends or by yourself. Every run is different. Revenge never dies. A cooperative roguelike assassination game. Gone Feral. Wishlist on Steam now.
Hey, Mika, would you be interested in teaming up with me on my bloody mission for revenge?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, like in Gone Feral, the game we just saw.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, that too.
And hey, speaking of co-op carnage, nothing goes better with violence than science. Let's check this out.
Alright guys, this seems interesting too. I don't know what this is, but this is cool. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call it. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I would love to stay up. I would love to play some games. There's a lot of stuff I would actually like to do right now. But I shouldn't. So, call it here. And let's go ahead. Blend with this. Have a good one, guys.
They sat us down in senior year and dimmed the classroom lights. Put on that famous movie, said the end is near, alright. Al Gore stood tall upon the screen with graphs that couldn't fail, while something in my stomach said this fairy tale smelled stale. I raised my hand, a timid soul, and asked a simple question. The silence hit like winter wind and froze the whole damn session. The teacher sighed, the students glared like I had lost my mind for daring to ask questions about the gospel they assigned. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you know what. They scared us good in high school seats. Woo! While the prophets cashed their checks and flew in private fleets. They swore the snow on Kilimanjaro soon would disappear. They swore the Arctic ice would vanish any year. They swore the ocean soon would swallow every coastal town. But 20 years have come and gone, and the ice is still around. Tuvalu cried, we're sinking fast at the United Nations Hall, while the coral reefs were harvested and sold off one and all. The islands didn't vanish, they just kept on standing tall. But the fear kept flowing freely, and the money flowed with all. The science was settled, they shout with righteous fire, while the data kept on screaming that the models were a liar. They dodge and weave and lecture like it was some kind of game, and heaven help the child who dared to ask again. They'll never say they're sorry, they'll never face the cost. They just move the goalposts and the grift goes marching on. The fear is long since faded, but the money's flowing still, like royalties from terror that they peddled with such skill. Now they found a brand new monster, shiny, bright and new. Artificial intelligence, it's gonna end us all, it's true. They scream we need more power, more rules, more chains in place, while they attack the ones who build it, trying to take us all to space. Digital IDs, their latest plea to seal our future tight, to finally close the vice and keep the future out of sight. The mild little cancel culture from the days of old has grown into a monster that will demand total control. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you know what. They scared us once, they'll scare us twice. It's the same old grift, and the price is always choice.
Thank you.